der Livestream der Nürburgring Langstreckenserie. Präsentiert von Falkenreifen.
Herzlich willkommen zur Nürburgring Langstreckenserie.
Welcome to the Nürburgring for the NLS, the Nürburgring Langstrecken Series.
Und jetzt ist das Rennen freigegeben. The red lights are out now. Fans sind wieder da.
I would think that's very, very close.
Jetzt kommt er ran, zieht sich ran.
The drivers today when they went out onto the circuit. Now they're back on the grid. Qualifying was done, and if you're new to the Nürburgring Langstrecken Series, it's a one-day event. You can test on the Friday, but if you don't fancy testing, you turn up on the Saturday, you go qualifying, and then you get your race. This is the Münsterlandpokal, the 46th running of this historic event, and we have a packed grid of cars, just under 100 this weekend. Yes, I haven't gone mad, just under 100 cars. Some of the greatest rounds. We have had up to 160, but certainly quite a lot of other events this weekend, including the ADAC GT Masters has taken a handful of the drivers and some of the teams that we would normally expect. But we've got the Championship Challenge. It's almost in the bag for Oscar Sandberg, Sindri Setsas and Daniel Zils. They need only a minor points position this weekend with one round to go. You won't find them at the front of the field. That's the story of the NLS. You will find them down in the pack. They will be in the second starting batch of cars this morning. We kick off at midday on the Nürburgring Nordschleife, and the good news is the weather is set fair. There was mist first thing this morning. That has dispersed, and certainly looking at the images on the start-finish straight as the last of the cars are leaving the pit lane to go down towards the packed grid, a throng of fans. This is a good moment to turn to my right and welcome Peter Snowden. Good morning, Snowy.
Morning, Bruce. It's quite a thing when we have to describe that there's only just 102 cars entered, wasn't it, for this?
Well, this
104, 102?
104, and it's been
97 on the grid, I think.
Yes, and potentially, we'll see, because one of those right at the front end of the field, Lucas Auer, qualified 7th fastest, but the last time I saw his car, it was facing backwards and in the barriers, just coming onto the longest straight. He got it wrong out of Galgenkopf. And certainly right-hand damage. Haven't seen the car come back to the pits, whether it's something a lump hammer can fix. But that was a car that qualified 7th, so it was right in the mix. But it was our top-running Mercedes. So hopefully, for the interest of manufacturer variety, that can be sorted out.
Odds on, of course, Galgenkopf being the fast right-hander onto the Dottingerhohe, the last long straight before the end of the lap up to Tiergarten there, at the end of this extraordinary 25-kilometre Nordschleife circuit. Not somewhere you want to be going off. There's places where you can have slower, smaller accidents. There aren't many of those, to be honest, on the Nordschleife, but there are places where you can run wide and maybe get away with it with a huge intake of breath.
Yeah, not that many.
Not many. Not one of those places.
Also, the other element, Snow, is that he would have done effectively 95% of the hard work there in terms of the corners, and he only really had that Tiergarten sequence at the end to get it wrong. How many times have you threaded the eye of the needle and then you stuck it right in your thumb, effectively, or was it the other end of the tail? But anyhow, we will see. But we can tell you that Frank Stippler has done it again. He's grabbed pole position this morning. It's very, very quick fire. You don't get a lot of laps. In fact, he managed to get more than most, got 7 laps onto the board, and qualified fastest 8 minutes 53.0 seconds. That put him 1.4 seconds to the good, and certainly that's very good. But really, it's all about just getting a fair grid position and then fighting your way forward from there. Highlights of qualifying included no highlights at all for the 161 Porsche because the bonnet was folded back against the windscreen. We know knowledge is a good thing on a short circuit, but around 25 kilometres, you don't be wanting that. Now, the number 6 and 55 Mercedes were going well early on, but it was very misty first thing, and it really was a case of putting in a sighter lap, sighting what you could see potentially, and the track was still greasy overnight, dew lying there, and you could almost see it coming off the tyres of the car, but soon a dry line started to appear, and one of the stars of the show was the number 53 KTM Crossbow, True Racing, Max Hofer and Reinhard Koffler out to play in that. We have the dynamic Porsches here this weekend, and a new entry, the EMA Motorsport Porsche, being run by the Manthey team, had been sighted here in the Nürburgring 24 hours, but then, unfortunately for Lucas Auer, just got getting the power down a little too soon, couldn't get the car straightened, and into the barrier on the outside of Galgenkopf. Kubicki and Maziak always pressing on, would end up 3rd fastest overall, in the number 16 Audi. That was a winner last time out. The number 74 Porsche, mentioned that, the EMA car with Dennis Olsen, Norwegian driver, on board. That was good for second position, but right at the end, Frank Stippler does what he does best and grabbed pole position for the number 5 Shearer Team Phoenix Audi. He shares with Vincent Kolb. That's on pole position, 8 minutes 53.0 seconds. Just under 1.4 seconds down is the number 74 EMA Motorsport Porsche with Dennis Olsen setting the time. Kuba Maziak in the second of the Phoenix Audis, good for third position. Got a new teammate this week and a driver who certainly knows his Audi R8 LMSs. Yes, Kelvin van der Linde. We'll talk more of him, but really that's Kuba bringing in the big guns. And Kuba actually leads the points total, the points charts in the SP9 class, and he'll be very, very keen to make sure that he can go home with that in his pocket by the end of the season. So what a start to have. So fair autumnal weather, sunshine, shadow, but what I am noticing, snow down on the grid, not snow, but actually people wearing thicker jackets this weekend.
It's getting that time, isn't it? We said it 2 weeks ago that we were lucky to have the weather we did then for that one. It looks like we've got a good forecast. I've still got my fingers crossed for in 2 weeks' time, round race 8, round 2, NLS2 at the end of the year, the one that was postponed from March because of the snow. I'm curious as to whether that one will go ahead. I think it's on the day or what conditions we're going to have for that one. Hopefully it does, of course. We'll wait and see. But just we saw a quick replay there in the background of the Haupt Mercedes going off, and it wasn't that big an impact as it could have been there. I was suspecting a severe connection with the barrier and retardation. It does just seem to glance it. That said, the cars are going out to the grid. I'm just going to have a quick look on the GPS tracker and see if number 6 is out there, the Haupt car. I'd be surprised if it was, but having seen that footage, it might just get out there. Good to see it out.
Well, it certainly would. That's shared with Jordan Love, the Australian racer who races in other championships but dips in every time he possibly can on the Nürburgring. So he'll be a little frustrated, especially as last time Hubert Haupt crashed that. Was it the second lap? That didn't go very far. The number 6 Haupt racing car got to be one of the favourites. And Arjun Maini was coming back this weekend. He's appeared before, the Indian racer, been competing in the GT World Endurance World Challenge Endurance Cup. Now, one little twist this weekend, as we're just under 100 cars, rather than sort of a maximum of about 106 to be run with, traditionally we have 3 starting packs. And you have news, Peter.
Yeah, only 2 this time. We can have up to 70 cars in a pack. But there's only 2 this time because they split it evenly, 52 apiece for the 104 entries. And of course, that's now not happening because we've got 97 odd entries, and I can tell you which ones are in the each group there. If I can just bear with me 1 second, I have it on one of my digital devices. Here we go. So normally it's follows the colours of the German flag of red, yellow, and black. Black starting group 3 isn't happening this time. So start group 1 is Cup X with 1 car, Cup 2 12, Cup 3 12 cars. TCR has 2, as does ATG and SPX. Of course, that's got with one of the Falcon cars and the new 992 being run in there. SP9 has the most cars with 13, SP10 6, 4T has 1, and SP7. We then move over to the second group, and the yellow V4, 5 and 6. They've got 3, 5 and 2 respectively, and then they've got the VTs, VT2s, 3s, and the 240S M2CSs.
Scroll back to SPX for a second, because you give me a little...
Two cars.
2 cars. Oh, you said 1. I thought, oh my gosh, have we lost? Okay, so the KTM was the better of those in qualifying. That's Max Hoffer in 5th place overall, but 13th place is where we find the number 4, Klaus Bachler, driven brand new 992. We saw the first race appearance last time out, 2 weeks ago, run by Manthey Racing. Now it's in the hands of a customer team, a proper customer team in Falcon Motorsport. It looks the business.
And something that occurred to me, we said during that commentary 2 weeks ago, Bruce, of that new car out by Manthey, that it's doing well, it's up there, a strong finish and all that. And then we contradicted ourselves, or I certainly did, by saying, but then again, it's a Porsche, that's what it's supposed to do. The bean counters and everybody at Porsche said that's what it's supposed to do. One vital element we forgot to mention, of course, is being in the SPX category, i.e. not homologated. It's an SP9 car, but it started at the back of the group. Plus, every pit stop, it has a 30-second extra added to its stop. So to finish 3rd overall, actually, I'd be doing one of 2 things. If I was a rival team, I'd be quaking my boots. If I was an owner, I'll be putting an order in one.
Absolutely.
One quickly.
Yes, I felt very embarrassed when I got home and suddenly saw that rule. I thought,
yeah, same. It's exactly the same.
oh my word, that really. I mean, it's lap pace is always good, but what we had last time, and we will probably have this time, and every time that's an NLS, there were large chunks of the track for certain periods of time where we had slow zones, and that really masks the car performance. You know, you could do 10 laps or 8 laps in a stint, and 6 of them could be potentially 40 seconds down on your ultimate pace, and it really is quite hard to find, you know, the regular form on a shorter circuit where you can see that driver's 2 seconds off the pace. He's now 1 second. He's now on the pace. So clearly, the Manthey entry went really well. But this weekend, it'll be starting, well, you know, in that front pack, again, having to fight its way up the order. But Klaus Bachler, you know, if you want a guy who can make a 911 work well, any vintage, he's the guy. But at the very front end of the grid, as we pointed out, it's the story of the Shearer Sport Team Phoenix cars, and Frank Stippler put the number 5 on pole, and the sister car number 16, Kubigin Maziak, who's sharing that with Kelvin van der Linde, will be starting third. And between them, we have EMA. It's the new team from Australia. They competed in the 24 hours of the Nürburgring, but great to have them on board for the championship because, you know, this is for them. They're developing. They're working towards more races in Europe.
Schnabel supported, isn't it? That one? Yes.
No, Manthey.
Manthey's
supporting them. So, in fact, if you look on the entry list, they're actually down as Manthey.
Yes.
So, again, when the entry list gets released every Wednesday before a round of the NLS, there's a scramble to see who's new, who we haven't seen, who's returning, and certainly great to have Kelvin van der Linde in for his first entry this year. But you have to go the whole way down the long order to find some surprising names. Reinhold Reng, he completed already this year. Also, if you look on his entry list, on his name in various websites, he comes down as Randy Walls. But, so he obviously has one pseudonym in there. But another person to look for, I normally see him at the very front end of GT World Challenge grids, is Charles Weerts competing this weekend. And after 13 years with Audi, Team WRT in Belgium, of which Charles' father, Yves, is one of the founders, they're now going with BMW for next year. So what better than racing a BMW in this race? And just trying to look down my entry list, I did write it down, and I even put it... Oh, here we go.
He's probably an Audi.
What? No, he's in a BMW.
Yes, no, so what better? I'd say probably an Audi at the moment.
Oh, well, possibly, but he's...
The car of the
Yeah, but
class,
he's in a production class, but he's racing with Marcus Flesch and Benjamin Goethe. Benjamin also races for the WRT team in the last couple of years in the GT World Challenge. But Marcus Flesch is interesting. He was the former boss of BMW M Sport. So get your friends in the high places and the right places. And they're sharing car number 501. So that won't be at the sharp end of the field, but it's a hotly contested class, about 7 cars in class. But they're sort of bread and butter, if you will, of the Nürburgring Langstrecken Series. BMW's always had a strong presence, and some of the cars have quite a few years on the clock, but the 330i, very popular. We also have the BMW M2 CS Racing Cup, that the car's relatively new, but certainly very impressive. So it's good to see Charles and young Benji Goethe having a go here, because they will obviously have in their sights races like the Nürburgring 24 Hours, and also their championship seasons have pretty much come to an end for 2022. They're young. What do they do at weekends? Haven't got a clue. Go racing. That's what they do. It's the thing that gets their blood flowing. But again, great to see. I mean, yes, they could have kept a Team WRT Audi out and put it over here for them, but why not go with the new manufacturer and just gain experience out of the spotlight, but see where you can pitch yourself. But right now, having been so happy that the sun was in the sky, the mist that was clearing earlier is still sort of hanging around in the back, a bit grey now at the Nordschleife. We're waiting for the start of the race in still 32 minutes. We go off at the top of the hour at 12 o'clock. And if you're new to the Nürburgring Langstrecken Series, welcome aboard. Traditionally, 8 races a year of various lengths, traditionally 4 hours. There is a 6-hour, there is a 12-hour split between 2 days, so it gets mixed around, and you have the mixture of seasons as well, because traditionally it runs from March through to the end of October. This was due to be the final round, but because our second one in March this year was snowed off, the final round will be in a fortnight's time. But again, endless different mixes of cars each weekend keeps us on our toes.
Those of you listening, if you think Bruce has gone mad and hasn't mentioned the 24-hour, he's quite right not to mention it, because it's not part of the NLS series. It's everybody, but there is a noticeable change in the entries over the year. Pre-24-hour, which was end of May this year, everybody's out there. I mean, 160 odd entries etc. Because they all come in, they all say, "Oh no, it's not about the 24 hours, not about the 24 hour." Well, the entry list says otherwise. It certainly is. They're all using that time, and then just afterwards, it changes. It doesn't tail off or drop, but it's a significant change in the entry. Shearer, Phoenix, they're always up there, regardless. They go through it for the championship.
Walk and Horse with their BMWs.
Exactly.
Pro Sport have been really mighty running their Aston Martin as well. But for a lot of teams in the early part of the season, yes, it's getting prepared for the Nürburgring 24 hours, but it's giving them loads of track time. Time of year when testing still has been fairly short demand. When you get towards the end of the year, you start to see new faces in new places, people preparing for the following year. And there's definitely a feeling of that this weekend. And also for an awful lot of drivers, they want to be competing in the next class up. This is a chance for some of them to sort of move up a class, see if that would suit them for the following season. But certainly at the very front end of the grid, the SP9 class, which is for cars of the GT3, so the FIA GT3 category, if you will, that has become so dominant. For a lot of them, it's their chance to get their face up in the shop window and try and land a ride with a Pro-Am lineup or even an All-Pro lineup the following year. And so many young single-seater races have taken the decision very early in their career. Might have done a season in Formula 4, Formula Renault, Formula Regional, and just realised they may not be the one as that point gets fined down with every category they go up. And they then start to look at championships like this, and they see some young guns in here. With sports car racing growing so much, with the World Endurance Championship suddenly having works manufacturers in again, there are openings up there. They'll want the top drivers from this class to go so they can slot in behind. It is a career ladder that didn't exist before in sports and GT racing.
Exactly so. And I think it happens more this part of the season. You say certainly in the lower categories. Sorry, I say lower. That's the wrong way to put it. Not the SP9 headline grabbing category at the front. Those that can win it from Cup 2, whatever it may be, further down the field. But there's an argument, I would say, and an increasing argument for why go single-seater racing, because it's a narrowing pyramid of getting to the ultimate Formula One. Well, we've seen how difficult that is these days. Never mind the budgetary constraints to put on that. But even just getting there, if you're a successful driver, some of these we saw it with the BMW Junior team. Look at those guys and where they can go and learn their craft. One day they're doing an M4 in the 24 hour or whatever it may be. The next time BMW put you in an M20, a 240 or something, because go and drive that because you're a BMW factory driver. But as you said, it's intel all the time, information, experience. Plus that way they get to understand what it's like to be further down the field with GT3 cars coming past them,
which is
just greater depth all the time.
And it's sports car racing. Yeah. It's a multi-class format.
Exactly.
And actually looking at some of the success stories, Nick Yololi, young British driver who's been staunchly BMW for years and years, he'll be racing for the BMW Works World Endurance Championship team. They take him on board, they like him. I'm now going to wind the clock back some considerable amount of time. Back in the mid-1980s, very good friend of mine through racing, Roland Ratzenberger, came in and said, I've been invited to go along and have a trial for the BMW Junior team. And I went, oh my God, all those years of living in grossy, mouldy accommodation, this is your chance. He said, can I just come across and can we have dinner? I want to see how to use a knife and fork, or which ones to hold and where they should go on the table, because Roland didn't want to blow this chance. And he didn't. He became a BMW Works driver, drove those fantastic BMW M3s back in the day when the World Touring Car Championship and the European Touring Car Championship
E30s
were absolutely mighty. But I must say, the German manufacturers in particular, they really know how to run a long-standing works program across all forms of the sport, and if you've got your toe in the door, the world's a good place.
Yeah, I mean BMW, Porsche, Audi, Mercedes, whatever it is, it's all under that banner of German. The product you get on track, whether it be amateur driven, pro-am driven, or pro driven, it just does what it says on the tin. It's just reliable and it's quick, and we've seen it. Talking of which, we've got the new Falcon car out today in a different livery, and it's Earl Koenig livery, which they ran last time when they brought this car out. The Elf King.
Yes, indeed.
I'd love to know why they do that, but their traditional sort of turquoise and blue colours on the number 3 car, but the Andlauer Bachler car in this, what is it called? There's a word for it when they use it on camouflage on new model cars, when they disguise them. There's a phrase for it. It's the same colours, but just like somebody's tripped over the 2 pots of paint next to it and paint dropped it all over the car.
Yeah, no, someone had left a ruck in the rug, but certainly great looking. So when that comes on screen, you'll know. But whereas the traditional one, the number 3, the current standard of car, is starting 6th on the grid. Martin Ragginger qualified, but young Tim Heinemann who's got a very impressive record as he's joining him this weekend. He's been in the team before, but Tim has been DTM Trophy champion in 2020 and this year. This year, though, he did that in a ring racing Toyota, but he is in a Porsche. But young Tim, a new face in ever higher places, so he'll be starting at the sharp end of the grid. And again, having extolled the virtues of one Austrian driver, Klaus Bachler, as being a star in a 911, so is Tim's teammate, Martin Ragginger. You know, just got so many years of experience of racing a 911. But
here's an interesting stat for you.
Go on.
We mentioned about the number of cars on the grid. 98 are actually out on the grid.
Okay.
43
front. Yep. We've got a couple of KTMs, a few Audis at the very sharp end of the field.
Not a
but that is
series,
quite that is quite an astonishing thing. And so the grid's starting to clear. And one of the big things of the Nürburgring Langstrecken series in recent years has just been the accessibility for the fans. They've got a chance to move around the circuit, but why not at the start of the race? You know, later they can find the vantage points, get down, walk around the paddock, get on the grid with the cars. It's something that is very rare. A lot of sports. There's a massive Australian flag waving up near the front of the grid, so maybe Jordan Love's car has been restored.
I would expect it's probably near a Porsche somewhere, isn't it?
An EMA Porsche, perhaps, in second place on the grid. Yes, it is towards the front, but with the sort of thronging mass down there on the grid. And this weekend, wearing slightly thicker jackets than a couple of weekends ago, but it may warm up. But certainly it was a misty morning at the Nordschleife. And again, just talking, Snowy, about the one-day format. Qualify first thing. Who knows what the weather's going to do in the final round in a couple of weeks' time. Again, it could be completely foggy, misty, and the track will invariably be slippery. And if there's any sun hitting, it'll only be hitting part of the circuit, so I have that wonderful mixture, primed for failure rather than success. Dry one side of the track, wet and damp and horrible on the other.
If there weren't enough reasons to tune in on the 5th of November, there's another.
We'll bring you fireworks.
That's the Australian flag, of course, for the EMA car, because it's qualified P2, hasn't it?
Indeed.
Yeah.
Qualified
right up there, front row.
By Dennis Olsen, that famous Australian from Norway.
Yes.
One car that qualified really well, SPX class, is starting 5th on the grid.
Extraordinary.
KTM Crossbow. We thought it looked absolutely brilliant. Reinhard Koffler knows these cars forwards, backwards and sideways. But don't forget, the KTM Crossbow keeps becoming refined. And Max Hoffer driving it alongside, and I believe set that the pole time in class, 5th overall. And just to give you an idea of that respective pace, just under 5 seconds, just over 5 seconds down on the ultimate pace of the driver who knows this circuit forward, backwards and sideways, Frank Stippler. So when conditions were greasy, slightly poor visibility this morning, with all those years, when I say years, I mean decades of knowledge around the Nordschleife, Frank was able to just do what he did. So he's in another class in many ways, but and that makes Dennis Olsen's lap good for second on the grid in the EMA Porsche all the more impressive. He has experience of the Nürburgring, but nothing like your Frank has. So fans moving away. 4 hours to play from midday in Germany through to 4 in the afternoon. And in fact, if you think another few weeks, it'll not be quite getting dark when they finish, but certainly the light will be starting to fade a little bit from the day. There could be some dramatic end-of-season shots. We may even get some lovely shots this afternoon. The sun will be going down. It won't be anything like sunset, but certainly the sky will continue to change. But good news is the tyres out around the grid, but the tyres without any grip on them whatsoever. Any tread, they are the slicks. So it's all set fair for the moment. So nervous times for some of the crews down there as they contemplate. But it looks as though for now it's going to be a more uniform track. But don't forget, just at the previous round, the cars went around from a dry grid and they got halfway around the track, around to sort of, well, I don't know, nowhere particularly serious, somewhere like Adenauer Bridge, and it was wet. So that led to a lot of cars coming in before they even took the start of the race to change tyres. Today it looks as though it's an easier choice. You'll be starting, come what may, on slick tyres.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's
if you're not in a production class.
Sorry, Bruce. I think that's effectively qualifying as well. Just looking at the Valkenhorst BMW. Jake Dennis there getting into P20 with a 2 minute? Different circuit.
He's
9
quick.
minutes.
He's always been quick.
He'll be very quick. That was first sector. 9 minute 43. Just bear in mind that 19th is a 9 minute 19. So that tells you the story of who gets caught out on the weather there. Fastest lap or pole position, of course, Frank Stippler on an 8:53. So some, 50 seconds up the road.
But Jake Dennis, I was about to come to him. I mean, just want to let you know, he was the Intersteps champion, a very minor British Formula single-seater series 2011. But he's been an absolute star in Formula E in recent years. He's always been quick. He's raced. He got off the single-seater train quite a while back, GP3 back in 2016, but really since then he did a bit of World Endurance Championship, lots of GT racing, and then Formula E. So expect him to work his way forward. And just to let you know what he's driving, car number 34, showing with Christian Cronjes. It's the 34 Walk-on-Horse Motorsport BMW. That's one of the M4 GT3s that have been so effective indeed since they were introduced. And that will be black and white race livery on that one.
Always one to watch. Certainly there. 2 entries there, 34 and 36, of course. They've got Jörg Müller, Mario van Bolen and Dennis Fetzer in the 36 car as well.
Well, Dennis has jumped across. Last time out, we saw him in one of the Lion Speed by Car Collection Audis. I think actually was his the one that we saw backwards against the barriers. It could be. Do you remember partway through the race we thought it hit the barriers on both sides? I could look back through my entry list. It was car number 24, I seem to recall. Right, Frank Stippler will be starting from pole position. He's handed his banana skin to the mechanic to take away. A little bit of a... Yeah, thank you. Just the one today.
Is that to place under the wheels of the EMA Porsche alongside it? It's too quick. Put banana skin under it.
It's an old joke, it works.
Sorry, Frank.
I do believe it was Dennis Fetzer who had the moment that took the 24 Audi out. So he's across the board this weekend and trying something a little bit different. 1 minute until the cars will be released from the grid to go around their formation lap. The race will be starting at, well, 19 minutes from now. But the grid... I always love this moment where you can finally see, and for EMA Motorsport with their Porsche being run for them by Manthey here in Germany, well, we've got a clear line of sight on the left of the grid from our point of view, looking back towards the pit building. So the pit wall side is the pole starting number 5 Audi from Phoenix alongside the EMA Motorsport Porsche. And so a clear view to its 2 shades of blue, bit of black and white livery on there, and right behind another Porsche tucked in 4th place on the grid. Alessio Picariello here in a green Dynamic Motorsports Porsche. So blue Porsche second on the grid, green Porsche, bright green, sitting tucked in behind in 4th on the grid. And it's the 2 Phoenix Audis on the pit wall side. The green flag is waved and we're waiting for Frank Stippler to get it a-rolling. Safety car leads them away. Be Frank Stippler doing the first half of this race. Well, the first part of this race. It should be 4 parts. We might get drivers doing part 1 and part 2 to take us the halfway point in the race, or we might get them doing session 1, session 3, and the teammate doing session 2, session 4. But a lot of the cars have 3 drivers in the lineup, so obviously they will have to handle it that little bit differently.
And again, obviously we do have cars with 4 drivers in it, so some of them very occasionally. But again, it's something that changes notably throughout the season, quite early on. Quite a lot of teams, even the top ones, rotate 4 drivers, and it's just finding out weaknesses, strengths, whatever, data information, data building, putting it to one side. Right, you'd be better paired with that person, or in this conditions, who's good in the dry, who's good in the damp, who's good, and that's the key one. This morning the circuit is still quite damp out there. That certainly sort of on the pit straight, you can see it as we go get a video of going through the first turn there. Still a little bit of a few damp patches. It's not much to slow them down, but that's the driver's worst nightmare, is that halfway house. Another one or the other. You either want it completely dry and sunny, or totally wet, because you know exactly what you've got. That's it. You can just reset the brain. Slightly odd phrase for the racing driver, I know, but bear with me. This bit, when it's in between, you're never really sure. And it comes in this place, you've got such a long lap as well. And you can't get complacent either. Not on the Nord side.
No, because there's always going to be someone soaring away at your heels, snapping away. But right now, as the cars are being led around rather gently, the track looks fully dry on the Grand Prix loop. But as the first of the 2 starting groups, yes, 2 today, not 3, because we don't have as many cars as some of the ultimate rounds we have earlier in the season, so we can get away with 2 starting groups, which would be a big benefit, I would suggest. What we comment, when we have 3 starting groups, it does mean the lead group, the leader of the lead group of car, catches the slowest car in the slowest group really rather soon. This time with just the 2 starting groups means that it should take a little longer until the lead car comes around and catches the tail of the field, and then the remainder of the 4 hours you're overtaking all those ones many times indeed, because certainly an SP9 class, anything, whatever insert name of manufacturer here, is a very quick bit of machinery, and however you cut it, the Dacia Logan, try as they might, ain't quite as good. Just under 14 minutes for the best lap there for the Dacia Logan, bringing up the rear of the grid. But at the front end of the grid, we've got, of course, the SP9 class cars, and just on their heels, just as quick in the straight line, sometimes actually a little bit more acceleration, the cars running in the Porsche Cup class. Cup Cup 2. We've got a good field of those, a dozen of those. And they can get in the mix. We've seen them getting towards the tail of the top 10. And this time we've got the True Racing Reinhard Koffler, Max Hoffer KTM starting from 5th on the grid. So again, a mix of cars up at the top, and immediately behind that's lead group of SP9 cars. You've got that phalanx, that dozen car field in the Cup 2 class. Right, the second batch of cars now being led down into the Mercedes complex through turn 1 into turn 2. Still see damp patches just on the exit of turn 1, but if you're hitting those on the right hand side of the track, you really have got something wrong. Your natural line should take you out towards the curbing on the outside. And one of the beauties, Peter, is the fact that it's such a wide corner going into turn 1. It does provide opportunities for foolery.
It does, and we saw our 6th place starter last race just 2 weeks ago, being the Racing One Ferrari with Jody Fannin at the start of that. He got up 2 places to 4th, doing exactly that, using all the outside and running it around a little bit. And it was he got onto that bit there, you say over the curb to go into the Mercedes loop, but then it's that nanosecond. It just got away with it, but then pulled back in again. And couldn't, and actually lost 2 places back again. Always
so tricky, but quite right. We always talk about hero to zero, zero to hero, but a bit of caution is something that's very, very welcome indeed.
Well, it's a fine divide, isn't it, between caution and what's the famous phrase, hero to zero? And I thought it was a gap, and was it Ayrton Senna that said, "The day I no longer go for a gap, I'm no longer a racing driver"? That's all well and good, but it's got to be measured. It's got to be considered.
But what is missing this year? We are missing David Pittard, the pit bull, who was the king of the mighty star. It didn't really matter where he qualified. He used to be.
True.
He'd be the only driver who gained about half a dozen, if not more, positions before they turned onto the Nordschleife.
And pairing with Nicky Team, and just watch, as you say, almost just starting from the pit lane for the sake of it.
Yeah.
Just for the entertainment value. This only 2 starting groups this time. I'm going to give that first group a little bit longer on the track. Who said that I'm going to catch up quite so quickly, so they're going to get a little bit more freestyle, a bit more time on the Nordschleife on their own, which is going to be a little bit more fun. Obviously, it will affect the race slightly because there's a whole group missing, effectively 30 to 40 cars less than normal. So that should make overtaking easier as a rule, but I'm not sure it will.
Einmal im Rennwagen über die Nordschleife. Ein Traum vieler Rennfans, der für die allermeisten nie Realität wird, mit dem neuen Gran Turismo 7 aber ein ganzes Stück realistischer. Mit der neuesten Auflage des Kultspiels für die Konsole fahren wir zu den wichtigsten Streckenabschnitten der grünen Hölle. Die AMG Arena. Erstes Nadelöhr nach dem Start und durch die unterschiedlichen Linien ein toller Ort für Positionskämpfe auf der Grand Prix-Strecke. Auffahrt Nordschleife. Nach der Vidol-Schikane biegen wir ab vom Grand Prix-Kurs. Hier beginnt der 20 Kilometer lange Ritt durch die grüne Hölle so richtig. Fuchsröhre. Mit Vollgas bergab, durch die Kompression und den Berg wieder rauf. Wie so oft auf der Nordschleife, kein Platz für Fehler. Breitscheid, der tiefste Punkt der Nordschleife. Die Brücke über die Hauptstraße von Adenau ist ein Zuschauermagnet. Das Karussell, benannt nach Rudolf Caracciola, einem der ersten Heroen des Rings. Die alten Betonplatten der Steilkurve sind Kult. Brünnchen, der Zuschauer-Hotspot. Ob beim Rennen oder bei Touristenfahrten, ob bei brütender Hitze oder im strömenden Regen, hier ist immer etwas los. Die Döttinger Höhe. Windschattenschlacht bei 270 km/h und die Überholmöglichkeit schlechthin am Ende der Nordschleifenrunde mit dem neuen Gran Turismo 7. Und damit von der virtuellen wieder zur realen Nordschleife.
wir progressiv beschleunigen. Schön gefühlvoll und eingelenkt.
Falkenreifen.
World's First Asphalt Watch. Die ersten Zifferblätter aus echtem Rennstreckenasphalt. Auf dem Asphalt wurden Legenden geboren und magische Momente erlebt. Coblor.
Liebe Fans,
besucht unsere
Social-Media-Kanäle
Von Facebook,
Instagram, YouTube, Twitter und TikTok. Willkommen zu NLS.
Cars circulating the fields. It's a brightish but no longer sunny morning. We did have sun, but it did start with mist. So I think it's going to be a grey day here. We might have seen the very best of it. But the good news as we look down from the Rover Live helicopter as the cars snake their way towards the second half of their formation lap. We've got 97, possibly 98 cars coming out to play today. and we'll have just the 2 starting groups rather than 3, which means it should be slightly longer before the very fastest car in the field, the car that's leading that lead group, catches the tail of the pack, giving a little more time for a bit of pure racing at the front. And then it will turn into effectively being what it is: sports car racing, multi-class racing. So you can have people considerably off the ultimate pace, not their fault, they're driving a car of production class, versus these front-running SP9 cars which run to the GT3 specification. They are very, very quick indeed, and at the front of the championship. This is the penultimate round for 2022, and a high shot over the circuit. The Nürburgring does look magnificent, every shade from green through gold to bright, bright yellow as the leaves are turning here in the Eiffel Forest. But certainly, Peter Snowden, it's a day which drivers will notice there's rather less heat in their tyres, in the track, less grip. The outlap is going to be, the first racing lap is going to be very interesting indeed.
And I can't help it, Bruce, and I'm going to let you down gently here. I love sitting next to you talking about these races, but boy, would I still like to be out there now. Certainly in those conditions, I still want to be out there. What car would you give me? I don't know.
Dacia Logan Estate.
Too quick. At least more aerodynamic.
Yes. Yeah. I mean, one thing that really mustn't ever be underplayed is the level of the cars running at the front of the field. The SP9 class cars running to GT3 format. I mean, it's been a global phenomenon. GT3 has had its ups and downs. It's had its GT1s, and then everything gets recalibrated. But here, as the cars go down the Dottinger Höhe, snaking all the drivers in the front dozen cars, know they've got a real handful under them. It's a beast. And then behind them, you've got a dozen cars in the Porsche Cup class car, which dozen of those they'll be tucked in behind. And then, of course, we've got GT4 class cars, we've got production-based cars, we've got specials. And for the second meeting running, we've got one of the 992-based 911 GT3Rs. It's the next generation, and the first time out, run by Manthey Racing, it finished 3rd overall. That was from starting from the back of the top class, and each of its 3 pit stops taking an extra 30 seconds that was mandated. So very, very difficult, but good enough not just to finish the race, that was a tick, to come through 3rd. So looking very good indeed.
So I was thinking, why did the 992 Manthey run last time started at the back of the group, and this time it's being under EMA? Why is it allowed to be on the front row?
Good point.
Should be at the back of the group. Maybe
No. The EMA one is not the new one. The new one is the number.
Sorry, yes, correct.
It's the Falcon car, number 74.
Sorry, it is the Falcon car. You're absolutely right. That's right. Yeah, sorry that you.
Not 74. 74 is the one second on the grid. It's the one with the fabulous Falcon livery, but sort of redefined. But right now we've got Frank Stippler on pole positions. Alongside will be the EMA Motorsport, the Porsche entered from Australia, and all the cars on their little air intakes are covered in leaves from that outlap. Hopefully they will disperse, but those won't be a helping hand. Those further back in the pack do not have the leaves, so slight problem possibly for the EMA Porsche and the Frank Stippler, and Kubicki Maziak's car as well. So there's a little interesting factor. Maybe temperature won't be too much of an issue today. It's cool at the Nürburgring, but it most definitely is autumn. But the first 2 cars, their grills are packed with leaves. A beautiful colour they may be, but of no use at all. So waiting for the start, the lights are still red. Absolutely fabulous 2x2 formation, and looked as though the dynamic Porsche might have taken the lead from 4th on the grid. It got the yes, it has. The bright green car qualified 4th, fastest by Alessio Picariello into the first corner first. Frank Stippler tucks in behind, and the old Falcon, Porsche goes around the outside of turn 1, around the outside of the dynamic Porsche into the lead of the race. Whoa, what a move from that one, and that was beautifully driven there by young Tim Heinemann. However, he's on the inside for the 3rd part of the corner, and Picariello, having had that brilliant start, doesn't want to give it up. Poor Frank Stippler is back into 5th place, and the KTM Crossbow tagged the end of Kubicki Maziak's Audi, didn't spin it around, but suddenly it's very, very busy. We've got a Porsche Cup class car up into 4th place, 120. That's David Yarn up from outside the top 10 into 4th place. Just trying to see if everyone's stayed on the track. He's just ahead of the KTM Crossbow. Frank Stippler's down behind it. So Frank being a little bit cautious, but
he's got past again. It was David Yarn that squeezed Frank Stippler onto the grass there. Frank Stippler tried to take what he thought he was right for the position. It's like, I'm not expecting a Cup 2 Porsche to be there. So a bit of a shocking moment there, and Stippler took to the grass. He's now trying to squeeze by into 2nd place, not quite getting past the car, the Dynamic Motorsport Porsche, that is using all the curbs coming up to these two. You'd have thought this was a sprint race of one lap around the GP circuit.
Half of that.
Yeah, as they get onto the Sabine-Schmitz curve to start the Nordschleife. And this is a 4-hour race, and they're not touching paddles, total respect between them, but they're literally power sliding out, using all the curbs, bits of grass, you name it, just for second and third place.
I have seen some 1-hour GT sprint races, which has been less overtaking than we've seen in the Mercedes arena on the opening lap. But if you're fans of Falco Motorsport, their contemporary car, the 911 GT3R, got a really, really good lead. But actually, Alessio Picariello has suddenly taken back from Tim Heinemann. When they turned into Sabine-Schmitz curves, there were 8-10 car lengths. Now that it's down to about 3 car lengths, and the first 3 cars starting to make good their escape. We've still got that Porsche Cup Class car in 4th place overall, and that will maybe slightly delay those behind. So for the first 3, that's looking very good. Alessio Picariello chasing Tim Heinemann, and in behind Kubicki Maziak's number 16 Audi as well. Sorry, it's Kelvin van der Linde who's taken that at the start of the race in that one. We often take a half a lap or so to get all the starting drivers coming through. Former winner of the Nürburgring 24 Hours, that's not a bad little helping hand to have. And of course, ADAC GT champion a handful of years ago. That was 2019. Gosh, the years go by. Second group of cars, nice, neat, tidy start, led by one of the VW Golfs and a BMW, looking at having a bit more grunt going around the outside of it, down into turn 1. Second Golf coming into 3rd position. Neat and tidy. Porsche Caymans in the mix as well. And don't go waiting. Do not hold your breath for the 3rd starting group of cars we have here traditionally. Because today, with the field just under 100 cars, 97, 98 cars, we have the facility to run just the 2 starting groups, which is a big helping hand, I think, for a lot of the class cars.
Well, very battle-scarred, I think it's 871, is it, at the front of this group now, M240, just getting under severe pressure from one of the Golfs, TCR just behind it. But battle-scarred already from qualifying, I'm guessing. And that car also full of, its grille air intake full of leaves, which might be a problem. It is 871 as well, yes. That's leading start group 2. At the moment, under severe pressure from not 1 but 2 of the Golfs now.
Yeah, number 10 right in the mix. It's easy, we can say a black one and a white one within the groups of cars. But they're enjoying the part of the circuit that has the most grip. It's the newest part of the circuit. It's the Grand Prix track that was built in the mid-1980s. But the front runners in that second group of cars are now turning left into the first of the Sabine-Schmitz curves, and importantly, suddenly you don't have all the space around you, you've got trees around you. Now, one car has got a garage around it. Unfortunately, that's the number 170 Toyo tyres with Ring Racing Supra. That has not made the start of the race. Tischner, Guden and Tongers. That's Michael Tischner, Andreas Guden and Heiko Tongers, always featuring. And that's a shame, because there was another Toyota Supra to race with them this weekend from Teichmann Racing. That was Jörg Griesmann, Mike Ronifar, Volta and Felix von der Laden. They're out on the grid, out on the track. But right now, when I said it was 10 lengths between first car and second car, it went down to 2. It just went down to half a car length. And certainly Tim Heinemann's being made to work very, very hard indeed. But what's happening in behind? Frank Stifler, having been muscled back from first to second, third, fourth, fifth to sixth, is now back in the 4th. He's catching his teammate, which is Kelvin van der Linde. That's the green, red and white Audi. That's in 3rd, and they're both changed for the lead. So Tim Heinemann, having been so bold, is now being a little bit cautious. And Alessio Picariello, the Belgian driver, is going, no, I've done with caution. I've done a quarter of the lap. I'm now going to make my break. So he's got about an 8 car length lead. Tim Heinemann, the number 3 Porsche from Falco Motorsport, back as they reach the carousel into 2nd place. Then 3rd and 4th, the 2 Phoenix Audis coming through, nose to tail behind. Then still the leading car in the Porsche Cup Class car, being driven brilliantly by David Jahn, holding down 5th place, right in behind that EMA Porsche that started on the outside the front row, quicker out of the corner, but has got to find a way past, and that's Dennis Olsen.
Yeah, the number 3 Falcon Porsche there, just we saw that bit coming up towards the carousel, Bruce, with Tim Heinemann, it visibly slowed. In the old days, as I said, it missed gear.
Yeah.
Highly unlikely in this day and age, but it had that sudden, that just didn't continue to go forward, didn't continue to advance. So just keep an eye on that, whether that's going to be an issue or not. But it took a while for the number 16 Audi with it's Kelvin van der Linde at the wheel, isn't it? With Kuba Kumaziak to jump into that car second. Took a while for that car to get past the SPX category KTM Crossbow, the number 53 car.
Yeah, Reinhard Koffer.
Now, he's not shamed anybody according to...
No, he not according to the entry list, but I noticed it was qualified by a Hofer, which would normally be Max Hofer. Now, the EMA Porsche, Dennis Olsen right under the rear wing of the Porsche Cup class car, number 120, David Yarn on board. That's in an Avia race livery, red, white and black, but you can sense the frustration from Dennis Olsen.
And huge respect to David Yarn, because in reality, he's got no right to be there.
No, none at all.
In a Cup 2 car. So that's mighty, mighty impressive. But we've said this before, many a time with these GT3 cars at the front as they are. So SB9, as we call them in this series, they're held back a little bit. They've got quite a bit more air and a little bit, about 20% less power than full SRO GT3 type cars for the Nordschleife, which means a Cup 2 and even a GT4 car in a straight line can out-drag it. So conditions like this, where it's still that not quite fully dry, that gives the David and Goliath, it gives them the opportunity to just put a little bit of surprise there. I still think that Falcon Motorsport number 3 car, Tim Heinemann, is not at full song.
Well, it really scurried clear when they were going around the Grand Prix loop, but once they got to the country, suddenly Alessio Picariello wants to tell, now change for second position because Kelvin van der Linde in the green, red and white Phoenix Audi goes around the outside, but he's on the outside 2 wheels beyond the white line. And as they get towards the end of the lap, the Porsche from Falcon Motorsport goes back in front, young Tim Heinemann, but he didn't block enough of 3 abreast. How would you like to see your Phoenix Audis? One coming past either side. That's what happened just before Tiergarten and Frank Stippler. Well, he thought, well, you know what, I'll overtake you, Falcon Motorsport Porsche. I'll also overtake my teammate as well. I can't wait to see a replay of that. So the Phoenix Audis, a blink of an eye ago, were 3rd and 4th. Now they're 2nd and 3rd, setting off after Alessio Picariello, who's cleared by 2 seconds, almost on the nose at the end of that opening lap, off that brilliant start where he certainly anticipated the start very well indeed. And hats off to David Yarn. Started the lap down in outside the top 10, comes through in 5th place in his Cup 2 Porsche. Good job.
Now, the Van Toor brothers demonstrated during the 24-hour there that a Porsche and an Audi don't really go into Tiergarten that well together, side by side. Well, they were being polite, keeping each other's way, and you say Frank Stippler said, well, thank you very much. Well, while you're deciding, ladies, I'll go by the pair of you. So you'd almost say it was a cynic, and he would say it was teamwork.
Unfortunately, the Manthey Racing Porsche, the 911, is limping in, and that is Thomas Preining, Austrian racer. A lot of Austrian Porsche 911 racers once you start to tot them up.
No puncture on, I can see quickly at a quick glance, so nothing obvious there. So that may well be there's a bit more terminal Bruce. That's going to pop into the garage. If that doesn't go in, I'll be amazed.
And in the background of the shot, as they start the second lap, into 5th place now has gone the EMA Porsche. That should drop the Cup 2 Porsches. Dennis Olsen, he was cautious, he was careful, he waited for the moment and did it. One of the points where it was easy, and in fact he's already got about a 2-second margin, maybe a second and a half, as they reach the Vidal chicane, as he starts to drop David Yarn, who's got lots of space back to the next in line, which should be number 55, the Landgraf Motorsport Mercedes, with Patrick Assenheimer at the wheel. The 34 BMW Walkenhorst version started Christian Cronjes and Jake Dennis. That started, we said 20th, didn't we? And that's had a problem. Has it even gone around and done an outlap, or did it report straight to the pits? But no, I think that's just reported in at the end of its first flying lap. Yes, Christian Cronjes started and it came across the line in 18th place overall. Would have been slightly higher than that, but of course it slowed down to come into the pits. So, Frank Stippler having produced that brilliant move, just as Kelvin van der Linde thought he was pulling off a brilliant move to pass Tim Heinemann as they approached Tiergarten. And then on the other side, out of shot, effectively, Frank Stippler moved up into that 2nd place. But at the start of this lap, let's not finish this sentence because we talked on the end of the formation lap, but the front 2 cars that were going around behind the safety car had their grills, their air intakes absolutely filled with autumnal leaves. Well, when the Grello Porsche came in, they had to sweep out an awful lot of grass from just above its front splitter, so maybe there was an off, maybe someone had an off in front of them, but that has been slowed, but will be pressing on again. At least it's going back into the race, and that's Thomas Preining at the wheel.
You don't want rising engine temperatures at this early in the race, do you?
No, most certainly not. But I think the story is now Frank Stippler looks like he's settling down into that 2nd place. And certainly he's pulled off the move on Kelvin van der Linde. Kelvin's trying to wave the flag for the other Phoenix Audi, which he's sharing this weekend with Kuba Girmasiak. And Kuba is keen to get as many points as he can because he leads the SP9 class after 6 of this year's 8 rounds of the NLS. Yeah, super slow-mo shots of the cars. You can almost count the leaves on the front grille. I think it was 32 on the grille of the pole-starting Audi and only 24 on the EMA Porsche that started alongside it on the front row. But right now, bragging rights with the car that started 4th, with the driver who started 4th, the driver who was first before the opening corner. His name? Alessio Picariello, racing this weekend for Dynamic Motorsport.
And threading the needle there through that section of the track. I'm just trying to see where it is, actually. That is... It's car number 30, isn't he? Just coming to Ex-Müller. So just before that, the bit we've seen there through Veersiphon. It very clearly under the trees there, we've got an aerial shot from the helicam there. You could see that wet dry. There is a dry line. Other parts of the circuit now, we can see down at Adana, it's far drier. It's more exposed. But under the trees, less so. And you could really see that car just Picariello having to just keep control of it, just twitching a little bit. 2 wheels on the damp, 2 wheels on the dry, and then you see the car move around. Nothing dramatic. On board, it probably looked very different. But not easy conditions yet, and certainly not, more to the point, consistent conditions on a lap yet for any of these drivers.
And I think the real telltale, the drivers who are able to take the biggest risks are those who are most conversant and confident with their cars, and that is the drivers at the front of the field. But that said, they must have a slow zone coming up because our race leader, Alessio Picariello, just slowed enormously, almost seemingly to a stop. Certainly he was being caught by Frank Stippler, but now the first 3, not quite line astern, but there are course vehicles. There's a car facing, it's into the barriers on driver's right as they go around. We need to scroll in. It looks like a Cup 2 Porsche. It's white with a yellow roof. And that has come to a standstill. It's car number 119. That's a Click Verescherung team, and it was Robin Tranowski who'd started that and unfortunately stopped it. And when looking from above, the narrowness, the gap between the barrier on one side of the track, a small grass verge, the track, and even smaller grass verge, if you park 2 Porsche 911s nose to tail, you have just about enough space to push a shopping trolley between them. That is the gap from one barrier to another. If Peter and I constantly talk about parts of the Nürburgring, much of the Nürburgring being narrow, we are not joking.
Well, you mentioned, just going back to the, there seems to be no need for barrier repairs there. We've got another car stopped on the left. Is that?
It's black and yellow. It's another Porsche 911.
It is.
And again, just waiting for ID as we go. No, it's the Aston Martin. It's dark green. The bonnet is off.
Yeah.
And Guido Dumoulin had started. Oh, unlucky Aston Martin fans. Driver over the barriers, looking up, not quite waving at the helicopter, but
looks like it's got front right damage, so that's why the bonnet's off. So it's obviously collected something. The wheel looks like it's intact, but it's a lot of the inner wing missing there, and headlamp as well as the bonnet. So that's obviously connected with something there. Very, very sad. And what car number is that?
Car number 17. That's the Pro Sport Racing. He was sharing that with Christoph Breuer, who qualified very well. I think it was in 10th place, as it was 10th on the grid. Talking of the grid, Snow, car number 6. We saw it crashed in qualifying, and that didn't get to start. Hout Racing Team, Mercedes. That was unfortunately Lucas Auer, who had a little moment exiting Galgenkopf. We couldn't tell. We didn't get to see the car after it had been brought back. We didn't know the extent of the damage. That didn't get to start the race. So last race it did a lap and a quarter. This race, none whatsoever. So very frustrating for Hubert Hout. The team based just across the road from the circuit. In fact, if they looked out of their left-hand windows when going down the Dottinghoe, they could wave to the team base.
Well, I'm just looking at the ticker, because you mentioned about the 911, the man-type Porsche, coming into the pits and getting all that, the leaves out of the grille there, but it came in very slowly.
It did come in slowly.
It didn't race in to have that high, I've got a lot of high water temperature or something, race in, get it cleared now. So I'm thinking that's secondary. What's interesting is that there's rumour on ticker, and it's just not quite sure. It's like we've got a couple of GPS glitches at the moment. And on that note, by the way, the number 4 Falcon car, its GPS sensor isn't always working properly. So if you look on the timing screens, that may throw some curveballs in there. But it looks like 17 and 911 might have had a connection. That's the Pro Sport Aston.
Okay.
Because there's the ticker's telling me that the 911 9-type Porsche has indeed collected the barrier at Kesselchen on the first lap. And I'm just trying to see where the 117's off. 119, my apologies.
Yeah, I was
Yes.
I was doubling back. I suddenly thought, is it 119, 117? But again, and what I must say...
17, my part, I'm getting myself...
Oh, the Aston Martin. And
completely confused everybody.
The 119 Porsche was off and the 17. Now, one car that is making progress, or trying to at the moment, is, of course, we've had David Yarn running so well in the Porsche Cup class, but he has now got a bit more company in the terms of large Mercedes. Meanwhile, as a move for the lead of the race, being attempted and achieved by Frank Stippler, sweeping down. Oh, will Alessio Picariolo let him go round the outside? The outside is all he's offering. Oh, side-by-side contact. Stippler, how did he hold that? I'm sorry, looking at that, I would say Alessio Picariolo was a little bit robust because he narrowed the options, then narrowed them some more. At that point, Frank Stippler was committed. He was on the right-hand side, driver's point of view, as they're approaching the twisters at the end of the lap, and was on the grass, and it snapped one way, and he was super. His reflexes were phenomenal to control
Frank
that.
Stippler, wasn't he?
He was Frank Stippler, and he still is. But
other Falcon car into the pits, number 3, by the way, just popped into the pits behind that. Just noticed that in the background. But I'll definitely concur with what you've just said there, Bruce. That you're not going to need to fire Frank Stippler up now. But if that was me, I'd be absolutely furious in that car, because that was a big moment, and he did get squeezed onto the grass.
Right, what's Tim Heinemann in for in the number 3 Porsche, the car that led? Oh, well, Frank Stippler's saying, you rub me and I will rub you. They're going through the second and third corners of the Mercedes arena, and Frank Stippler, always cool, calm and collected. Well, he nearly was collected, wasn't he? But there he rubbed, and his teammate has dived up the inside of the dynamic Porsche. They're not all going to get round the cut through. Somehow they have, but the 2 Phoenix Audis went into that first and third, have come out first and second. So the order, I think, is going to change shortly. Stippler, Van der Linde and Alessio Picariolo, who probably needs to just bring it back a little bit.
I was just going to say, I'm sorry, but I think Picariolo's just a little bit over-driving, a little bit over-defensive there. Frank Stippler, exactly as you said, Bruce, just played the game perfectly there, and just, okay, you started this, I wouldn't do this necessarily, I wouldn't initiate it, but if you start it, I'll do it back. But what he did beautifully was, he just gave him a little rub in there to say, I can do that as well. But at a part of the track where it just then played into the favour of his teammate and said, if you're going to do that, then we'll work as a team. Both of us ahead of you now.
I think it was
also
also
a little message to Picariolo.
It was also part of the track. Oh, the outer arena Mercedes came in as well. So a flurry of pit stops early on. So Markovic was in. I fear that could be the no. I think that could be the new Falcon Motorsport Porsche. It's number 4. Klaus Bachler has stopped just at the Sabine Schmitz curves with just 2 laps on the board. Oh, that is interesting.
Not a good place to be parked either. Just sitting out there.
No, certainly not. So a flurry of cars coming into the pits, rather catching me by surprise there. And let's just run through. So Tim Heinemann came in. He did fleetingly lead the race in the contemporary 911 from Falcon Motorsport, the sister car, now off the track. But Heinemann came in, standard pit stop, out again. Patrick Assenheimer in and out of the number 55 Landgraf Mercedes, and also in and out car number 11, Schnitzelarm Racing Mercedes. That's Marcel Marchevitz staying on board. Didn't hand over to Marek Bockman. You don't just do 2 laps and hop out. Don't deserve your coffee for that. And also, remember, we saw at the end of the first lap the number 34 Walkenhorst Motorsport Mercedes as well. So for Landgraf, that was probably a standard pit stop, but just remember that a handful of cars, 3 of the front-running cars coming in after just 2 laps to make their pit stops. So, meanwhile, one says, going back to this analogy of first, second and third, and how those places keep on changing. At the end of last lap, Picariolo led by 0.3 of a second. 3 corners later, he was back into second. 2 corners after that, he was back into third position overall. And a lot of drivers now settling down, a lot of personal laps, personal best laps coming through as well. Of course, we mentioned how on the opening lap the drivers having to be cautious. Any high up shot, the helicam looks down and you can see the racing line, which at the moment is about wide enough for 1.5 cars. On a track that's only wide enough for 2 cars. But certainly now the Phoenix Audis starting to stretch a tiny bit of an advantage. We've still got the top 3 cars covered by, I don't know, about 2 seconds on the nose. But Frank Stippler, having been pushed and shoved, showed he could do the same at the start of this lap. Went through into the lead on the exit of the Mercedes arena. Now he's got teammate for this weekend, Kelvin van der Linde, tucked into second place, and a tiny bit more of a gap back to third place, which is Alessio Picariolo. But certainly, having seen that moment, you've run top speed the whole way down the Dottinger Höhe, and then all drivers know the track goes uphill, slightly to the left, track kinks, and Frank Stippler was on the outside, and then he was offered rather less of an option of tarmac to aim for. Got on the grass, got a twitch on, collected it, saved it, and showed he too could be robust at the start of this current lap. And right now, the Phoenix is looking very tidy indeed. First and second of Dynamic Motorsport. Their Porsche started so well by Alessio Picariello. Back into third place, a nice sense. Just starting to fall away, maybe, possibly very slightly, but of course, why was the gap coming down? Because the drivers are reaching a slow zone, almost coming to a standstill, as they did last time around, because of course we've got the number 119 Porsche at the side of the circuit, and the number 17 Aston Martin. We saw that a short while ago at the side of the track, minus the front, minus the bonnet of the car. The 119 Porsche from the Cup 2 class now being winched onto a flatbed, so that's good. That should be cleaned up within the next few minutes. But we've said this before, we'll say it again, Snowy, trying to keep on top of incidents around a track like this. These marshalling crews and rescue crews have to be absolutely at the top of their game.
Yeah, absolutely. So, just looking at the incident vehicle picking up that Porsche on the side of the track there, there must be a reason for it which we can't see. But the recovery truck parked at a 30-35 degree angle, which is narrowing the track at a very narrow part anyway, and there's only a small strip of grass there anyway. So that code 6, the car's having to almost thread their way through the leading cars there. I'm just quite surprised because the Porsche was on the left. Why not park alongside it and pick it up? So there must be a reason. We're not doing the recovery. They know best. But I'm just surprised it's not parked parallel on the track, taking up a lot of space.
It was almost done with intent, wasn't it? I thought. But anyhow, that's been cleaned up at Whipperman, and I think all is going to be good within the next few minutes. However, as soon as one normally announces that all is good, something else can happen, because that's what happens on this track. We've got 4 hours of racing. We've only burnt our way through 23 minutes of those. We've had plenty of overtaking at the front of the field. Been fantastic to watch. And at this penultimate race of the series, one has to be aware also there are a few little class battles one needs to look at, because we have many classes of varying performance rankings of the cars, and you know, the car we need to look for is out on the circuit. Oh, here it is. Zils Sandberg at Sandberg and Setsas, car number 500, a BMW 330i. It leads the overall championship, because all the different classes, they put their points in a pot, and being most successful in its class needs next to nothing to win. This is by my maths. I think it needs to finish, as long as there's 7 cars in its class, it needs to finish 5th or higher. And at the moment, the number 500 being driven as tidily and neatly as ever. Just going to scroll down and see where it's sitting in its class. But they've just got to go around and then they can put it in the bag. Sindri Setchus is running 3rd in the VT2R rear and 4-wheel drive class. So he's where he needs to be. So for the number 500, it will be cautious, careful, consistent, and that really is the hallmark of succeeding across all the various weather patterns, temperatures, dry, wet, damp, in between, a little bit of this, a little bit of that they face through the course of an 8-round championship. And if they can win the outright title in round 7, well, that has been an extraordinarily good run, because there are drivers in other classes who have more starters and therefore score more points. You get the number of points for winning is the greater the more cars that start your class. So for Sindri Setchus at the moment, his class hasn't been the biggest, but it's been one in which they've been supremely consistent and successful. And if you can win your class every time out, they've got 7 starters today, so just remember they need to finish 5th or higher to take the title. First and second, though, well, it's all a question of who you want at the front. Frank Stippler going around the outside of a rather older BMW M3 and being followed through the final twisters onto the start finish straight. On the other side, of course, by Kelvin van der Linde, who's going, hey, these races are quite good fun. I don't do enough of these. And I think for any driver, whatever the frustrations their season, if they've been doing the shorter races, of course, you can feel a little bit frustrated. And he was competing in the DTN this year for Audi, a 9th overall, that finished a short while ago. These longer races on, hold on, let's face it, this brilliant circuit just provides another outlet for them.
And why would you not want more time on the Nordschleife? Summer, winter, spring, autumn, rain, hail, shine, snow.
We've got the lot.
Fog.
Yeah.
We've got it all.
Right, that's this race. And
exactly.
You know,
That was qualifying.
Yes.
Yeah, exactly.
Was qualifying, but it's a greyish day, but it's a bright grey day, I think we can say here. But the racing has been fantastic. Now, David Yarn, who was running in 7th place, in fact, he was running as high as 5th in the Porsche Cup class car, has come in for a pit stop after only 3 laps on the board. That will drop him down the order. The next car in the class is, Dorian Boccolacci. Well, he's a mighty young driver, and he's running in 10th overall. That's car number 107, second in the Cup 2 class. You sort of expect it to be at the front end of that grouping. He's showing that with Arnie Hofmeister. I looked at the entry list there, and I was about to say he's sharing with someone called Zimmerman. They always put the surname first and then the Christian name, and I looked across the surname Zimmerman to the first name. It said Brake Parts. Zimmerman Brake Parts is one of the car's sponsors. He's showing that just with Arnie Hofmeister. Oh dear, I must get on top of my game. But right now, just going to have a little trail to see, has that number 4 Porsche, the brand new, well, it ran last time out, but the first time with a non-works team, the 992 based 911 GT3R. We saw it stopped at the side of the circuit. Klaus Bachler at the wheel, and it is down in 92nd position. It has made a pit visit, so maybe that has been fixed. No, it hasn't. No, it hasn't. No, it hasn't. Sorry, that was only 1 lap. There wasn't one pit visit. I've just changed from one timing screen to another. I mistook one column for another. That would be very disappointing, because last time we got the full 4 hours of running. So, for Falcon Motorsport, their form and fortune is in the hands of Tim Heinemann. The car that led the race on the opening lap came in after only 2 laps to serve its pit stop, so we'll see how that runs out. You often get these 4 hours split in many different ways, but perhaps some people decided it wasn't going to be fully dry, fully slick tyre weather when they went out to start the race, because certainly a handful of cars came in at the end of the second lap, handful even on the end of the first lap, including the number 34 Walkenhorst Motorsport BMW. But really, out on the track at the moment, it's all about the Phoenix Audis from Scherer Sport Team Phoenix. Frank Stippler leading Kelvin van der Linde. Alessio Picariello 2.5 seconds back at the start of this lap. Can he stay with them? That's the question.
Well, it's looking that way again. Fantastic start from the Porsches there. So it was a front row. No, it was Audi, wasn't it? Because Stippler was on the front row, wasn't he? On pole position. My apologies. But it looked like a bit of a Porsche benefit there. But I've said it before. I know we're only half an hour into a 4-hour race. I get that. So I know we're only an eighth of the way there. But Audi, Team Phoenix, looking strong again. You'd be hard to be that. I'm surprised as what happened to the Manthey car. I still think there's going to be more to that story, and I've got a horrible feeling that in the post-Ward Aston have had a little bit of arguing for the same part of track.
And I think
I hate to say it, not proportioning blame to anyone. I've just got a feeling that there's a story there.
I think so, because it came in slowly, caused us both to sort of raise our eyebrows. It's now pressing on with Thomas Preining, but I think he brought it in to be checked over. You know, when you've had a contact, if you've had a contact, we saw how the fact there was a lot of grass pulled out of the front grille doesn't mean he's been off the circuit. And now Thomas Preining pressing on, and it's going to be a long old climb. He's, you'd be glad to know, just moved up to 25th position. There we are. But his lap pace, slow because he started it. Just trying to see what his pace was last time around. Have to scroll a long way across. Right, 911. Number 911. Last time around, sorry, it's a large screen, 9 minutes 23 seconds. That's not very fast. That's because there's a slow zone around quite a lot of the lap.
Be fair, Bruce.
I am always trying to be fair.
I know.
It's one of my many middle names.
It is.
Well, it certainly sounds all right for fans of Manthey Motorsport, and the Grello livery, the bright acid yellow and acid green colours have been so strong for them. Just the most brilliant livery to race at any time of year, but actually on an autumnal day, it's one of the few that sort of glows in the gloaming, and certainly looks very tidy indeed. Yet, sort of no car problems at all for Thomas Preining. Whatever it was, probably discretion considered the better part of valour. And come in, if there has been some contact, get it checked out. You do not want things exploding on you just by pressing on regardless.
Just going back to the number 4 Falcon in the new car, the 992 Earl King livery, Elf King. That did stop on, it said Sabine Schmidt curve, just as it's gone to Nordschleife. However, it stopped before that with looked like steam coming out of it, pitted, and went again. We missed that completely, but it had pitted, gone out again, and obviously got that far. So it looks like there's some kind of, I've got to say, if it's steaming, that's going to be an engine heating water temperature related issue, isn't it?
Yeah, and we saw a lot of the cars that on a warmer day might have had concerns with that, because the cars, their front grills absolutely caked in autumnal leaves, but I don't know if that was enough to do that just in such short order. But then again, a lap here is 25 kilometres. You can certainly heat things up indeed. Klaus Abelen's Frickadelli Racing Porsche powering back into the race. So a lot of early pit stoppers here. We traditionally get sort of 7 laps on the board, 8 laps on the board on before a pit stop needs to be made. But there is an adjustable scale that Snowy reads every night before he goes to bed. That is adjusted.
My secret is out.
Yes, his life is it's come to this.
I don't think it was ever any better.
Oh really? Oh sorry,
It's just been a constant.
I cut you some slack there.
They started at the bottom and liked it.
So Klaus Abelen back out. So that will drop the. It came in from 5th. Well, no, it was 5th in class when it stopped at its pit garage in the Cup class car. 17th overall, but that number will be rather larger against the team's entry next time around. But Klaus Abelen, such a supporter of all VLN before it, and then now the last couple of years the NLS, based just across the road, and that popular livery, and with Frickadelli meatballs sponsoring one team and Schnitzel sponsoring another. You can tell that it's a championship for colder weather. No salads required.
We won't make any comments, any observations.
No, because where I'm leading on that one, of course, when you're here for a day, a weekend, and if you're doing it properly, you're going to be walking around for different vantage points. You need things to warm up on, and certainly everyone appreciates good race catering. You might have to go off-site to find a Schnitzel restaurant, but there's certainly plenty of those around this part of Germany.
So intervention vehicle on the Dottinger Höhe at the moment, bringing back, I'm guessing that...
the 119 Porsche, one would think. The Klick-Verischerung one.
Of course, by the time we get a view on it now, it's going to be the Aston instead, isn't it? But there's not a lot of point bringing that car back, I wouldn't have thought. Now we've got the Porsche facing the wrong way there, which is the...
red and black. It looked like 1, 2, 3, 1, 1, 2. Oh, now this is important, because this is first equal in the class on points. Carsten Kramer. I suppose if anybody's going to spin it, it ought to be the team boss, Christopher Brook and Morris. No, Morris Krantz was driving that early on. No, that's probably still Morris Krantz.
No real obvious barrier damage there, Bruce, or indeed no massive damage to the car. We're looking at it from above, from the helicam shot, zooming in on it beautifully for us. Car looking pristine, I hate to say it, but it's definitely swapped ends and come to a halt. So it would suggest it's connected with the barrier. I think we're going to see a replay. Surely it's not on the... Not the Dottinger Höhe where that's gone off, no.
Well, there's a yellow flag at the third marshal's post on the Dottinger Höhe, and it was the neatest of neat bits of parking. It was entirely parallel.
Oh, perfect parallel parking, wasn't it?
So that was young Moritz Krantz who's looped that around from 2nd in class.
That's there. Okay. Oh, it has.
Oh, no.
It's straight itself down the barrier.
Earlier in its passage down the barrier, the tail was the bit clipping it first. So... ironically, on one of the very widest bits of grass verge you get anywhere around the Nordschleife.
And that's at Wipperman, so it's lost it going into there, into the right-hand part of Wipperman. You say I think it's clattered itself down the barrier, so it may look pristine from above, but I'm guessing it's probably broken right rear toe link. Therefore, there's absolutely no point. You can't spin it round. In fact, probably the worst thing you could do is try and spin the car around. Natural driver instinct. Stick it in first, dump the clutch and fire it round. Well, you've got to move it away from the barrier to do that, to give yourself some room for the start. Fire it round and find that your suspension toe link's broken, and you end up parked in the middle of the track sideways, which will make you very unpopular at the Christmas party NLS.
That would have ticked every box that you shouldn't put your ink into. I think we can conclude on that point of view.
Asking for a friend.
Yes.
Yes.
So in the Porsche Cup class, it's all been changing around. Up front, it's still Stippler from Van der Linde. 4 laps on the board, separated by half a second. 1.7 seconds further back to Alessio Picariello. And then fully another nearly a dozen seconds back to Dennis Olsen, who's worked his way back up the order in that number 74 EMA Motorsport Porsche. But in the Cup 2 class, it's now Dorian Boccolacci leading that in number 107. But of course, That was the entry from Team Mattol Racing, but the car that had been leading the class was the one that came in and served a very early pit stop. David Yarn is now down the order a little bit in the Avia WNS Motorsport version that ran in 5th place overall, place it had no right to be, but certainly David Yarn decided he was going to go for it when the track was still cool and slippery on that outlap, and really made some of the SP9 runners look, well, a little bit careful. But then again, maybe that's the right approach.
I'm just speculating. I know you'd be very careful on doing this, but that 119 Klickschurung,
the Klickschurung
car and the 911 Manthey car and the 17 Pro Sport Aston were all a grid row apart.
I was, yeah,
just wondering. I'm trying desperately not to do 2 and 2 and put 5 or 3 or some other round 7.25 recurring or something, but. If it looks like a fish, smells like a fish, it's probably a fish. All 3 were together and they've all heading to the same time. It seems a little bit too much of a coincidence. I just hope it's nothing too nefarious.
If it happened differently, Finn's going to be different.
Exactly.
I'll try harder in a minute. So every car that comes in, even for a standard pit stop, you have a mechanic down the front just trying to fish. See, I'm still on the fish theme there. The leaves out from air grills at the front of the car. 976 is the latest in, one of the many Porsche Caymans. It's always quite an easy one to find, the ones in the 900s, because they're right at the end of our entry list, because that's the final class. That's FK Performance. Jens Mertfinder, Moritz Oberheim and Torsten Volter. It's a team from Bremen, so a bit of a journey for them to get down to the Nürburgring, but they'll be back, I'm sure, in 2 weeks' time. And certainly the Porsche 718 Cayman, the GT4 class Porsche, has been such a hit, worldwide since it came out. It always, when you look at it around the Nordschleife, it just looks so neat and tidy and balanced. Of course, there are other makes of cars are available to race in GT4, but this car, the 718 Cayman GT4, has its own class here, Cup 3, and it's really well supported. A dozen cars in that, and one of the cars in class is the car that's with the crew that's running 2nd overall in the outright championship. It's car number 969, Schmickler Performance, powered by Ravenol, and that's Mauro Calamia, Ivan Jacoma and Kai Reimer. Right, repairs are happening down in the pit garages. Walkenhorst Motorsport, one of their M4 GT3s is sitting there. Jörg Muller, young Jörg, 50-something years, is in. That's the Alpecin car. It was very late out onto the grid. This is car number 36. The 34 car, the sister car, came in at the end of the opening lap. Christian Cronjes at the wheel. Jörg Muller sitting on board, still explaining to anyone who'll listen, frankly, that all isn't good. He's sharing his M4 GT3 with Mario von Bohlen and Dennis Fetzer this weekend, but rear bodywork repairs. You know what? That was probably around the same point on the grid as the 911 and the 17 Aston Martin and the 119 Porsche. So maybe that opening lap was just a little bit too busy for a handful of cars.
Well, it's rear bodywork damage on the rear bumper stroke PU there, I noticed, on the left-hand side. But we talk about attention to detail, Bruce. The mechanics down there with, of course, the most prerequisite you need to have in a toolbox, gaffer tape. Yeah? No car should finish a race without gaffer tape on it. What I absolutely love is, though, it's silver and black, this car, silver and red predominantly, this car. Red being the bumpers, Alpecin sponsorship on it. Whilst he's sitting there in the car, they're busy repairing it with black gaffer tape. Immediately behind him is a man with red gaffer tape. The black is there for structure to keep all the bumper together, and the red puts it back in the sponsor's colours. I just love it.
And what I love, that eye to detail, is the fact that our race-leading trios suddenly got a whole lot closer again. I mean, it wasn't a huge gap between first and I think it was only 2 seconds first to 1.7 seconds first to third last time around. It's still Kelvin van Linde in the middle, Frank Stippler leading, going past one of the slower cars. No problem for those two. Can Alessio... Oh! Well, there was definitely a big problem for Kelvin van der Linde. Suddenly, the car in front was a car right in front, right across his nose. And that's given Alessio Picariello a chance to get onto his slow zone.
Slow zone. That's why he took it. He didn't. Yeah. Alessio Picariello nearly did, and he was absolutely right. Van der Linde to sit there and not do that. That was actually very, very, very sharp, because it would have been so easy just to carry it on through, follow your teammate through. in the groove, in the zone, bump, and all of a sudden...
Totally. And very difficult also for Alessio Picariello. Here's my moment. I've caught them, now's my chance. It was still waiting to go past that spun K. Kramer Racing Porsche. Equal championship lead in the Cup 2 class. That's Kramer, Brook and Moritz Krantz who had the moment. And that's alongside Avia WNS Motorsport. The car that started so fast, David Yarn and Daniel Blickel. Blickel's had the points in that car for the championship, so all very close between them. But suddenly for Blickel, things looking very, very good. So if he can go home and take a lot of points out of today, that means the final round will be a whole lot easier for Avia WNS Motorsport. And for Kay Kramer, who'd been such a feature in the races this season, clearly so, having got up to equal lead of the Cup 2 class car. Suddenly things not looking good, but the right colour tape has been applied, and now the right foot is being applied because Jörg Müller has accelerated out of pit exit in the slightly tattered but beautifully repaired Walkenhorst Motorsport M4 GT3 he's showing with Anders Buchart this weekend, and also with Dennis Fetzer. In fact, I had Maria van Bolen down in that car, so maybe
I just think exactly the same. Yes. It's not just me then.
Yes, you sometimes have to second guess because it's always a movable feast, we like to call it. Here in terms of driver entries, still the leaves on the grille of the race leading Audi R8 LMS. It's still Frank Stippler. He started from pole, and get this, before he'd even got out into the country on the opening lap of the race, he was down in 6th place, but he's dogged, he's determined. He had that incredible side-by-side, pretty physical battle going to Tiergarten, in which he ended up on the grass but kept his foot in. He's just gone past that point now. Alessio Picariello, who put him there, has dropped back a little bit in 3rd place, but still the first 3 cars are really very close indeed. It should be Frank Stippler leading from new teammate this weekend, Kelvin van der Linde, then a small gap back to the dynamic motorsport Porsche of Alessio Picariello. Already some of the front runners have pitted after just 2 laps, but first 3 cars, no such concerns. The second between first and second, and now a further 2.7 seconds back to Alessio Picariello. And one of the things, Peter Snowden, that stands out for me is when the drivers come across a slow zone, as they did, some can gain some lengths going in, and every time there's a restart, it's almost as though they've got extra antennae. Frank Stippler and ergo the Phoenix team always seem to read the restart really well, and they've just opened that gap out. Just remember, start 2/3 of the way around the last lap, 3/4 of the way around the last lap, Alessio Picariello was right on the tail when they got into the slow zone of the green, red and white Audi of Kelvin van der Linde. He's now 2.73 seconds further back. Snowy has gone into the inner workings of his machine. He's looking at a screen of hieroglyphics. I've told him not to do that, but they
pay attention, Snow.
They lure him in.
Yes, I know. Easily distracted. I understand. Yeah, just looking at pit stop strategies, Bruce, we're thinking of 5 laps in, aren't we? So we've seen 6s.
We've seen 7s. We have even seen 8s.
Exactly what I was just double checking myself before I said it. That we have seen 8s. I don't think they'll run that today. I've just got a feeling. Although it's nice and cool.
Yeah, it's in the zone where you could do an 8, and maybe some of those that did the very, very short first stint, just the 2 laps, may go for other options. One of the Falcon Motorsport cars still going at the front end of the field. Sadly for the team, it's not their new one. It's their one that is the regular one. Tim Heinemann, who led the race, had that very early pit stop after 2 laps. He is in to 7th place now. And again, as often happens in the Nürburgring Langstrecken series, it's a real story of waiting to see how it all unfolds. If it's a regular race where people come in at predictable times, like a lot of GT races, you might have a 1-hour race. You do the pit stop between 20 minutes and 40 minutes. But here you can mix and match. Sometimes it's down to the number of drivers you have in your driver lineups, how you do them. But coming in after only 2 laps for a pit stop is going to make things very, very interesting indeed. But we won't get the stagger unfolding until much later in the race. That's not just a commentator's excuse trying to buy a bit of time, but It is a chance to see. Best lap of the race so far by the driver in third place, Dynamic Motorsport Porsche. 8 minutes 21 is the best we've seen from Alessio Picariello, but since then he's been a chasing rather more than that, which has made things a little bit different. And unfortunately, a Hyundai coming in I-30, flashing its left tyre, front left, flailing away, leaving great chunks of rubber flying into track. So these little things can just upset your race if you're giving chase, trying to close in your own battle. So even from the opening lap of the race, it's been a case of incident. It always is on the Nordschleife, and these little other elements, other people's problems, can suddenly become yours. And certainly, Snow, when you've got a chance, in fact, traditionally, drivers shed a lot of rubber if they've got a puncture down the Dottinger, but when you're flat out, that's not really when you want to be hitting other people's things. You go around a slower car and suddenly there it is in front of you, the size of a hedgehog, bang.
And it can do so much damage as well, just going underneath it. It can fuel lines, all sorts of things, connections. A lot of things are brought internally on these cars, obviously, and they've got under trays, etc. But you just avoid it. I mean, it's a non-contact sport. You wouldn't believe that sometimes, but it is, and you don't want bits of extraneous detritus getting into various parts of the car, intakes, all sorts. We saw it earlier with just the leaves alone, just nature having its say. Now, we had this a few years ago at Le Mans. Was it 2020 when they ran it in September? And that the teams there all said we're picking up leaves and having intake issues and whatever, so and so, that they didn't normally have because it's run in June. But NLS, they're used to this. So I was quite surprised to see, as you say, just how much on those two front cars was the Phoenix Audi and the number 16 Audi there, just under a slow zone, and already very strangely slowed down and got to the right pace, and then suddenly accelerated almost as if it was a glitch on the throttle, and nearly went up the back of Stifler's teammate, his teammate Stifler, and had to jink far to the right to miss him. Great avoidance there from Van der Linde, but it looked almost as if somebody just pressed go forward button on a sort of a games console or something.
It was
very strange manoeuvre.
But had he clashed with teammate and race leader Frank Stifler, he wouldn't have had the erase element. He'd have had the long, embarrassing drive home, think of an excuse. They've got out of the slow zone, and Stifler again has accelerated very hard. That was an extraordinary one, but I'm starting to sense that Kelvin van der Linde doesn't feel like playing teammate anymore. He wants to be going past. Right, the 91, all you can see at the door is half of a number on the Hyundai.
81, 91, 31.
It'd be 100 and 400 and something one, but anyhow, it's back in the pit lane. This is the one that was flailing its front left tyre, or the remainder thereof. And
also that wheel not wanting to let go of its Hyundai it's attached to in a hurry. They're getting the wheel nuts off. Of course, these cars at this class, they don't have the single central locking nut. They have the standard 5 nuts holding on. They've finally got it, but again, the damage there. Black gaffer tape coming into hand once again. Tape up the front of it, get the splitter in its right place.
Why is this important? You don't want to lose any time. You want the car to be safe when it goes out, and you definitely don't want to lose time if your name is Daniel Mertens, driver of the 491. He's leading the class, and to say there is effectively a wheel rim with a fringe of messy, ripped rubber, a bit like my hairstyle most morning.
Kind of decorated, isn't it, that wheel?
Yes.
Decorated with a bit of rubber.
Well done, Form 3. That's whatever it is, it's beautiful. Thank you. We'll put that in the school display.
It's not. It's
not. Well, cameramen being arty, drivers being arty, but slow zones, they are very much a feature of the racing on the Nürburgring Nordschleife, and it is certainly something the drivers have to learn how to react to. And again, the Shearer Sport Team Phoenix Audi drivers, Frank Stifler, who started from pole, fell to 6th, and Kelvin van der Linde, who's on board this weekend, the sister car sharing with Kuba Gimasiak, getting things under control. Need a higher up shot to see how far away from them has gone the driver in third place, Alessio Picariello, driving the green and black Dynamic Motorsport Porsche. It's the 2 Audis from the 1 Porsche at the front of the field. And it does seem, I have good news. I have good news that the sky is suddenly has gained a bit of sunshine. And from first thing this morning, it looked as though we were going to have sun. It started in mist, it cleared.
At those 3 corners, anyway.
At those 3 corners, yes, indeed.
such is the scale of this place. That's the problem, isn't it?
Meanwhile, in the sandstorm out at Bergwerk and the snow at Wipperman.
Yes.
But now we'll take the sun, we'll take the autumn leaves, we'll take the racing. The racing so far has been absolutely fantastic. Just a second between first and second.
Können wir progressiv beschleunigen. Schön gefühlvoll und eingelenkt.
Falkenreifen.
Liebe Fans,
Besucht unsere
Social Media Kanäle
Auf Facebook,
Instagram, YouTube, Twitter und TikTok. Willkommen zu NLS.
Brace yourself. The Dacia Logan is in the pits. It's up on the jacks, and the mechanics underneath looking to see what they can find. And you might think this isn't a likely racing car.
Drive shaft issue.
You would be correct, and well spotted by our technical brains here. Peter Snowden has spotted the drive shaft is wobbling around, attached not to both ends, so that clearly needs repairs. But again, it's very much the beauty for many moons. It was a story of the Opel Manta running from the 1980s through until a couple of years ago. You know, no longer really much like an Opel Manta, been taken apart, put back together so many times. That was sort of like the stalwart of the series. And now the Dacia Logan probably entered as a bit of a laugh early on because there was a class in which it could appear, but it's become something all the fans look for around the circuit, something different. And certainly the bow wave, the wash, as we get one of the top cars in the SP9 class powering past, is going to be absolutely mighty. Now, a car that's not powering anywhere, 871.
No, isn't that our Cup 2 CS M2 leader?
No, 870. The adrenaline car is leading that class. This is also adrenaline car.
I was going to say 871 though. We've got a major problem with that, and that's going, with its hazards on, very sensibly, just letting everybody else know it's got an issue and keeping offline as much as possible. I can't see what's wrong with that car. There's nothing.
It's running full square.
Yeah, exactly. No flat tyres. No bonnet up, as we had seen already earlier when the car left the pits for qualifying. Now, presumably because he's on the GP circuit, he can cut back in.
Yes, exactly.
Through that and and not have to go and negotiate the whole Nordschleife, as largely as anything else for safety.
Yeah.
Why drag it around that slowly all the way around the Nordschleife? But it's not dropping anything. It's not leaking any fluids. Nothing obvious from the outside, Bruce, as to why that car is travelling quite so slowly. So it might be an alt control reset or something as simple as that. But plug a laptop, get it back to the garage and plug a laptop into it and see what can be done. So Kelvin van der Linde still out in the sector. It's Audi's 1-2 at the moment. Frank Stippler still leading. I would suggest that Frank Stippler's probably going to pit at the end of this lap.
Yes, I would think. That's why I said I think they'll do a 6 and a 7. That will work very nicely for. That should take them to 2 hours. Obviously do it twice. 101 is off at the side of the circuit. Porsche Cup class car.
Side damage, lots of damage on the
Tracy
side.
Krohn, Nicholas Jonsson. Is it the taller or the shorter of the pair in the car?
That's been taken out.
That has, down at turn 1. I presume someone came up the inside, tried to go through the inside. Very disappointing. They've supported this series a lot over the years, and running in the Krohn Aviation race livery. Bright green with the blue stripes up it, but that's been a big hit up the inside, and it's Tracy Krohn at the wheel, just tall Texan. The bodywork sitting down rather more snugly on the right rear wheel than it should, because the bodywork has moved. It's dragging on the surface as well.
It's going to fail that tyre very, very quickly because it's got a ton of right rear negative camber. You can streaming smoke off it already, even at a fairly abated speed there. You're going to have to try and get that car back, but it shouldn't be looking like that rear wheel, and that's going to be the issue. It's not the bodywork damage, it's taken a cloud, you say, on that air intake, just on the rear wing there, just ahead of that right rear wheel, so it's done the whole suspension there as well. So if he gets it back, I suggest that car will not be continuing.
One fears not, but at least for him, for Tracy, he's just got to get it around the last third of the Grand Prix loop, and then it can peel in. But yeah, someone's had a really big thump up the inside on that air intake. The rear wheel looks so it's a few degrees out of the norm, and clearly bodywork is rubbing, and that tyre will be down completely very soon. Indicators on, well, hazard lights on, in fact, both sides. And he's still got to go down the dip, up the other side to the Vidal chicane. And of course, he's going to be travelling very, very slowly through the chicane. And let's hope there's not a big gaggle of cars coming around to find him there in the heat of their own battle. Tracy's doing all he can, but that car's travelling about 5 degrees out of true down the hill.
And tyres start to delaminate now. It's the danger, isn't it? So, slow zone for our race leading car at the moment, number 16. We've actually got Stippler in the pits, who absolutely spot on there as Bruce, as ever, of course.
No, last time was in April, I think.
And it was April 1st. Piccarello in also second place, car number 30. And indeed, Dennis Olsen in the 74 Manthey Porsche. So the top 3 cars, as it were, in the pits now Of course, Van der Linde still out on track just behind that intervention vehicle. Goes to a green flag again and picks off one of the M2s. And onward and proceeding. Turting also into Schnitzelhalm Racing Mercedes, number 5 in. My apologies, from 5th place, car number 2 from 5th place. That's Peter Turting.
Yeah, so we've had the flurries, so that pretty much means everybody in class will have come in. Simon came in a whole lot earlier. And of course, their story, they will be ahead on the track now. But by the time the pit stop is served, of course, the order will go back. But we'll see really the story of how people choose to split their 4 hours. It unfolds and it unfolds as you get towards the end of the race. You just try and make sure you've noted down everybody's pit stops. And for Walkenhorst Motorsport, one was the end of the opening lap, that was car 34, and then we saw Jörg Muller sitting for an age in the pit garage, because clearly something untoward. There had been some contact, the left rear of his BMW M4 GT3. So for Henry Walkenhorst's team, not a dream start to this penultimate round of the 2022 championship. We press on.
Now, the other car that might have been involved with the 87101, I don't think so. With the 871 we saw at the end, it had no damage on it at all, did it? So I don't think it had collected the 101 Porsche.
Right, interesting there. Tim Heinemann's made a second pit stop for the number 3 Falcon Motorsport Porsche. Everybody else pretty much has done in the top class SP9. Yes, they all now have served 1 pit stop, but it was after only 2 laps that we saw the number 3 Falcon Motorsport car come in. Remember, that got into the lead of the race, past Alessio Picariello, who sort of got the jump at the start of the race. Then it got, by the time they left the Grand Prix loop and started turning down towards Hatzenbach onto the start of the Grand Prix loop, he had about 10 car lengths clear, but further around the lap, suddenly it came to 3, to 2, then Alessio Picariello on his tail. Then he went past. Frank Stippler still sitting in the pit lane. The pit stops do seem to take a time, but now he gets rolling down. The pit stop still remaining within the timing limits of what time you're allowed to be in the pit lane, and minimums and maximums, and well, there's no maximum. You can stay all day if you feel like it, but then of course
it's not very efficient though, is it?
It is. Teams have worked this out over the years. They've done got a scientist on board and found it's better to be out on the race circuit. But
Vincent Kolb out in the number 5 Phoenix Audi. So driver change there, Bruce.
There is. He said looking for his blue pen, which means second driver in car, but on the basis they're in a 2-driver lineup, it tends to work. I could use orange, I suppose. Yes.
Don't confuse yourself. Don't confusion. No. Adrian Delina taking over the dynamic motorsport Porsche from Alessio Picariello.
Picariello,
sorry, my apologies.
It's the wrong form of pasta being used there. Right, and also Matteo Caroli taking over the number 74 from Dennis Olsen. So they're all sort of not going for, like, you do the first half of the race, I'll do the second half in the driver lineup. They all seem to be just flipping them around. I do hours 1 and 3, you do 2, and hopefully bring it home after 4. That's the score.
Matteo Caroli taking over the Manthey entry.
When you say the Manthey, that's Manthey Racing and running for EMA Motorsport. Again, I look down the entry list. What happened to EMA? Oh, yes, there they are, of course. Again, many of the teams think if you're coming to the circuit, why not speak to the experts? And Manthey Racing, they do know this circuit rather well, it must be said.
As does Carrie Schreiner, who's just taken over the Schnitzelhalm Mercedes, number 2, which is actually running 4th on the track at the moment, and in 5th place we still have Tim Heinemann stays aboard the Falcon Porsche.
Yeah, he did that pit stop after lap 2, another after lap 7, so his teammate Martin Raginger will have to wait. A bit more pressure on his shoulders because the sister car from Falcon Motorsport, the brand new to the team, only one other team's run it so far, the brand new 992 based 911 GT3R, of course, didn't get to go very far, so they're now carrying the team hopes, and Tim Heinemann is carrying one of our race cameras. As he goes around the circuit up to the Vidal chicane, it's a grey autumnal day, but at further points around the circuit there has been sunshine. But the good news for the drivers now, the track looks uniformly dry. It's not a warm day, but it will have warmed up a few degrees when they went out this morning. Also, when they went out this morning, there was a thing called mist hanging around the circuit, just to make qualification that little bit harder. Now, I do love, we were just talking about the ambitions of people going racing. We talked about the Dacia Logan, and David Edwards Racing just tweeted in the blah blah blah. I was thinking how his car, Ford Car Enduro DKMS UK car, would go. Momentum would be the key. The track rises and it falls. Keep your foot in there. I think you should, come what may, you should go drive it around the Nordschleife. Of course, anybody. Yes, if you've never heard of it before, anybody can go to the Nordschleife. Pay what used to be a few marks, not pfennigs. It's not cheap, but it's to go and drive this circuit any day of the week. Phenomenal. You can go and put your euros down on the counter and go out and enjoy the finest stretch of racing tarmac, to me, in the world.
100% you go and do it. And think, in the Ford car, it wouldn't use many brake pads, would it, around the Nordschleife? Brake wear minimal.
Absolutely. You know,
there's always a silver lining.
There is. Right, again, a feature of races on the Nordschleife is that they are very, very good at cleaning up the inevitable incidents on a tight, twisty circuit with very little space around the side. But when you have a flatbed coming in, lights ablaze, flashing away to indicate, you will have a safety car in behind, just a course vehicle, to keep drivers from getting in too close to the tail of that. And that should come in safely. Car 500 is a BMW we keep looking at through the course of this race. Its drivers need to finish 5th place in their class of 7 starters. And last time we looked, the championship leaders, Sindri Setzer, kicked off in car 500, was running in 3rd in class. With so many classes, you think, how can the overall championship leader be down in 43rd position? I'll tell you how. He's running in a class with far less performance, but it has more performance, that BMW 330i, than the 911 Manthey Racing Porsche, the Grello car, because that's not on the ground, it's up on the stands. Thomas Preining started the race, and it doesn't look at the moment as though Jackson Evans is going to be going out for a while. It's in the pit garage. His lights are still on as they're checking through procedure, but I'm going to ask my esteemed colleague when I look across to my right. Peter Snowden, would you say the mechanics moving around this car are moving with alacrity, or merely thinking if they want 1 or 2 sugars in their tea?
Well, they're not team dynamic, are they?
No, they're not. I see what you did there.
Yeah. No, there's no sense of urgency, is there?
Well, this is a shame.
Headlights are still on, because I'm not quite sure why. Why it needs the lights are blazing, but I would suggest that car is kaput.
Kaput. Okay, let's have a little history lesson. We're just over an hour into this race, and the 911 limped in at the end of, was it lap 1 or lap 2, with grass being swept out of its grille. Lots of the cars had, it was the end of the first lap, wasn't it? And a lot of the cars would have had leaves in their grille. We saw that on the opening lap of the race, but now that's back in after only 7 laps, and it's not looking as though it's going anywhere. So clearly possibly, we're not going to say it's definitely after what happened on the opening lap, but when cars knock each other cars, things shake loose. Things then suddenly don't work so well anymore. And clearly that has been inspected, and maybe they don't feel they're going to push too hard to fix it today.
It's the collateral damage, isn't it? It's what else does it do? It appears superficial. We use a phrase in motorsport. It'll polish out, which is really sort of a bit slightly sarcastic of, I think it's all right. It's just not as bad as you think. Mechanics, technicians, whatever terminology you want to use, always have a very different view.
What don't they just?
They usually have a fairly Anglo-Saxon view of drivers.
Right.
We've got a Porsche.
Corner lines can be different. 103, the Black Falcon Porsche, diagonally across the track, facing the angle of approach, I feel, and it's not going anywhere at the moment. Have a quick...
No, I think it's come the other way.
Do you think it's come down?
I don't know. It's swapped.
It's travelled down to where it stopped from us. So its nose is on the track. Its tail is towards...
Schwalbenschwanz.
Okay. So yeah, there we are.
On the fast downhill to Schwalbenschwanz. It looks like it's like... Doesn't look like it's connected with anything yet.
No, but it's not getting up and going anymore. So just trying to see where that was placed in class. We just had a Porsche Cup pit stops. But, and again, we still haven't found out who clattered into Tracy Crone, because certainly we saw him limping back, well, I couldn't tell if he's disconsolate, but I bet he was, at the side of the track. Just seen a Porsche Cayman in, it looked like My Little Pony colour scheme a short while ago. It was sort of pink, pale pink with lovely gold swoops on the side, but it's an important car. Mauro Calamia, even Giacomo Kai Rima, second in the overall championship, leading their class, which is the Cup 2 Porsche class. They've got to try and ensure they win their class again, and to give them another chance next time out in the final time to catch up maybe have a tilt at the overall leading car in the entire championship, which of course, just to confuse things, Peter, runs in a different class, VT2R. Now, have you found something on your screen?
Well, just about the 103 car, which had the Black Falcon car we just mentioned, that's stationary. That had Noah Narkelsdijk at the wheel of that, and that's a Cup 2 entry. I'm just trying to find out where he was. I think that's third.
It was
30? Oh, 86 overall.
I was going to say quite a long way down.
But I think it's second or I think it's third in class, Cup 2. No, fourth, fifth. It's fifth in class.
Well, it's usually been a feature. It's a very, very competitive class, Cup 2, because not a great level of variety of car there, because they're all the same. But they do run every round. So, step forward, Patrick Assenheimer leading the race for Landgraf Motorsport. Hello, what happened to the Phoenix Audis? Well, they're in a different pit stop sequence because Assenheimer will be coming in next. Mark Spitz leading, etc., etc., Kelvin van der Linde. But this will shake out because we had the late pit stops after 6 and 7 laps from the front-running Phoenix Racing Audis. Number 5 came in after 7. Number 16 came in after 6. And they'll be back at the front, as will the Dynamic Motorsport Porsche. But, of course, running different pit sequences. So, lights are flashing. Number 16, Kelvin van der Linde did the first stint of the race, 6 laps. He's on for the second stint of the race. He's going through the cut-through on the Grand Prix loop and pressing on, of course. And again, at this point in the race, we've had a few incidents early on. Now, conditions looking good, but what we've worked out, Snowy, over the years, track conditions really don't have that much relevance when it turns into, when one attends the number of accidents, because a lot of drivers, when things feel good, oh dear, things don't feel good if you're the Falco Motorsport.
Left front wheel missing.
BMW, yeah.
Completely.
So this was a car that came in after 1 lap. I think it's probably had further pit stop now, and maybe it's just after the pit stop. And was this Jake Dennis on board? Let's have a little scroll.
Christian Krohn, wasn't it?
Christian Krohn is still on board. He did the opening stint of the race. They've had just the 1 pit stop, so actually was probably due in this time around. Came in at the end of the first lap. Oh dear.
Well, I hate to say it, Bruce, but we're getting a very close zoom in from the helicopter, from the Rover helicam shot there, and even though it's slightly pixelated, one of 2 things are going to cause a wheel to come off. There's 1 of 3 things. Accident damage, tick. No, it's not that one. The bodywork's all intact. That's what's going on. You can tell how stiff this car is, though. It's not
touching the ground.
Not touching the ground at all, which means it's not having any damage. But back to the point. The wheel's pointing the right way, so it suggests either it's lost its wheel nut or a hub failure. The hub looks like it's there, so it's got a horrible fitting there. That wheel nut's failed. Now, normally they have a little spring clip on the end inside the wheel there, it pops out, little loop opens out that way, so it goes onto the end of the hub. Just that if the wheel nut does come loose, it can't actually unthread itself off the end of that little bit of spline and get away. That's slightly surprising. So, but things can fail. Let's hope it's a mechanical error, not a human error.
Well, I feel the fact it did, I think, 1 lap, pitted, and it hasn't had its second pit stop means it's at the end of a long stint, was probably coming in this time around anyhow, but for Christian Cronjes, he should just be approaching Tiergarten now. He's limped it back as fast as he can, but not too fast to cause any further problem. But again, the helicam shot was phenomenal, just showing that front left wheel. If you looked at it from a distance, you might not have noticed the wheel was missing, just because the car seems to be sitting almost 4 square.
No, it's not as bad as having a tyre floating around in a wheel arch. No, it's not going to do that kind of damage. But the issue with it is, of course, it's all very well where we just saw it on the Dotting Hoek. It's under power, so the front's lifted up, so it's keeping that wheel off the ground. When you lift off, and you have change of momentum, and it puts weight transfer, puts it back onto it, let alone braking, as you've got to at some point. So the trick here is to try and use the slope of the Tiergarten to slow the car down naturally, i.e. not use the brakes, and dip that corner in. So here it is into the pits. We can hear it now scraping away. Now it's bodywork. There it is, scraping away. Now we've got to try and get a jack under there. Oh, no, it's the wheel.
No, the wheel has broken.
The wheel's failed. So there it is, absolute wheel failure. They're pulling off a pretty little sort of snowflake star design that they can put on the Christmas tree, can't they, at Valkenhorst, in the reception area.
Well, that you do not see that very often at all. The wheel has shattered right around the middle. It's like a little crown, as you say, isn't it?
Yeah.
But it's off the car. The driver's staying on board. Christian Cronje as well. These things don't happen too often. Well, they happen too often, clearly. Once is too often. But now, the underside of the car clearly was dragging when it reached the pit lane, but on speed, it was sitting up in the air to an extent. The front splitter, no, that's I can't tell if that's actually the livery of the car that has No, I think it is actually the livery of the car that makes it
yes.
looks tattered. It's not tattered at all. It's like black splintering. I'm not sure I'd put that graphic on a car because basically when the car is black and splintering, then you wouldn't be able to pick it out. But for Jake Dennis, this is not his dream debut in this year's NLS. That's for sure. Hasn't got to drive the car.
No, it's going into the box. They've got it up onto the go jacks, and they've had a quick inspection of that front left wheel arch in that area. There's obviously something a little bit untoward, so it's going into its garage to have further remedial attention. I'd love to see some onboard of that, or just to where that came off, and a replay of where the 34 Valkenhorst M4 BMW lost its front left wheel. I mean,
there's another thing in that, Snow. Someone was following that car. More than likely, and even if someone was 20 seconds away, that wheel will still have been bouncing around between the confines, the barriers on either side of the circuit. It might have gone over the fence. One hopes not, but you know, we all know that wheels bouncing around are not things we want in motor racing.
Not something you want to collect here, but I mean, that's the first time in our 3 years of covering this together that I've seen a wheel failure. I automatically went to nut or hub.
Yeah.
Because I've just unexpected not seen a wheel failure. So, of course, now it can be a faulty batch. It's alloy. It could be something simple as that. But just looking at the sister car, the number 36 Valkenhorst BMW with its Alpecin advertising on it, we saw that having rear damage there. I don't think that was a tyre or wheel failure. But that was in the garage as well. So I'd like to know what happened to that car. But immediately, do you tell your other driver? No.
Well, no. You wouldn't. You know, I would think any wheel breakage either has to have really be the result of severe consequence, such as hitting some of these very sharp curbs at certain points around the circuit, very, very hard indeed. Contributory factor, perhaps. But if, you know, you could probably do season after season without having severe contact. And I really think metal fatigue is, you know, in the 1970s, I could sort of imagine it. Now, not so much.
It's likely to be something like a manufacturing, not throwing the manufacturers of the wheel under the bus, but it's most likely, you say, that there isn't a lot of contact here. There's not many heavy curbs. The cars are designed for it. They take it time and time again. Things will be lifed and stress tested relentlessly. So these teams at this level, certainly the Valkenhorst, Phoenixes, etc., and a lot of the other teams, most of them probably, are doing all that kind of stuff. It's a matter of course. So it's just you get a wheel that's from a supplier in this case, or whoever it may be, and you take it as given.
Yeah.
You don't investigate it. You'll look after it and maintain it and life it through its use with you. But we've got an intervention car or course car on the Dottingerhoe just after Galvenkopf now. So I'm just wondering if that's to pick anything up, just where that wheel came off.
Well, we saw it coming onto Dottingerhoe.
Yeah.
There's a flash of the glorious trees just on the exit of Galgenkopf where the Hout Racing Mercedes went off this morning, unfortunately. But that's the first time we saw it, but that's not necessarily the first time it was there. The first time that the point at which the car had lost the tyre, the centre of the wheel, beg your pardon. Right, I'm just getting a message that the Evans Prining 911, the Grello liveried Porsche, Thomas Prining brought in, will be measured and will then go out onto the track again. Interesting. So always things you can possibly discover.
Yeah, but it's a test session for it now,
exactly.
Isn't it? That's effectively what it is. You've paid your entry fee, go and use it as a test session, but quite why it needs measuring, I'm not sure.
It's an interesting one, isn't it? So just waiting for that sit down, but really it's the story of can the dynamic motorsport Porsche match the pace of the front-running Phoenix Audis? And at the moment it's in the hands of Adrian Delina. And we'll see what he can do. That car has actually got the fastest lap of the race, 8 minutes 21.418 seconds for the driver who started, the driver who leapt from fourth on the grid into the lead of the race. That was Alessio Picariello, but now his fellow Belgian driver, based in the States, albeit, Adrian Delina at the wheel of that number 30 Dynamic Motorsport Porsche.
Patrick Assenheimer into the pits.
Okay, that's the second pit stop for him. Okay, so that came in after, I've got to find my notes, after 2 laps. So they're doing 2 laps, and now they've got 9. So they're doing 2s and 7s. Okay. 7 seems to be your staple standard pit stop amount that you can do. So maybe those that came in after only 2 at the start of the race were ones who, unless they think they can do 2 and then 3 7-lap stints through to the end of the race, I don't know how they think they're going to do it. But some of them might have just simply decided it might have been wet and they might have been out on intermediate tyres. I really wouldn't understand otherwise why you do just the 1, as some of them did. But there will be a flurry because there were other teams that came in after only 2 laps as well. And of course, Tim Heinemann's car, the number 3 Falken Motorsport Porsche, has already also got 2 laps on 2 pit stops under its belt. But that is not the best way. Clearly, there were problems for him. He haired away on the opening lap of the race. Doesn't have the experience. Didn't have the confidence of Kelvin van der Linde, Frank Stippler, and Alessio Picariello. So it was a fleeting lead. But don't forget, Snowy, when we saw the lead go to Alessio Picariello, you said it was a bit as though Tim Heinemann had missed a gear or something. It just really seemed, particularly looking down from the helicam, it was like someone had effectively grabbed his braces and hauled him back, because Picariello was just...
Yeah, now just to say very kindly a message from Nick Bailey, who's the PR contact for Falken in the UK. Admittedly, he's based in the UK, but you talk about getting from the horse's mouth. Nick, thank you very much. The number 4 Falken car was retired due to leaves causing overheating.
Really?
Yep.
Oh my word! We commented. We thought it was a nice autumnal touch. I didn't think they would lead to that serious a difference. But then
the brand new 992.
Gosh. In fairness, those front grills in front of the front radiators were 80% covered on the front handful of cars. I thought, would they blow away? Maybe not. Once they're pinned there like a plastic bag you pick up on a motorway or whatever, on your car, they can stay for a long distance. You pull up at your petrol stop and go, I presume that might have fallen off by now. Now, one car that really catches the eye, and I'm glad to see it's back on track, it's the 180 Toyota Supra. That's Takayuki Kinoshita and Uwe Kleen. One of 3 Supras in that class. It was one of the others that was in the garage before, wasn't it? It was the Toyo tyres with ring racing version of Tischner, Goulden and Tongers. But these cars, it really caught my eye since they came into GT4 racing a while ago, and I'm glad to see that Toyota is sort of stirring again in the world of GT racing alongside its World Endurance Championship quotient. And certainly with Toyo tyres, they've always had a strong presence, and like so many tyre manufacturers, like Falken Motorsports, they want their tyres to be seen to go well on the Nordschleife. It's such a testing environment for them, and why not combine the testing with racing? And that's exactly what these teams are doing. And who benefits? The sporting driver, the driver who wants performance tyres for their road cars. So we're not at all upset about seeing all their involvement with great championships like this.
No, more the merrier in many ways. So, is this going to be the number... No?
Oh, it's
KTM, number 53, the car that qualified 5th overall, didn't it?
Yeah, 5th by Max Hofer. Now it started off the race in the hands of regular racer Reinhard Koffler. And I'm sorry, I think every race series in the world should have a car that looks as just menacing and fabulous as a KTM Crossbow. It was quite a lumpen thing when it arrived a handful of years ago, but since then it's been refined. And now we've got some really refined racing on the track, because Tim Heinemann is right on the tail of Adrian Delina. Did I say on the tail? Dived up the inside, made a move, going up a position past him as Adrian Delina settles down. Adrian Delina isn't quite an Alessio Picariello, so that was fairly predictable. But for young Tim Heinemann, moving up a class very much this weekend and doing a fantastic job. He has raced early this year in the NLS, but again, largely his bill of fare has been GT4 cars for the last few years, so he'll be enjoying this step up the power range.
So the Manthey 911 is back on track. As you say, it's effectively a tyre test for them now above all else, isn't it?
Yeah, no, entirely so. And I think you can safely say that teams involved in this series never know which of their rounds is suddenly going to be transformed from a 4 or 6 or 12 hour race into a test session. It happens. But then again, you can get an awful lot of testing mileage around here. You have to just suck it up and then think, okay, what else can we work through now? And obviously you don't want to get in anyone's way, but the whole point about being there on the track is not to be going around slowly. It's about to go at the pace you need to go at. So, no reason they should hold anyone up.
Who can tell? So 2 weeks ago, the 992, stunning debut in Mantai's hands. A different version come out now, run by the same team. And what's its downfall? Leaves. Yeah, just who'd have thought? All the money and investment that's gone into the development of that new 992 Porsche, and it's taken out by Mother Nature. It's not even rain.
Run by Network Rail, clearly.
Yeah, well, I wasn't going to make the obvious stereotype English joke, no, but indeed. Yes,
a little joke
wrong type of leaves.
For those not living in the United Kingdom is that the reasons for trains being late, never problems in Japan unless it's a typhoon, but the wrong sort of leaves on the rail. It's really quite extraordinary. I did come across an old school friend I'd seen a couple of times since the 1840s.
Well, all your school friends are old.
Yes, indeed. Thank goodness I stayed so young. But he was a real sort of enthusiast of the public transport, and he put his money where his mouth is. He owns a railway track and 5 stations, so he's got a full. What scale is your train set? Oh, full scale.
Full scale, exactly, 1-to-1. Yes.
Stockton to Darlington Railway. There it is. So 2.5 hours or thereabouts remain. We've got a dry track. We've got a good track. And we've got Phoenix Racing looking strong in this race. But as ever, if you're new to the NLS, people can go. They can split their 4 hours very, very differently. And the order is still showing Marcel Marchevitz leading the race with 9 laps on the board. Only 3 and a bit seconds clear of Kelvin van der Linde. But van der Linde will have passed him on lap number 10. You can be sure about that as we look at a pit stop in the pits, because Marchevitz running a different sequence in the Schnitzelaam Racing Mercedes, and he will be passed for sure by the South African. We're
also just featuring the 914 numbered Teichmann Racing KTM Crossbow going out of the pits, and that canopy it has that comes out, clamshell that comes down. Just before it went, closed that down. Quit looking at the overalls of the driver, and they look bright orange. And I thought for a minute they put a marshal in there to drive it round. Like, talk about a tourist lap. And by the way, Kerry, the answer to how much the tourist lap is €25 in a weekday and 30 at a weekend. However, don't be lulled by that. Well, you say that cheap and motorsport don't go together. So you have to sign the insurance bit. And if you go off and damage any part of the Nordschleife, including the grass, the curb, the paint, the barrier, the bolts, the washers, everything, it costs you thousands. So just pot around slowly. Get your €25 worth.
And then off to Schnitzelaam.
Yes.
For a meal. But anyhow, that is the fact. One of the things that I found so extraordinary when we were commentating on the digital NLS a couple of years ago, when all racing was in lockdown, people coming to it from a gaming background, they didn't know this was a real circuit that had been used as the model. They thought this was some ultimate fantasy. 25 kilometers. Get away, a normal circuit is 5 or 6 kilometers. And then they found out it was the real thing. And we had real racing drivers, regular racing drivers and race engineers, then starting to race and engineer cars for the digital NLS series. Really? Yes, absolutely really. It kept them sharp and they learnt a lot of things. And equally, we had drivers and people who have been involved with the digital side then coming over, drifting into proper full metal racing again. So it was a fabulous thing. It kept us entertained, but it has had further benefits since then. That has been sure.
Of course, I'd be wrong of me to not mention that the barrier repairs I mentioned during tourist laps, it applies in the NLS as well. It's in the rules. So not only do you have the ignominy of going off and totaling your precious whatever car it may be, if you clatter down the barriers, go across the track and clatter the barriers the other side, or unknowingly just go down and take 2 or 3 and do 3, 4, 5 lengths of barriers, you get a bill for the barrier as well. It's just, yeah, that focuses the mind, doesn't it?
It's all right. Kerry's still signed up for the trip.
Yeah, I know she's there. Yeah, she's that kind of girl. She's out there, brave. She's not known as a wallflower, is she?
in the wallflower.
Oh, that was mean, Jones. That was mean.
Life is a player with words. Just looking to see who is setting decent lap times. Always a tricky thing to do because of slow zones around the circuit. Pretty much from lap 1. One of the cameras this weekend is being carried in the number 3 Falcon Motorsport Porsche. That's the contemporary car.
It was the right Falcon car to put it on, wasn't it, ironically?
Oh, totally, because, well, I've told you this before, that I think one of the very first round of the VLN I got to cover a handful of years ago, I think we had 8 cars carrying the camera. One failed to take the start, and after the first lap, we only had 2 left. And, of course, they tell a lot of the stories, and because there's no way you can have a regular TV camera on every corner of this circuit. With 170 or so, even by clever splitting and telling your camera person they've got to look one way and then the other to cover 2 or 3 corners. The big advent in recent years, adding to the story, has been onboard cameras, a direct-to-can flick from one car to another to, find gaggle of cars to look at. And sometimes it's great having it in one of the cars with less performance, with reduced performance, because you get the story when the front runners come blasting past. But the big advent has been the helicam, particularly at a circuit like this. It places the circuit in the landscape of the Eiffel Mountains, rolling hills with beautiful coloured trees at this time of year. But it also just makes you realise, A, how large the Nürburgring Nordschleife is when the camera goes up high, because you see things in the distance. So is that another county? No, that's the bit with the pits and the main building over there. Yes, you're now near Adenauer Bridge on the far side of the circuit. It puts the circuit into its location but shows its scale. So I think that has been phenomenal. And also there is a time when you suddenly get, can someone see the Aston Martin Pro Sport Racing? It's dark green and yellow. Oh yeah, hold on, I can see something at the side of the track. And then they go and they find not just the car sitting at the side of the circuit, the driver's out, we can see him over the barriers waiting for the rescue to be achieved. So it tells such a story, and I think thank you very much to Rover for sponsoring that with their oils.
I'm going to go into full nerd mode now, so just be careful. The ruling regarding NLS incident and repairing the barriers, I'll find you the actual wording. You ready for this? The entry fees include a pro rata contribution for the repair of guardrail and track damages. This is the best bit. How very 2022. As well as energy costs, supply and disposal costs of waste and special waste materials. They said they run it with efficiency, didn't we? Sorry. Yes. Sometimes it's good to have a nerd on board.
I would like everybody now to pause for 30 seconds to ingest all of that. So, well, I suppose you've got a choice. You can just take it home and put it in your bar.
Yes.
Otherwise, if you don't want the disposal cost. But there we go. That focuses the mind as if the circuit doesn't in its own right. But do not let that put you off. Just drive with a little more caution, because I don't think you can really truly say you've achieved all you can as a motor racing fan if you have not been, from wherever you are in the world, to drive around a circuit. Not just any circuit, the Nürburgring Nordschleife. And people come to the Eiffel Mountains this time of year just to see the leaves and the wildlife. And well, we can do wild, that's for sure, around here. But beautiful place to come, but such a challenge. And of course, people used to turn up. First time I drove it, I'd only ever seen photographs and minimal amounts of moving footage from around the ring. But at least everybody now can find some source. They can go and get some onboard camera footage and ride around and do their best to vaguely learn this most extraordinary of circuits. But nobody knows this circuit properly. Some know it far, far better than others, the likes of Frank Stippler. But there is always a twist. And as we say round after round, there's always the weather. And it's never the same, that's for sure. So, Kelvin van der Linde did indeed move into the lead of the race. Marek Buchmann now attributed to being in the Schnitzelam Racing Mercedes, took it over from Marcel Marcevic. I think it was a bit late for them to actually trigger the fact that he'd taken it over to be the second driver in that car. They will then rotate that pairing, the Schnitzelam Racing Mercedes. But it's a huge lead at the moment. If you're talking about the first 2 cars on the track in SP9 Pro, it is 54 seconds between Kelvin van der Linde, who's leading, and Vincent Kolb, who's in the sister car, number 5. So 16 leads, 5 is in second of the pro class now, and that has the Schnitzelam car falling down the order just a little bit there. Marek Bokman out the wheel. Just to double check that hasn't. No, it's only done the 2 pit stops. But Kelvin van der Linde, brought in this weekend by Kuba Gimaziak, who was leading the SP9 class on points. And when you bring in a driver of the calibre of Kelvin van der Linde, came to Europe having won the South African VW Polo Championship 10 years ago, came to Europe and immediately won the VW Sirocco series based in largely in Germany. Then the following year won the ADAC GT Championship, Nürburgring 24 winner back in 2017. 2019 ADAC GT champion again, always at the front end. And this year, for good measure, he won the Nürburgring 24 hours here on this circuit with Robin Fries, Dries van Tor and Fred Verbisch in a Phoenix Audi.
Just for good measure.
Just
win the Nürburgring 24 hours.
And do you know what happens in that family? Anything one brother can do, the other will have a crack as well. So Sheldon van der Linde, DTM champion, just they came over from...
I think in the Van Tor family, sorry.
Yes, we do get these dynasties. No, indeed. Well, the Van Tor family, of course, didn't quite win the Nürburgring 24 hours with the clash. One did. No, the previous year. Right, the Grello Porsche back onto the circuit, but you have to scroll quite a long way down your order. We thought the car was not, they weren't really bothering to work on it, but it's now in a test session because the 911 scroll. It's in the top 83. That's good news. Mitch Evans is getting a go. But a lot of time lost in the pit garage with that repair going on. Haven't really got to the foot of exactly what it was that needed the repair, but anywho.
And Cup 2 cars still running strongly in the top 10. We've got the.
Well, hopefully there are 10 cars running strongly in the top 10.
No, Cup 2.
Oh, Cup 2 cars.
Top 10.
Aha.
Yeah, the 120 via Motorsport 911 is the leading one with De Jan at the wheel, and of course we've now got Hofmeister, Marcel Hopper at the wheel 123 Muller Motorsport car. That car was sorted by Nick Slawuski. That's still running in. It's just outside, so that's 11. That's why I misread. It's Hofmeister that's in the Team Maffel Porsche just ahead in top 10, but I think that's because of pit stop as well. But great runs for these Cup 2 cars, which is what we said earlier, that it's dominated. We look at this, we focus on SP9 and X and whatever and so, but these Cup 2 cars on a day when it's less than perfect, a little bit cooler, they can still have a great run. And they're still, as we said quite a few times, that the overall lap time might be not as quick, but in a straight line from the speed traps, they're the quicker cars.
Yeah, and I think if they can have a clean run, and certainly if the field has been scattered as the lead field was, we've just seen the number 911 Porsche still going after its long pit stop. Something happened to that on the opening lap of the race. Keep out of that trouble, keep it clean, and they pit very late indeed. They can run nice long stints. You can find a well-driven Cup class car from Cup 2 in the top 10, but more than that, you can find them actually in race weekends when we have slightly slimmer entry at the top end of the field. You can easily have 3 or 4 of them in the top class, in the top 10 overall. So yeah, do look out for the Cup 2 class cars. Cheaper way of going racing the SP9. I mean, the SP9 still doesn't leave a lot of change from whatever you put into the pot coming back its way, but obviously phenomenally enjoyable to drive. But a real challenge. These are not easy cars to get around the circuit. Right, 2 hours and 20 minutes to go, and no other incidents beside the code 60 at Kesselchen for the barrier repairs. So what you never know from the commentator's position, you might get half a clue from a driver's position as they drive past his barrier repairs. How long? How long the stretch of barrier, or is it signing all those forms to make sure they're going to be disposed of properly?
I was going to say, it's not so much now how long, how much.
Yes.
That's the point, how long and how much. So our 6th place entry has just done a pit stop. That's the... that's just... that's gone out and come back in again, I think.
It's listed, yeah, Adrian Delina.
That's just... Yeah, that was saying out. I was just reading that. This is a dynamic motorsport car that started 4th overall and took the lead at the first corner and had such a great run, Starto, with a Picarello at the wheel. And that's now got Delina at the wheel, yes?
Yeah, Delina's... He took that over. If I move that pile of paper to here, he took the number 30 car over. It pitted after lap 7. Did it really come in? It's now not on my screen as coming in.
Well, maybe it's just a GPS glitch.
I think it's a GPS glitch because
it said out and then it said pit, which is why I was focusing on it, because it was the only car in the top there that suddenly did it. Now, that did 6 laps originally with a Picariello at the wheel.
You got him as 6. I had him as 7. That's interesting. Okay.
I've got it as 6 on here.
Okay.
And then Delina's done 4.
So, yeah, exactly. He's done 4 since then. He wouldn't have any need to come in. We'll keep an eye on that because he's down in 6th place overall.
Yeah, I think it was a glitch.
I think it's a glitch.
Yeah. It definitely read as out and then changed to pit. And there's a very clear distinction, because when they're running, it's green. When it's out, it's yellow. And when it's pit, it's red. And it definitely went out pit. But that's odd. It's gone out and come back in again. So a service of disinformation.
Right, Cup.
Just to check you're all listening. That's all.
Right, Cup 3, always quite an interesting little cup. It's the cars all have a 9 at the front of their number. They're all in the 900s. It's a 12-car class, and Cup 3 is being led by number 976. That's Moritz Oberheim, Torsten Walter, and Jens Motorfinder, and it's Oberheim at the wheel, 14th place. They're all quite a tidy margin. There's another gaggle of Porsche Caymans further back. Gaggle? No, they just clashed with each other. Oh dear, 161 took a little clout up the door. That's not from the Cup 3 class, that's from the VLN's SP10 class.
Oh, it's trading fluid, that's
trading fluid, so that's been hit up the inside, and he's struggling to turn through the second part of the Mercedes arena, leaving a lovely slick, but it is a visible slick for those who followed. But unfortunately, 161 given a thump up the inside. I was trying to work out who went into the side of Carsten Palut. Oh dear.
Yeah, he's done the radiator on the front right.
Looking for a replay there, because there were 3 Porsche Caymans from different classes, not all in the same class, coming down
or is it
the start-finish straight.
I'm not sure. It looks like it is steam. It was just interesting. It only seemed to come out then when it turned left. So I wonder if it was bodywork damage catching on the curb. But that's retired that car. That's the 161. Has now retired itself. It can clearly go no further. Hang on.
Okay, now hopefully we'll be treated to a replay. Carsten Paluth knocked off the circuit there. Blue and white Cayman came past, a white with a blue tail. They were running 3 of them together. I'm trying to work out, they were a lap apart, I think. 969, was it Giacomo coming in? No, I don't know. I have to have a look. Giacomo was running very, very close to Malini in class. 6.9 behind 9.52. They're only half a second apart, but anyhow, so unfortunately for Paluth, that's going to fall on down the order, well, out of the race. Car 161. That had 10 laps on board. Okay. 978 might have been alongside it. Actually, that was separated by half a second.
Racing 718. They were half a second apart. I just spotted exactly the same.
Yeah, they were running in the Cup 3 class, of course. The Palut car was SP10, but it matters not. You got different sorts of Porsche Caymans. So, incidents even when you don't expect them, and suddenly for Carsten Paluth, it's over and out for the Black Falcon team. Texar entry from SP10, getting in up too tight with a couple of Cup 3 class Porsche Caymans, and the resultant problem was collision, steaming front, and the car parked even before it left the Grand Prix loop. That was turning into turn 1, it went wrong. Well, plenty more in store.
Now I'm just looking at the ticker, Bruce.
Well, I can tell you 961 is in the pit lane, so that was the Herber car. We saw Dolphin was in the mix, but just to fill you in, it was René Herber who brought in the 961, also needing repairs. It took the shortcut back into the pit lane. That's having repairs.
wird oben das Ziel beschleunigen. Schön gefühlvoll und eingelenkt.
Falkenreifen.
World's First Asphalt Watch. Die ersten Zifferblätter aus echtem Rennstreckenasphalt. Auf dem Asphalt wurden Legenden geboren und magische Momente erlebt. Coblor.
Liebe Fans,
besucht unsere
Social Media Kanäle
Auf Facebook,
Instagram, YouTube, Twitter und TikTok. Willkommen zu NLS.
Kelvin van der Linde, Phoenix Audi, leading from Vincent Kolb, Phoenix Audi. Both done one pit stop. The gap between them, is it seconds? Yes, Is it a lot of seconds? Unfortunately, before the pit stops and Vincent Kolb took over, when it was van der Linde against Stippler, it was about 1.5 seconds. It's now 1 minute and 12 seconds last time around. And over the course of a lap, it's about a 6-second a lap margin advantage, I would say, to Kelvin van der Linde. So what an inspired signing he's been for this weekend for Kuba Gimasiak in the number 16 Audi camp. He's leading the top class overall, SP9, not by a huge number of points, but he will take maximum points today if it stays like this, which will put him really looking quite comfortable when they face the final round of the championship in a fortnight's time. Go on. How fast was the caravan?
Well, it was driven by Robin Hamilton himself. The car had done Le Mans the year before, remember, so 1980. It towed a caravan to a new world land speed record of 124.91 miles an hour. Okay, I have to be fair in correcting it. The record is now, it's been taken by Jason's hands in America in 2012 at 141.998 now.
That's more like it.
Okay. Oh, okay, so well.
But it's why not? No, hold on, let's just shorten it by a word. Why? Meanwhile, back on the track. Yes. Right, let's run it down.
Those leaves that got into all the air intakes of the cars, they're just going around our commentary box now.
They are, yes.
Not tumbleweed, it's just autumn leaves.
Yeah. So pretty much as it has been from the outset of the race, the story is the two Phoenix Audis being challenged by the Dynamic Motorsport Porsche. Except that has changed because Adrian Delino in the Dynamic car had that, we think, extra running through the pits. He's down in 7th. The Porsche challenge is now being led by the car that started off to the outside of the front row. And it's Matteo Caroli at the wheel of the EMA Motorsport Porsche. Beautiful looking blue livery on that for the Australian team. Car being run for them here by Manthey Motorsport. The 74 was started by Dennis Olsen and is in 3rd position. And it won't be in 3rd position for long. Maybe this lap will be the one in which Vincent Kolb is demoted back to 3rd and the Porsche goes back into 2nd place because Matteo Caroli took 9.5 seconds out of the car he's chasing last time round. He started this lap 7.2 seconds behind. So do the maths. One would suggest probably coming down the Dottingerhohe, maybe as the cars approach the Tiergarten chicane, S's, there may be a move. Top car in SPX is in 14th place. That's Max Hofer. The car was started, the number 53 KTM Crossbow was started by Reinhard Koffler, the regular driver. Max is on board this weekend, and they're down in 14th place. Only done one pits, sorry, not 14th place, 15th place now. Have done 3 pit stops though, so that was a bonus one, and the 2 regulars, so they've got those out of the way just before the halfway point in the race. But one extra pit stop is why that was no longer in the top 10. It ran in the top 10 at the start of the race, qualified 5th, started falling back. The SP9 cars kept coming past. There were problems for others. There have been, however, no problems whatsoever for Kuba Gimasiak's car. He's handed it to Kelvin van der Linde, who did the first stint of the race, starting from 3rd on the grid. Fantastic battling, particularly with the sister car of Frank Stippler. Hard but fair. Some fantastic battling. Hard but maybe not always fair with Alessio Picariello in the Dynamic Motorsport Porsche. Most notably with a robust manoeuvre, or not so much a manoeuvre, but let's say track positioning going into the Tiergarten chicane that put Frank Stippler's car 2 wheels onto the grass. Yeah, don't even think about it. But unfortunately, for Dynamic Motorsport, their car down the order, we think, with an extra visit to the pits for a pit stop that wasn't of sufficient glory. And that is why the leading Porsche is now the 74 car, Matteo Caroli. And he didn't get past on that lap into 2nd place from Vincent Kolb, but he started this lap just 2.6 seconds down in 3rd place overall. 13 laps on the board. Well, I think next time around, those cars will be coming in for their pit stops.
I'm still enjoying the cost of crashing at the Nürburgring, so to speak. This is largely for Kerry's benefit if he wants to go and do this. Kerry, hitting a tyre stack is free, by the way. There's a lovely bit of humour here, though. If things go wrong, it's best to aim for the tyre stack. If you don't completely destroy the stack, the tyres won't be replaced. However, there may be costs for dropping off and towing. Further, by the way, most corners don't have tyre stacks.
I like that.
That's just superb. So the general cost, just to put it into perspective, okay? Here you go. So, removing damaged guardrail, €25 per metre. New replacement, €64 per metre. If a safety car is required, this is during the race here, €63 per half hour. Towing costs to the car back to the pits, €285. Hourly wages for the staff, €55 an hour. Each of them.
And the staff holiday contribution?
Correct. So you don't want to be going off, do you?
Oh, I feel a bit queasy.
Yeah.
Feel a bit queasy. Actually, I must confess, I could tell you were deep in researching something. I presumed you were trying to find, you'd gone into the world of caravans, you were trying to find matching Tupperware sets to stack in your cupboards at the back, you know, for maximum storage efficiency. But clearly not.
Oh, I apologise. I've let you down again, Jones.
He's back. He's back in the room. Back in the room. Right, just looking at the terms of pace at the front of the field. Have we had all our barrier repairs complete? I think we might have done. Right, fastest lap of the race, still 8 minutes 21. No, we're still getting drivers lapping. The front runner, Kelvin van der Linde, 8 minutes 37. Okay, so there must still be a little bit of slow zonery around the back because he wouldn't be backing off by a mere 16 seconds. Huge 16 seconds, but Kelvin van der Linde leading this race. Been in the race from the start. We're very nearly at the halfway point. We just have under 2 minutes remain and we will be at the end of hour number 2. That car number 16, pitted after 6 laps. And if it pits up at the end of this lap, it will be 6 laps followed by 8. So 8 we always feel is the maximum stint. But you know what? If you make your pit stop pretty much now, you're bang on the halfway point in the race. So I can't see anybody of those who did a regular first pit stop. I'm not talking about the people who came in after 2 laps. I'm talking about the people who came in after 6 or 7. But what do we know about the 2 cars from Phoenix? That one of them, number 5, pitted after 7 laps on its first stint. Number 16 after 6. So number 5 could go one further lap. They could do 7 laps followed by 8 laps to go to 15. Or maybe they'll simply do 7 followed by 7. Whereas the sister car will be doing 6 followed by 8. Oh, I tired myself out going through that.
I'm worn out listening.
I know, it's phenomenal, isn't it?
And you understood it.
At the start.
We'd lost it by the 6th lap, or was it the 7th? Or the 8th?
It's taking my shoes off, adding up with all those extra digits. 6 toes on my right foot.
It doesn't come as a surprise.
Working motor racing.
Indeed. You haven't seen my left foot. So our fastest car on the circuit so far, or fastest lap of the race so far, has been that dynamic motorsport Porsche, number 30, that did an 8:21.4. Pace is a bit different now, to say the very least, in 8:37s for our race-leading car, 43s, 32 is about the quickest at the moment, which is our Tim Heinemann in the number 3 Falcon Porsche. His last lap was a 30.
No.
32.
Yeah.
Yep.
8 minutes 28.95 seconds.
Yep.
Fanfare for Marek Bachmann,
Yep.
car number 11, the Schnitzelarm Racing Mercedes. That has done 2 pit stops. A lot of its rivals in the SP9 class have not. Let's just go through the ones that have not. The 2 Phoenix Racing Audis, first and second in the race. Van der Linde leading Vincent Cole by 1 minute, probably nearly 20 seconds by now, and Matteo Cairoli closing right in 3rd place. None of those cars, Cairoli in the EMA Motorsport Porsche, have made the second of what will most likely be their 3 pit stops. We've got a few seconds left. We'll reach 2 hours. Who else hasn't pitted? Carrie Schreiner, the number 2 Schnitzelarm Racing Mercedes. 1 or 2 of them has not come in for its second pit stop yet. And Arnie Hofmeister leading the Cup 2 class. Car number 107, that has not made its second pit stop. That's the entry from Team Matol. And yes, the zones have been cleared. The car that now has 4 wheels on its wagon, car number 34, bangs in the second fastest lap, the fastest lap recently, 8 minutes 24.5. And it is Christian Cronjes who has been flying in that. So this is a car that could and should have been at the front end, but at the moment is down in 11th place, having had to limp home with its front left wheel. Well, it was on the car, but only the inside part of the wheel. And clearly the wheel had fractured in some way and departed.
I was going to say, that was just bolted on and remained there. It was just, the rest of it decided to depart. Breakaway group. Splitter, literally. Well, that's at the front, isn't it?
Yeah, not always.
Oh, no, exactly.
So just looking for any further flurries of action, but right now I think we're just simply waiting for the Audis to come in and that EMA Motorsport Porsche to come in at the end of this lap. Possibly the race leading Audi can continue one lap further. Sorry, not the race leading one, the one in second place, car number 5, that pitted a lap after the sister car.
Yeah, I did it 6 and 6 as well, didn't you? You said Van der Linde, Calvin's done 7 laps. Kolb is on 6 on this particular one, so just looking where they are on the circuit now.
Any sign, any sighting? It's a small circuit.
Yep, Brunchen.
Brunchen, okay, so
Flansgarden.
yeah.
So this is the number 5 car, where the 16
well,
is.
16 is nearly a minute and a half clear of that. So,
yeah.
Oh, I tell you where, it's just coming through the final corner onto the start finish straight. Is it diving to the pits? Yes, it is. Indeed it is. So car 16 comes in to make its pit stop at the end of 14 laps. So it goes to prove an 8-lap stint is possible. They weren't experimenting, they must have known that. They wouldn't have thought 7 3/4 laps would be all they could manage, because that would be no use to man or beast.
I suspect the number 5 car will carry on for another lap.
Yeah.
They have capacity to do that in the pits, but the 16's only just come to its pit stop now.
So Kuba Gimasiak will be running out. All the race thus far has been handled by his teammate. They've just gone past the halfway point in the race, so Kuba will be there to the finish. And Kuba does like to finish. He is leading the SP9 class on points. Now, just as he gets in, let me explain. In the Nürburgring Langstrecken Series, we have an enormous array of cars in many, not just manufacturers, but many makes and manufacturers, and many classes. And you get points according to where you finish in your class. You could have a car that's 30 seconds a lap down on the ultimate pace, but if you're the fastest car in that class, you score maximum points. And that is why the overall champion invariably comes from one of the junior classes. Not being offensive there. That's just how it is in terms of performance, and so people fight for their own overall glory. Now, talk about glory, 2nd and 3rd place is covered by half a second, I guess, but which one of those is going to dive into the pits? The number 5 Audi continues, and so does the number 74 EMA Motorsport Porsche in behind. When I say in behind, I mean right in behind, possibly 1/10 of a second down, 2/10 as they cross the start-finish line. They're clearly going to be going one further lap before they make their pit stops. Then pit stop number 2, round the outside at turn 1, 2 deep, surely from Matteo Caroli. If it's not quite the undergrowth, he was off the track, he was back on the track, using that access road rather than the gravel bed, got through that and took 2nd place from Vincent Kolb, who didn't make it too hard at all. Very fair. Vincent always really very high standards in his driving.
Yeah, not taking anything away from Carioli there, but I think Vincent Kolb there just saw that coming. No point defending. You're back to start. You're in lap effectively. It's another 25 kilometres in a good few minutes away, but it is the in lap. You're in a strong position. Why defend it and take the risk? It's just risk strategy. Absolutely no point in doing it.
Again, a very
mature.
It's a mature pairing as well, because he knows why should I take too much risk? Because the driver who does that for me is Frank Stippler, and he's taking over at the end of this lap. So just don't make any mistakes. He navigates his way around a BMW that looks like a 330i in the background of the shot and leaves it stationary as he sets about working through the remainder of the Grand Prix loop. But again, mature, sensible driving. And today is one of the rare occasions, Snowy, in which the weather has almost been their friend. It's been constant, that rarity, constant conditions at the Nürburgring. And of course, at this time of year, you're normally talking just about the track condition. Wet, dry, somewhere in between. You're not talking about a huge range of temperature swing, because it started cool, it's remained cool. There was a bit of a breeze first thing this morning, and even when the cars were on the grid, but you know, it's not a warm day, it's an autumn day, but the track is dry. And you know what? The drivers will take that.
Yeah, I was thinking that. I wonder if Vincent Kolb was a little bit circumspect there because his tyres are probably done. Well, actually, Carioli's exactly the same, both from 7 laps.
Yeah.
It's not like Carioli in the Porsche's got a fresher set of tyres. So, just I think you should say mature, sensible driving.
Kelvin van der Linde's just handed over the race-leading number 16 Shearer Sport Phoenix Racing Audi, and Kelvin van der Linde's got out and looks very happy indeed with his experience. And you know, why wouldn't he? He did a good, solid job and got in, and we saw one of the, well, no, let's just wind that one back. The moment of the race when Alessio Picariello was trying to fend off Frank Stippler going into Tiergarten, and Stippler went by one side. Sorry, Kelvin van der Linde went to one side. He was trying to be fended off by Picariello, and Frank Stippler, like the ghost, went up the other side. Yes, 3 abreast into the kink just before the track rose up to Tiergarten. We drew our breath in, but it was a fabulous moment. So it doesn't really matter for any of the 3 drivers in there. They will have enjoyed it, particularly when they look at the replay. It was proper racing on, well, the proper circuit. And Kelvin van der Linde continues to talk. It's almost like the interview was over, but I haven't finished speaking yet. I have more to say. I have enjoyed myself very much indeed. He won't be taking over again because clearly Kuba will do, the Polish driver will do the remainder of this race. And will they be heading to victory? I must say, with every passing lap, Peter Snowden, it looks that way.
It would be, wouldn't be wise money betting against it, would you? I'd look at what the odds are.
Yes, what a lineup there, and I think Kuba Gimasiak, he's had various teammates.
Dacia having a lovely little ballerina pirouette on the, is it on the Mercedes Arena? I think it is.
It's the
second part.
Second going to the third part. No, it's the third corner of the arena. Let's see, is he turning to the right? Yes, it's corner 3.
We just got a great slow-mo of it there on the TV where it just locked up its front left and just pirouetted around it. It was almost on, as ballerinas do on their toes. It just went around the wheel. Beautiful.
Well, I think we should give a call out to Mocco Flex. He was obviously trying to show his sponsor's name, so we might as well do our bit and read it out as well. But I think it's great. That car makes me smile every time because it's the equivalent of my first company car was a VW Polo that you could drive flat out round Hyde Park Corner, a bit like driving a little Fiat 500, and this would be much the same. Not sort of braking required. This actually has far more power than my company VW Polo of the day, but it was a hoot.
I'm in awe that you rose to the levels of a company car. I know not of these things.
Yes, I know. It seems strange now when you've paid your own car bills for the last 20, 30 years.
Exactly.
Yeah, indeed. But anyhow, good to have it out there. But I did have an Alfa. I had an Alfa Romeo as a company car once. It was Christmas every day. All those warning lights on the not on the dashboard. It was the flashboard.
The flashboard. Yes.
Great engine though. Alfa 164 V6. Absolutely mellifluous. Right, Peter, we're being treated to 1, 2, 3, all 4 sides of a replay again of the Dacia Logan. Neat, tidy, and actually you realise what a small car, when it can spin within its length and it still covers only half the width of the track. But that's because it's not on the Nordschleife, that was on the Grand Prix loop.
So, 107 Matol Racing GT Cup 2 car, which was leading Cup 2 now.
Yeah, it's been leading for a short while. Dorian Boccolacci did the spade work. Arnie Hofmeister took it over. He's brought it into the pits. Wait and see if Boccolacci gets back in for hour number 3. I would suggest that's probably...
That'll put in the Avia car back into the lead, the Cup 2 cars, won't it?
Yeah, and if you weren't with us at the start of the race, you're forgiven. That's absolutely fine. David Yarn was driving that car and was running in 5th place. On the opening lap, quite a lot was happening. Not just place changes among the top 4, it's top 6, the top 10, a few cars going out of the race. And yet that car was propelled up the order from outside the top 10 in qualifying and sat there for quite a number of laps in 5th place overall. And if you're looking at the scenes now or listening to us, the track is uniformly dry. And of course, first thing this morning, it wasn't uniform. It wasn't necessarily wet, but it was dew from overnight because it was cool. There was mist over the track when the cars went out in qualifying. And the opening laps, they really did favour the brave, but we know just one slip away between bravery and oops. And now we know the cost of having the barrier replaced and how big your bill is. Potentially, you wouldn't want to be doing that. But so certainly, while the top handful of cars made their break, those behind didn't so much. Now, one of the new cars this weekend, EMA Motorsport, their Porsche, saw it earlier in the 24 hours, but new in the NLS, and I would suggest a sign of perhaps more races on the European scene. We will look out for that car later in the year, but right now it's running in the hands of Mattia Caroli, just a whisker down on Vincent Kolb, but of course it's not. It's now moved ahead. Vincent Kolb sort of let him through at the first corner on this lap. So the order is now the number 16 Audi, the number 74 EMA Porsche, and then the number 5 Audi. But at the end of this lap, and they're getting towards the end of this lap, these cars will be coming into the pit lane, and that will be their running for the first half of the race. Their second pit stop will be served, but right now the race leaders served the pit stop, but came in a lap ahead of the class rivals, so just keep looking out for that. But it's been a big lead. Just bear in mind, in the opening hour of the race, the number 16 Audi in the hands of Kelvin van der Linde, and the number 5 Audi, in that first hour at least, in the hands of Frank Stippler, was separated by normally under a second. It's now grown to 1 minute and 17, 1 minute 20 seconds perhaps. But with the rear wing vibrating under the loading down the straight, it slips its way through the air, down the Dottingher. Here comes Vincent Cole back towards the end of his first of, should be 2 stints. They're doing a 1 hour on, 1 hour off in the number 5 Audi crew. So unless Vincent's doing hours 2 and 3, which could trip us up, he's nearly come to the end of, at least of this hour. He could have a relax in the pit for the pit stop, but I would suggest he will get out and then he will bring the car to the finish. That tends to be how Stippler and Vincent Cole split their racing. In he comes.
As predicted, indeed.
And in fact, having been passed at the start of the lap, you only shed about 5 seconds, maybe not even that, to the car that pitted just ahead of him, the EMA Motorsport car. Mattia Caroli bringing that one in at the same time. So they both have taken the format 7 laps for your opening stint, 8 laps for your second stint. Frank Stippler does indeed jog around to the outside of the car to help his teammate Vincent Kolb out, but one of the beauties for them is they've raced together for a long time now, so certainly fewer foibles when it comes to getting into these cars. Taller figure of Frank Stippler, a little harder to feed him through the sort of networks of tubes, you know, that support the side of the car, the safety elements, but you know, it's not an easy thing. Lovely little touch. Now, very interesting map on the door, inside of the door of the Phoenix Audi, the number 5. It doesn't just show the corners and the twists and the turns, it shows where the course vehicles can come onto the circuit and what sort of course vehicle. Oh, I'd like to look at that map properly, because if you ever look at any of the notes for this circuit, Snowy, we get messages on our screen saying incident at Marshall Post 184. 184 Marshall Post, that's not even on the Dottinger Höhe so long is this circuit, but actually the knowledge of where course vehicles can enter and exit, including flatbeds, fire engines and so on and so forth, absolutely precious. And you can be sure, unless it was handed out to all the teams that would have it would be the likes of Manthey Racing, would be the likes of Phoenix Racing, teams that have been racing here year in, year out. It might seem small, it might seem only slightly relevant, but it's far more than that. It's where an incident gets cleared, you know, the traditional points, how long is that stoppage going to be? All these little things can add up. Masterstroke. Not that the driver could probably look at it unless they were stationary, in fairness, when it's taped the door alongside them, but when they've stopped, well, I couldn't.
Why not? 184, by the way, is at Schwalbenschwanz, so you're right, it's not even on the Dottinger Höhe yet. I'll get my anorak.
No, it's good, because, you know, a traditional race circuit would have 30 Marshall posts max. Yeah. Probably, you know, if you're under lucky, that, if you're lucky. So let's say normally 20. I nearly started at 20, but I raised the ante.
Oh, you always raise the bar.
So, one of the things we want to see is who's going to be getting on board. Frank Stippler will be replacing Vincent Kolb. Mattia Caroli, will he hand over back to the race start to Dennis Olsen in the number 74 EMA Motorsport Porsche? And Tim Heinemann is into the pits in 3rd position for his 3rd pit stop, because that pitted after 2 laps, the number 3 car, and then after 7, and then after 15. So it's had 2 normal length stints, and that short one very early on. Kuba Gimasiak will be the effective race leader after all of this. His Phoenix Audi, green, white and red, powering into, well, no, backing off to go into the Sabine Schmitz curves. There's the sister car, the number 5 car, the blue, white and red version, is just exiting the pits at the moment. Frank Stippler now on board after Vincent Kolb's stint. Kuba Gimasiak, well, all the first half of the race was done by his teammate Kelvin van der Linde, so he will go through to the end of this race. He will do this double stint. And looking very strong indeed. Vincent Kolb out of the car, smiling, happy with his stint. Doesn't even look as though he's really been in the car. Looks like someone's just sort of wetted his hair down for him. But So just double checking, number 11 has done its 2 pit stops now. That pitted very early indeed, but that's out of kilter with the others. That's Marek Botman taking over from Marcel Martowitz, but I had that marked down as a lap 2 pit stop, and then I would suggest probably about a lap 10, so that's out of sync. But the important part is the front 3 cars all have got a similar pit stop routine. That's the 2 Phoenix Racing Audis and the number 74 EMA Motorsport Porsche, which is indeed back out of the hands of Mattia Caroli into the hands of Dennis Ols. Also leaving the pits, car number 30, don't forget that led the race early on, Adrian Delina, we think, had that extra visit to the pit lane. Listed as only 2 pit visits, but he suddenly went down the order from 3rd place to 7th or 8th. And that has just served a regular pit stop after 15 laps, which would sort of pretty much fit in with the mix. Car number 30, car 74 as well. Yeah, that's right, that 2, so that was a 15. Yeah, I think the standard way for most people to try and do this race is a 7-lap opening stint, 8-lap stints hereinafter. Certainly 7, 8, 8, 7 perhaps would be the way you finish your final leg of the race with a 7-lap sprint through to the finish. However, of course, that does depend on incidents. We've got an hour and 40-odd minutes remaining in this 4-hour race. So far, so good, though, Peter Snowden.
Yeah, which is not so much good for Schnitzel Racing at the moment, the 666 numbered car. So that's parked at the side of the road. I don't know if it's gone off or not, but it's stationary, certainly, just picking up to Hoher Act, which is the highest part of the circuit, hence the name would suggest. So I would say, with that number, it's parked in the devil of the place.
Just say that again. Yes. I'm just waiting for you to clash the cymbals, kaboom, blow the trumpet. Wherever is the monkey?
I'd rather think somebody else would, for a change.
We make you work hard.
I know. But yeah, so that car is stationary inside the track. So I'm not sure why at the moment it has caused a code 60. We've also just seen number 3 Falcon Motorsport entry, which is car number 3 running in 3rd. Just exit the pits with Martin Ragonet aboard now.
Yeah, he's all the race thus far has been done. That's Peter and I get out our little coloured pens. He's in the race now.
It's like being back at nursery with crayons, isn't it?
Yes.
Nothing's really evolved. Just your height.
Yes, I'm now allowed pointed end scissors. Fabulous. Yes. Right, what's happening in Cup 2? Well, Peter pointed this out a while ago. Dorian Boccolacci's taken over the number 107 entry. That's been duking the lead. That's Team Mathol Racing, but the lead is back in the hands of 120, the WNS Motorsport entry, and it's Daniel Blickel at the wheel of that. David Yarn did the hard yards early on. Right, as the crews all settle down with 2 and unfortunately some of the 3 pit stops to their name in the top class. Wait and see at the end of the lap how it has shaken out, but it should be Kuba Gimnaziak sitting pretty at the top of the pile. He came in a lap ahead of the other cars in the top class, at the front end of the top class. After 14 laps, the rest pitted after 15 for the second stop. But certainly his race pace is looking good. And what you get traditionally after the SP9 runners come in, you get the flurry of Cup 2 runners then diving in probably the next time around. But at the halfway point in the race and a little bit more, things are balancing out quite nicely. It's a grey day, flashes of darker cloud, flashes of blue sky from time to time, but it seems a couple of hours since we saw the last of those. And again, waiting for the pace to pick up. Drivers, of course, now have fresh rubber underneath them, certainly towards the end of their stints, doing 7 or 8 laps. Let's call them 8 laps. Let's call that 200 kilometres. 200 kilometres going around a circuit with 170 plus corners, pushing on, pushing hard. You can imagine the tyre life has really, really fallen away by the end of the session. And as Peter pointed out, when Vincent Kolb was challenged going down into the first corner, turn 1, he didn't make it too hard at all. And certainly for the EMA Porsche that had Mattia Caroli at the wheel, he was going for it, but nobody had loads of grip left. And it was neat and tidy in a way, but particularly helped by Vincent Kolb going, yeah, I could go half a car length deeper into the corner, but what would be the point?
Now, we mentioned the number 34 Valkenhorst BMW M4 a little bit earlier. Bruce had its did its loose wheel impersonation, didn't it? Leaving parts of it. Well, with Christian Krohn's at the wheel of that car now, he's just set the fastest Sector 2 by a country mile, as it were. I know it's a short sector, but we're looking at 104s, 105s for that. He's done a 102 dead through there already.
Wow, and I tell you what, a couple
just
of
wonder.
Yeah, but I tell you what, a couple of laps ago, I was saying it's such a shame because when Krohn went back out there, he was the fastest driver on the track. We were admiring someone for doing an 8-minute 28, and I just noticed further down the screen he'd done an 8-minute 24-second lap. So
I mean, it's running 9th overall at the moment, and it's the highest placed BMW.
one could, if one had time, dive back and see what the length of the longest lap was for them, because that would be the one where they were limping in. But the first time that car was picked up without its front left wheel,
I can take it in.
I like to give him a challenge. I've got him back from caravan record setting, and but the first time we saw it was just onto the Dottinger Höhe. We don't know how far before that front left wheel came off, but either way, it was going to be a much slower lap. But as you pointed out, he was coming back with the front wheel off the ground because it wasn't really there, but also it wasn't with bodywork flapping as a tyre carcass flailed around. So clearly whatever they've done to the car, scrape the bottom a little bit, remove the barnacles. It's working very well at the moment. Okay. 1 hour, 36 seconds. 36 minutes and 40 seconds remaining, and that's gone down even since I started saying it. This is the point at which we have to mention the thing that we mention at every race. The length of your final pit stop is dictated.
Not the aggregator.
Yes, exactly. If you're new to this, the length of your final pit stop is varied. It's variable. Down to competence of the crew, perhaps. No, it's far more complicated than that. We have the chart of gain, the chart of pain. I'll make it simple as I can. Say you stopped with an hour remaining in this 4-hour race, effectively splitting it to 3 pit stops. Your final pit stop would have to be a minimum of 333 seconds. So we're talking 5 minutes and 33 seconds. If you could eke it out another 10 minutes, so let's say effectively another lap for most of these drivers, your pit stop would be 26 seconds shorter. That's phenomenal.
It is. It's a lot of.
If you eked it out another 10 minutes, so you came in with just 40 minutes remaining, you could also save another 26 seconds. But it's how you work the maths to get you into that scenario where you can do a late final pit stop.
Ever since the summer, it's been perplexing me what to purchase you for Christmas present. I now know Caravan Club membership.
I can't believe you assume I do not have one already. No, you're quite right.
No. We know we've got the caravan. It's whether you want the membership or not. Are you fully paid up member? Caravan Club of Great Britain.
Which of the Marx brothers said any club that would allow me to be a member is not a club worth joining?
Yes. I think it was Groucho.
I have a feeling it was. Yes, not Swift Caravan, Marx. Right, okay. Now, I'll go back to the early stage of the race because it's not only the final pit stop that is a variable. The middle pit stop is absolutely fine in this. You can do whatever you want within reason. However, say you did your first pit stop after only 2 laps, and some of the crews did that. Your time at a standstill has to be, well, almost bang on the nose of 4 minutes, 239 seconds. If you did your first pit stop after 7 laps, you have to be at a standstill for a whisker under 6 minutes, 351 seconds. So you can see you've got to work the first variable and the last variable. And here endeth the lesson today. We like people to keep things as smooth and confident at the front, so it's much easier from our point of view. It keeps the cars together on the track if they all run identical pit stops. Oh, we've got a problem. The Landgraf. There's a Landgraf Mercedes at the side of the track, stationary off the track. It's been parked by a marshal's post. This is car number 55. The driver at the wheel is Julian Apostolos, climbing out now.
Yeah, coming out to the Dottinger Höhe, onto the Dottinger Höhe, the Galvenkopf, isn't it? On the right-hand side.
Yeah. Again, Beautiful long shot, and you can really see the marshals not just waving the flags immediately behind Beach Mercedes, but the corner before, we can see the crews very clearly standing in front of those glorious coloured trees. Oh, shoulders up, sort of arms out to the side from Julian Apostolos.
Almost a Gallic shrug, wasn't it?
Who'd have thought?
Yes.
So, even at this late stage. So that was the car that was running in 8th position, had been setting decent pace. In fact, the last lap the car did was, get this, it was the fastest car on the last lap, the last lap that has been completed. Again, all these lap times can be interrupted by slow zones and other things. Great little scrap on the circuit at the moment. The purple and black Teichmann Racing Supra GT, just the GT4 model, is having to back off because someone has put half the tyre wall into the middle of the circuit. There's a wheel peeled off a car
with a drive shaft.
With a drive shaft attached. We can't yet see the car. That'll be further up the track. There is a lot of debris, small debris beyond. It's peeled the tyre wall back and taken about a 4 metre length of it. That will cost a fortune, as Kerry said. She's far wiser to these things.
It's tyres, don't forget. It's only tyres. It's fine.
It's only tyres, and it's one of the Clios at the side of the circuit.
283.
Oh, 283 on the rear window. Well spotted. I was waiting for the side of the car. And it's a Renault Clio Cup. Yeah, Stefan Epp and Michael Ulwer.
The Aufkleben car.
Great race livery there. I'd rather see it at full racing speed. It's orange, it's black, it's white, it's yellow, but it's stationary, and other parts of its front end scattered across the track. Those will need to be swept up, and it only leaves a car width maximum between the end of the tyre wall that's pulled onto the circuit and the gap to the shed wheel and drive shaft that are sitting there on the track. So very, very unfortunate for 283. Driver out of the car, which is good to see, but again, that's running in the SP3 class, 5 cars in the class, so you'd have been heading for decent points. But for 283, it will be going no further, unfortunately. There.
I'm just wondering, the Landgraf Mercedes is pulled over on the side of the Dottinghoe. They're just after Galdenkopf. It's got its headlights back on again. I just wonder if it's they weren't on it when it was pulled over, is my point. They're now on. So I wonder if the drivers got back in and trying to do an alt control reset and whatever and trying to get that car back. He's only got the Dottinghoe to go.
Yeah. What,
get it into
2 kilometres?
Yeah, well, yeah, okay. But
yeah.
2 out of 25. He's done 20, He's done 23 of them already. So, yeah, to get it back to the pits and see if they can do anything with it. If not, finish the test session. We're only just over. Oh, we ain't got an hour and a half to go.
Oh, thank goodness.
Yes.
A blink of an eye.
Yeah.
Now, looking at the pace of Dorian Boccolacci, it's always good. He's always quick. He's second in the Cup 2 class in the 107 Zimmermann brake ducts entered car, swinging it around. He's actually marginally faster than the class-leading Daniel Blickel, but not by a huge amount, by about a second. But, however, the ifs, the buts, there will be slow zones around the circuit. Quite clearly, we've seen the cause of one of them, which is about probably firing in now, which will be all that tyre wall that's been hit at one end, separated, might have been a natural break in the tyre wall, but then peeled into the middle of the circuit, leaving only this narrow strip, and then there's a trail of debris beyond, and a front right wheel and a drive shaft sitting in the track, which makes things very difficult indeed. So lap times will necessarily suddenly become a whole lot slower. But as always with a slow zone, if you happen to get through before it's caused, and then someone who might be even 20 seconds behind you, the slow zone is thrown, they have to back off, you gain a free pass. And many a race here, you think, well, they've just not closed it down under normal circumstances. Then you get something that isn't a racing circumstance in terms of natural racing speeds. Suddenly there's a slow zone, and you can really, really gain.
So young Jake Dennis at the wheel of the number 34 Valkenhorst BMW now.
Okay, so he's finally got a go in that. He must be wondering if he was going to get one, because that pitted very early on, and so the number 34 car has just disappeared from my image. Up to 6th place now. The 3rd pit stop is done. That is 16 laps on the board. So it pitted after 2 laps.
I say young, he seems to be around forever, doesn't he?
No, he does.
But he's only 27 now. gold standard driver, gold rated under FRA, but he's done he has done NLS before with an M240i last year with Adrenaline and Valkenhorst.
To get what? To get his ring license?
I guess, ring permit,
Permit.
And of course, he's done Formula E last year, didn't he? As well?
Oh, he's done it for a while. He's been one of the stars of Formula E.
Yeah. Of course, remember the days of the Aston down to Bathurst and stuff, wasn't he? Blank Pond, ADAC. Quite a stellar career already, age 27. So, you say itching to get a drive in that M4 GT3, and you were saying earlier though about if you had a chance to drive one of these SP9, as we call them, being very NLS possessive there, but of that series GT3 car, that car still just stands out to me. I mean, there's something I do like, a big front-engined GT car, front-engine rear-wheel drive GT car. There's just something about them.
You're dyed in the wool, but
Yes,
everyone has heritage.
Yeah.
Some rather less than others, and some rather more than others. But yours is very, very clear, and the format is very Aston Martin. It's very sensible. With or without caravan, you're happy either way, which is nice.
Yeah, well, okay. Well, you could have downtime, so you go on holiday. It's only fair. Take the caravan with you. Just use the same car.
Wind the clock back to the 90s, let's say. Porsche Super Cup.
Yep.
Guest drivers at each of the rounds supporting the Grand Prix in Europe. And I remember being at Imola for the San Marino Grand Prix, and actually it might have been 1992, 1994, was that fateful time. And I went across to speak to Eddie Irvine, who'd just been driving it, and in his laconic way, without much thought to anything other than sheer honesty, he went, "It's like driving a car towing a caravan." I said, "How's the handling?" He said, "I think it's towing a caravan." I thought, epic. I don't think Porsche will like that very much. But then, if you welcome Eddie into your camp, that's what you'll get. And actually, you know what? A good PR will go, you know what? People will talk about that now.
Well, exactly. And you turn it into a positive, yeah.
So the Toyo tyres, 188 Supra, 180 Supra into the pit lane. This is the car that was Takayuki Kinoshita, Unuva Clean. Looks great. Metallic blue
very
livery.
clean, actually, for cars. Should have been out on track a lot.
So Toyo tyres, we've got two of those. We've got car 170, 180. Go.
Sorry, Bruce, could have cost you. We mentioned gaffer tape earlier, being high tech and all that. There, we just been a close up in the pit lane of our cameraman, very kindly showing us the refueling of this Toyota. All this high tech in the world, and they've got the fueling nozzle in there, in the rear window where it is, and we've got some paper wrapped around it in case it spills. I just love it. In case there's any splash, but bit of paper from the roll there, just like you're at the service station. There you go. Look. Wiping it up, putting it away. Yes, all very tidy.
Well, I tell you, it's certainly a lot of the petrol stations and fuel stations I go to, you go to, I needed something, pill spilt, there's no tissue. There's nothing to clean up with when you've slightly dripped down the side of the car.
You are on a different economic level. You can afford to spill fuel. Right?
No.
Wow.
I did think yesterday evening there was a fault with the petrol pump. The price appeared to be going up rather fast than the number of litres.
Yeah.
It's bobbed back up.
It's when it's got past your budget.
Yes.
Then you check and see if your feet are getting wet as it's filling the car up. Make sure it's not coming out underneath.
Well, it's that point you thought, I thought there was a quarter of a tank. I appear to have put a tank load in terms of a six-figure sum. Right, so Marek Bachmann rose to second place, back in for that third pit stop. So that number 11, Schnitzelarm Racing Mercedes, he shows with Marcel Marshevitz. Will drop back down the order again, but they were one of the crews that did a very early pit stop, and then that was after 2 laps, and then 15 laps later, after a 7-lap stint and an 8-lap stint, they're in all over again. But that will drop them down the order. But Kuba Gimasiak, his lead over fellow Phoenix Audi is 1 minute. Wait for the end of this lap. 1 minute 16 seconds. Yes, of course, there was a gap difference because the number 5 Audi pitted a lap later than the 16, which will always keep things confusing until the end of the race. But in terms of pace on board, again, I better not talk too much about pace on board because we're going to have clearly a slow zone out around section of the circuit where a lot of the tyre wall has been ripped asunder from its mounting and pulled out into the middle of the circuit. A narrow track made even narrower, certainly to be clean up down there as well. One of the cars, however, that is pressing on is Adrian Delina, and he's coming to the end of his stint in that number 30 Porsche, the car that led early on into the hands of Alessio Picariello. And it should be the Belgian driver taking over from the American domiciled Belgian driver. Let's see, entering the pits. I thought he was. And he thought he wasn't. So on for a further lap for the dynamic motorsport Porsche, bright green with the black bonnet.
Where do you think the 283 had gone off and done all that tyre damage? Was it fluke flats?
I thought you said it was Schwalbenschwanz. Maybe that was something else you were looking at. I can't remember.
Schwalbenschwanz was the Marshall Post bit we were talking about.
That's correct, yes.
I've got a feeling it was, you know.
Okay, well, it's again, it's not the work of a moment to find a car if it has actually exited the circuit or gone off the field of play.
It comes off our GPS tracker when it goes outside the road. They clear the car, but there's certainly a long code 60 down through the whole Flugplatz area. So it does come out of Hatzenbach. It starts at the end of that. So you join, go down the first part, over the bridge as it were, and then you've got the left, right, left leading on to the run up to Flugplatz, and that's where the code 60 is. So it starts at Hatzenbach in a 120, becomes the 160. We're only 77 Marshall's posts in by that point.
It is the extraordinary thing, and many a time when commentating on races on Nürburgring Nordschleife, you see a car resting against a barrier, and you've seen a bit of a replay, or might have even seen it happen live, but what you haven't found out, that was the end of the incident. They bounced off the barriers twice before they've even reached the point where you saw them just kiss the barriers. We saw that with that K. Kramer Racing Porsche, where I commented it was beautifully parallel parked, but that was because it had gone into the angle, but just got straightened out. Now, the combination that will more than likely put the overall title in their bag. BMW car number 500. It's a 330i. Oscar Sandberg, Sindri Setsus, who kicked off, and Daniel Zils. They need to finish 5th in their 7-car class to put it in the bag today. And they are running in, scroll down, Daniel Zils in 32nd position overall. Wait for the drum roll, wait for the drum roll. He's running first in his class. That keeps things simple, doesn't it? So that's how they've done their championship. Win, win, win. That's what you do. Maximum points. And that just puts you in the driver's seat. So Daniel Zils will not be too concerned about any slow zones around the circuit. Aerial shot down onto that number 500 BMW, and I saw a wash of the windscreen wiper blade across the windscreen, but only the one. And we rose too high for me to see. Maybe it's a confidence thing. Maybe there was some fluid on the circuit. It doesn't look as though it's raining. It is a grey day, though, Peter Snowden. So, as Michael Fish, the inimitable British weather forecaster, said, some people have phoned in, say it's going to be a bit windy tonight. That was a very long time ago, and half of southern Britain was blown over that very night.
Yeah, this is for the 283 Clio that's off. It's still on the side of the track there. They've gently rotated the bonnet back onto it. This is at, as I suspected, just between the end of Hatzenbach and Flugplatz. It's actually called Quiddelbacher, that part. So it isn't the right part of the circuit. I've just forgotten the name of that bit.
No, but I think they bear repetition. So, plenty of work to be done. A lot of fluid had been on the circuit. I'm just looking down again at that 500 BMW, the Daniel Zils car that could be landing the overall title this weekend. I was concerned there might have been fluid, but it's not clearly all around the circuit. The blade is not being moved on the windscreen wipers. So, but a lot of the quick dry down on the circuit, just where the tyre wall had been peeled back, because clearly when you hit something that hard to peel it around, you will be dropping fluids of some sort from your car. And that Renault Clio number, what was it, 283? 283,
yeah. I'm guessing what it's done is it's it's the not Schmidt, God, that's the 400. Just looking at 283 is the Aufkleben entry. I'm guessing what it's done is, by the way it's rotated down the track and where it's parked, it's kind of lost itself somehow. Maybe a tank slapper. It hasn't gone in very hard. It's a fairly straight part of the circuit there. It's probably gone in, collected the conveyor belting and the tyres and stretched it almost, and that's why when it spat it back out, it's pulled all those tyres right out onto the circuit and then fired the car further down. So in terms of damage to the car, it's done itself a great favours, and also it hasn't damaged the barriers behind, so no ka-ching ka-ching. on that one in your wallet, but just all those tyres to be replaced, but they're free anyway. So if you're going to go off somewhere at the Nürburgring, choose the tyres.
Must be said, though, when it comes for the marshals having to tidy it up, suddenly having to shift that many tyre stacks all in one pile together, it's not like, you're quite a hefty chap, give it a bit of a push over here and a shove over there. It's difficult work, and they had to clear up an awful lot of fractured shards of bodywork and fluid, and it looks like they got the fluid under control with a lot of quick dry powder to soak all of that up, and then they've got to get the barriers back, and then perhaps only when they get the barriers back can they get the flatbed truck into position to come and pick up the stricken, broken Renault Clio. That's car number 283 from the Adenauer Motor Club, so local crew for local people, Stefan Epp, and the driver at the wheel, Michael Ulver, both from Wuppertal, up near Dusseldorf.
Yeah, and just had a quick KW suspension super slow-mo through the carousel there of the number 65 entry. That's the 9 und 11, so 9 und 11. Racing team Porsche runs in very British colours in terms of 1960s Formula 1 teams, isn't it? British racing green and a yellow stripe down the centre. Very Lotus.
Very canary yellow. They've been running that scheme for a long time. I like it. It's completely understated. It's not as dark a green as on the Pro Sport Racing Aston Martin, which last time I thought, was everything black and yellow this weekend? And only when the car was actually in sunshine could see it was very, very dark green. And today, alas, we didn't really get to see too much of that. We saw an aerial shot, Guido Dumouriez standing alongside, but certainly something on the opening lap was untoward. And a very short race for that Aston Martin Vantage, which is a shame. This is the sort of race it could have easily got a top 6 finish, I would have suggested, with other cars sitting a little bit of trouble. And also, not to put too fine a point in it, for Guido Dumouriez, getting more and more accustomed to that car, this could have been a good one to slot it in higher up the overall order than normal. Best result so far this season was a 9th place, and he shared with Jean Glorieux, Christophe Breuer. Jean not racing this weekend, but for Maxime, disappointment. But again, it's one of those things, you see where the car has ended up, you don't know what happened to lead up to that incident or moment, but a short race. So they've got to come back in a couple of weeks' time and finish the season in style, I would suggest.
And it could well be, say, I think we could have some interesting weather for that one. Of course, it could be another one that's nice and calm and bright or overcast, but we're going to get another one. I just think we might have something a bit different one. That 65 Porsche, by the way, just sporting some front left damage. It's obviously, it looks like it's just either collected another car or something, or tyre wall damage, as in everything's intact and the lamp's there and all that, but it just it's decidedly second hand.
It does look a little pre-rubbed. Right, just talking. Well, we've had rubbing early in the race, but now we've got Frank Stippler being hunted down by Dennis Olsen. They're fighting over second position. Started about 1.5 seconds apart. A minute and 10 seconds clear of 4th place, which is Martin Ragginger in the number 3 Falcon Motorsport Porsche. But as we get to just over an hour and a quarter remaining, this very tight battle between 5 and 74, the Phoenix Audi number 5 and the 74 EMA Motorsport Porsche, they're on the same sequence of pit stops. They both, number 5 served a pit stop after 7 laps, another at 15, exactly the same story for 74 crew. So I think they'll be coming in with maybe 23, 22 laps on the board for their next one. We'll have to see, but they're just separated by a second. So their little battle is hotting up. And of course, the car that's ahead of them by fully 1 minute and let's call it 17 seconds is the sister Phoenix Audi.
Zeitsprung. Können wir progressiv beschleunigen. Schön gefühlvoll und eingelenkt.
Falkenreifen.
Gesangverein.
Liebe Fans,
besucht unsere
Social Media Kanäle
Von Facebook,
Instagram, YouTube, Twitter und TikTok. Willkommen zu NLS.
We have just under an hour and 9 minutes remaining. It's a 4-hour race this weekend, the penultimate round of the 2022 Nürburgring Langstrecken Series. Diversity of cars, diversity of drivers, diversity of classes. And now a little flurry of rain above the circuit, the windscreen wipers on. I thought I saw that, and then luckily there was a high up shot from the Rover Helicam. So for the drivers who are coming towards the end of their stint, brackets most of them in the top class in the next 10 minutes or so, suddenly there is a different equation here. And the EMA Porsche that's giving chase. Frank Stippler is in the number 5 Audi in second place from Phoenix. But the chasing EMA Porsche with Dennis Olsen on board got a big slippery moment underneath it. The Porsche not quite turning into the left, the third part of the Mercedes arena, going straight on a little bit off the track, back onto the track. He's still he's about a second and a half down on second place, but suddenly the confidence of last time around has gone away. The drivers are now on their tiptoes. How it's only going to be a little bit wet, a little bit greasy, but it's not a warm day. Hey, it's the third weekend in October in Germany, and the rain from the high point is certainly falling. It looks like proper rain rather than drizzle though.
Yeah, just watching those cars through we've got again the Rover Live helicopter shot, and some great footage there, and demonstrating perfectly the difference between the Porsche and the Audi and how they work on the track. One's mid-engined, one's rear-engined. Wouldn't think it would make much of a difference, but it does. That old pendulum effect of the Porsche there, and we saw the EMA Porsche at one point get itself right over a curb. Unloaded wheels, doesn't matter. Curbs never a good idea in race cars in the wet, slicks on, because they're painted and the paint has absolutely different friction to the track. So you want loaded wheels, don't want to be doing that. So you want to be running wide, get onto the curb, it will rotate you around. Unloaded wheels, in theory, shouldn't be a problem. Not so. Watch the aerial shot of the Porsche. It had the monumental moment in the middle of the corner, got back on track, then obviously overcompensated by the throttle, and got an absolute tank slapper on with it, and that was just in one corner, trying to catch the Audi. Mercifully, the Audi in the previous corner had a massive understeer moment where he just went straight on for a moment. It was like, where's he going?
Well, those two cars, Stippler and Olsen, have just come to the slow zone. They're the point
on the drive part of the circuit.
Yes, exactly. As they got just out of the Grand Prix loop and just went through Hats and back, suddenly the track looked a little lighter grey, but now they're coming very slowly. Code 60. They're going to come across the stretch of track where, let's see, is the tyre wall still sitting there in the middle of the track? High shot doesn't actually show us too much, but again, I must say, looking down from the Helicamera, it really helps with understanding car attitude and how they're tackling this slightly greasy circuit, and to the next corner, the right-hander, then suddenly open up the throttle, and Dennis Olsen, Frank Stippler, I've just noticed this over the years, is always super alert to the moment in which he can go, unless you get a long service aboard and they go, you can go an extra 2 seconds before anybody else, because the gap came down, it was 1.5 seconds between second and third at the start of the lap. It was exactly the same when they went into the slow zone, but coming out of the slow zone, Frank's just found another second. Oh, well, boy.
He just pulled out 5 cars then on the restart, effectively, as it was there. I think we're in for a stonking last hour here.
Well, even if Kuba Gimasiak's car, we'll see how close it is. That's going to have a longer final pit stop than the rivals. I think its pace in the hands of both of its drivers, and maybe where it's found the slow zones has paid to its advantage. I think its gap is going to be too much for these to follow. But again, that is the extraordinary stagger you get by cars pitting even just 1 lap apart in their pit stop sequence.
Just looking at my weather satellite app. Rain due at 2:52 p.m.
Oh, how good's that?
It's 2:55. We've been talking about it for about 3 minutes. That's pretty accurate. But how much further around the circuit? This is the point.
Yes. Actually, looking at a pit stop in the pit lane at the moment, which is the best place to have them, I guess. Walkenhorst Motorsport BMW, that's the Alpecin car number 36 in at the pit stop. It doesn't look as though it's wet there at all. But then again, the high shot was what we saw from the helicopter, thank goodness. It was certainly a flurry of rain, but it was looking down, seeing the cars through the Grand Prix loop with their windscreen wipers on. Around the back of the track, again, it doesn't look as though they're using their blades at the moment. Again, a high shot, but I can tell you the EMA Porsche Dennis Olsen is close within 2 car lengths now. They've got a BMW in front of them, which slips and slides and understeers around a corner in front of them, and it's 2-3 car lengths between them. So Frank Stippler in this duo of cars, they're running 2nd and 3rd on the charts at the moment. They will make their final pit stop a lap after the race leader, which is Kuba Gimasiak's leading Scherer Sport Team Phoenix Audi. how is the cookie going to crumble?
Now, this is where, as a driver, you don't want to psych yourself out because it's very easy to wax lyrical about the reputation of somebody like Frank Stimpler in an Audi Phoenix run around the Nordschleife. However, it's just another driver, it's just another competitor. By all means, sit behind it, watch, listen and learn, but ultimately, where's it weak? Where's it strong? Where it's strong, feign that way, because you won't be expecting it. Pounce where it's weak. Ever so easy sitting here in a commentary booth in a comfy chair. Well, minus the comfy chair.
Worth pointing out, it must be said. So, the battle is Frank Stimpler, who's been there, seen it, done it. There's Dennis Olsen, who actually his CV is pretty mighty on German circuits. He was the German Porsche champion 5 years ago. That was 2017. He was the Intercontinental GT Challenge champion and Bathurst 12-hour winner in 2019 as the lemon cake arrives. Experience of plenty. So, two different manufacturers, two different drivers trying to see where they can get the performance. And no two corners alike. Did I add that? 170 corners in all. Not just the shape, the degree of rise and fall, the angle. It's how much moisture has fallen in the past since, what was the time? 2:52 or thereabouts, when the rain was predicted to start falling, and it seemed as if on cue to be there.
Before anybody writes in and complains, when Bruce says the lemon cake has just arrived, it's not a euphemism. Lemon cake has really just arrived on a plate in the commentary box. What we can do with it, I don't know. It's sit there to tempt us, to tease us. We can look
until
at it,
the end of the race.
Look at it peeling for another hour, and then it's going to be like gannets feeding in there, isn't it? One half is yours, one half is mine, Bruce, but you can't touch it yet.
I love the way you think you're going to get as much as half. That's positive thoughts.
The bar is set now. Right, the gauntlet. Mind your toes, there's a gauntlet.
Yes. Seen enough rugby tees vacuum down in record time.
You don't fool me with your fake height.
Back in the day, God.
So gap gone out again between these two. This is Stimpler in the Audi and Dennis Olsen in the Porsche. Equally but differently matched, I would say.
Yeah,
that's the best way I can be describing it. Gap's gone out a little bit now to call it 10 car lengths. I'm going to have quite a long barrier pair at Quiddleback here, I think, because the lovely another KW suspension super slow-mo of Caymans coming through the carousel, and I'm just going to try and get a number on the one that we can. It's the 949.
Well, this was
just a big shout out to them for coming through the carousel on opposite lock. That takes guts and car control, to say the very least.
It's
hugely impressive
on the show reel. And you know what happened within half a lap of that? They went down to turn one, and one of those three Audi Porsche Caymans was punted off. If you recall, it wasn't the only car that had damage down there. We lost the Crone Racing Porsche early on. Tracy Crone had to limp back with a very battered car, and someone had dived down the inside and thumped his Cup 2 Porsche around and did lots of damage just ahead of the right rear wheel. So I don't think the Texan had anything to put against him. But wow, it's been a very, very good sprint down the Dottinger Höhe from the driver listed second overall, Frank Stimpler. I'm keeping an eye out for when we might have a dive from the pits. I think it'll be next time around. Yeah, he hasn't gone in yet. I'm talking about Kuba Gimasiak when I'm saying the wet, dampest part of the track is definitely the bit as they just enter the pit straight. I know suddenly you get a change of tarmac colour. That's not because of the rain, it's different age of tarmac. Right, gap between second and third, Stimpler and Olsen, 1.7 seconds, so 3/10 gained by Frank Stimpler in second place. So they're all going to do at least 20 laps before they dive in to make their third pit stop. It's looking for the tenths of a second here or there, because certainly, come what may, wherever Kuba Gimasiak comes back out onto the track after his third pit stop, we know that Dennis Olsen and Frank Stimpler are going to be very close indeed. But Frank knows that he's got to hand over to his teammate Vincent Kolb to conclude this race, do some of the final hour, into the final hour by dint of 1 minute precisely. But for the EMA Porsche crew, the handover will be from Dennis Olsen to Matteo Caroli, so you might think that's not an overall fair balance. You'd expect Matteo Caroli to be that little bit faster than Vincent Kolb, maybe by several seconds a lap. It is a long lap, but Frank, all he could do is try and stretch any advantage he can get. But you'd have to say, from EMA point of view, the new Australian Porsche team enjoying itself here on the Nordschleife, they must be pretty confident at this point. They can at least move ahead of the number 5 Audi.
Well, indeed, so as you say, Bruce, these two cars, the 5 and 74 Audi and Porsche, mirroring strategies, 6, 8 and 5 laps respectively each.
I quite like respectfully, actually.
Yes, respectively.
Yeah.
Yes, respectively. I'm just going to have a very quick look at the times that they've done here. Let's have a look. So, best lap for Stippler is an 8:30.8, 8:30.854. Olsen 8:30.878.
I find it quite extraordinary. That's on this stint?
Correct, on this stint.
I was going to say, because in the opening stint...
within this stint. I was narrowing down to this last bit, not overall. No.
Well,
average for Olsen is an 8:52, obviously allowing for slow zones, and an 8:51 for Stippler.
Because early in the race, in that opening stint, they would have done, I think, Stippler's best lap, 8 minutes 23.4. So two seconds down on the best lap of the race, done by Alessio Picariello. So we've got the unusual shot of the two Schnitzelarm Racing Mercedes in the SP9 class, running not only in consecutive order, running 5th and 6th overall. They're within shot. They're 3 seconds apart. 11 ahead of 10, ahead of 2, which is Marek Bachmann ahead of Peter Terting. So quite a nice one for them in the photos. I think Schnitzelarm would be pretty pleased with 5th and 6th overall. Certainly one of their better days around the Nordschleife.
Good PR photo.
Yeah. And I think it really is a question of what might have been for the Heinemann Ragginger number 3 Falker Motorsport Porsche. Paul Falker Motorsport this weekend running 2 911 GT3R Porsches, but with a difference. The number 4 car is the next gen car. It's the 992 base model, and that was running in the SPX class because yet to be homologated. But alas, get this. We talked before the start of the race. It's awesome here in the Eiffel Forest and most of Northern Europe, and leaves fall off trees. And on the formation lap, we noticed a lot of the cars at the front of the field, particularly those on the front row, had their air intakes filled or 80% filled with leaves, and it had dire consequences for this car for next year and beyond because it overheated. Number 4 was parked by Klaus Bachler very, very early on indeed. So 2 weekends ago, it was run by Manthey Racing for the first time in a race anywhere in the world. Did well enough to finish 3rd overall, having had to start from the back of the pack and serve an extra 30 seconds at each of its 3 pit stops. So a phenomenal run by that combination last time round. Shifted across to a privateer team for the first time because Manthey is effectively a works team. And for Falker Motorsport, how frustrating. Get their hands on the car that I'm sure they'll be running in future and only manage a lap and a little bit.
Yeah, I think there's going to be something a little bit greater than that, isn't there? Than just yes, it's going to be leaves, but it must have blocked or popped something else to just have done that. It's surprising, given how well it did, as you say, just 2 weeks ago. Just watching Martin Ragnar there on board, we're a lot further down the lap now, but just going out through Hatzenbach up to Quiddelbach, it's now completely full course green. So the barriers all repaired and done there, all those tyres taken away off the track. So we're back to full course green with 55 minutes to go of this final hour of 4 in total. And I still think we're going to see. I don't think we're going to see a couple of battles here in the end of this. I think certainly in the last 30 minutes.
Yeah, and I think the thing is, and this is absolutely the story of any form of sports car or GT racing, you have more than one driver in each of the cars. Not at the same time, obviously, but of course they don't all have the same performance. And what we're seeing now is Frank Stippler knows his teammate Vincent Colby is not as quick as him. He's trying to gain every advantage he can, and over the last half lap he's opened out an advantage which had been 1.7 seconds at the start of the lap, and every time we seem to get a high up shot looking down at his car. He's worked the traffic very, very well indeed. And the car that may win the outright title overall, car number 500, the BMW, absolutely blocked poor Dennis Olsen. He's got another BMW blocking in this time around, and I think they're probably about 4 seconds apart. However, Dennis knows that he's handing over to Matteo Caroli, who is very, very quick indeed. So he has every confidence in his teammate. But from his point of view, he wants to stay on the tail of Frank Stippler because this is his bit of the race. I know you can break it down. We talk about it being a team sport, Peter, but you've got pride in your own sector in the car, your time in the car. And certainly Dennis won't have liked this lap too much. However, last time they came around, they noticed it was raining on the start-finish straight, and certainly made it tricky through the Mercedes arena. This time around, I think they'll find it. The rain has abated, has moved away. Here 1 minute, gone the next. But in fact, when did that come in? 15 minutes ago, wasn't it? It was. That seems to have dispersed. Fingers crossed. Or was that the end of not last lap? It was the previous lap, wasn't it?
It was,
yeah.
yes. Yeah,
Gosh, how time flies. Right, EMA Motorsport. We haven't talked too much about them. Came across, competed in the Spa 24 Hours. And being an Australian team, had an Australian driver. Don't have this weekend, but back then it was Matt Campbell, famous Australian Mathieu Jaminet from France, and Felipe Nasr. But they're back, and they've got great plans. And
Beautiful Australian names.
Yeah. Mitt and Felipe.
Mitt? Made it in New Zealand.
I did. I was dreaming of that lemon cake that's still behind. It's in the cage for another hour. Right. As the light brightens a little bit into turn one, not going for its final pit stop as yet, goes car number 16. How late will they leave it, or have they decided they can run? Just remember, this car pitted a lap before its two rivals, the number 5 and 74. Chasing after the 16, but the number 16 Team Phoenix Audi, Kuba Gimasiak, who will take this car through to the end of the race, he has to serve another pit stop. They've all only done 2. They will all be doing 3, if not more, if there's sudden rain. But clearly he's trying to put this lap on the board. And for the number 16, that means at the end of this lap, it'll be 22 laps. He won't be able to go beyond the end of this, if I get my teeth in. He did a 6-lap stint and an 8-lap stint, which is the maximum you can really effectively manage around here. I don't think you can eat 9, and so this will be the end of another 8 laps. His lead, you have to wait. Frank Stippler in second place, Dennis Olsen in third. They haven't even reached the start-finish line, out of the Vidal chicane, and Frank Stippler has reached the start-finish line. 1 minute and 11 seconds, let's call the gap between first and second. And Frank Stippler has just done a lap in 8 minutes 15.3 seconds, new fastest lap of the race. Dennis Olsen is 4 seconds behind him across the start-finish line, so the traffic did work for Frank Stippler there. He did an 8 minutes 17 super lap from Stippler.
I mean, a super lap from Stippler is it's a fairly common phrase, certainly when he's around the Nordschleife, pretty well anywhere actually, but he is a bit of a Nordschleife specialist to say the least. But under pressure, is Frank Stippler ever under pressure? I don't know. Is it a rhetorical question? I don't know. Answers on the postcard, please, to the commentary box. But
well,
he's not the kind of man that puts himself under any pressure, is he? He just seems calm, cool, and collected all the time. It's almost, I don't want to say boring, but it's just always the same. I'm thinking mono. It's just the same. But that is super, super reliable and what you want in a driver, which is why he drives for Team Phoenix, to say the very least.
No, exactly so. Born in 1975, so he's had a few candles on his cake. Not that I want to talk. I'm talking about cake again. I must stop that. But yeah, he just is unflappable, and he also comes across and he races at Goodwood in the Revival, and you can put him in anything. He's quick, he's tidy, he's just a driver who understands the beating of the drum. He understands how to handle cars, and he clearly reads them well. And you know what? I don't think having an apprenticeship spent over the past probably nigh on 3 decades around the Nordschleife is a bad lesson to have. Right, just having a look. The number 2 Mercedes was fighting with the sister car, but the sister car, I think, it's just served its 3rd pit stop. So next time around, we're going to have a real flurry. But after 21 laps, I think that was when we saw the number 11 car come in again. Does that tally? No, I'm not entirely sure. Again, actually, sorry, when we sometimes get a pink flash across the screen, I'll tell you what it does mean. Marek Botman didn't pit, that should have been a red flash. He just lapped under 8 minutes. Yeah. 7 minutes, 59 seconds and 0.962. Whoa. Again, looking at too many screens, looking up at a flash of colour, and I suddenly thought, is he still on the track? Yes, he is still on the track, and he has stretched his advantage, surprise, surprise. But a great lap from teammate Peter Terting, 8 minutes and 2, second fastest lap of the race. So Schnitzelarm, it's your moment. Your tyre changes will be coming shortly, but clearly that little flurry of rain made the track a little greasy for a couple of laps. It's now smoothing out, and the drivers are getting onto lighter loads. They'll come in to get their final batch of tyres, but under 8 minutes, by anybody's reckoning, is a very good lap around the Nordschleife.
Obviously not raining on that part, was it? to say the very least. That is quite strange, because that is the ADAC that run all this and VLN. That's the magic number. 8 minutes. That's where they want to peg the top category cars, and we talk about balance of performance in different categories. And I mentioned earlier about these GT3 cars, which we call SP9s in this series, but they are GT3 cars. They're not quite the full GT3 spec you get in other FIA events. They are just pegged back a little bit to keep that number at around about 8 minutes. Then you get people like Nicky Thiem goes and pops in 753s in the TF Sport Aston.
We told you not to spoil it, Nicky.
Exactly.
Sorry.
Nicky. No, sorry, couldn't help myself. You gave me an Aston Martin and a Nordschleifer. He doesn't talk like that. But,
No.
You know what I mean. That's what he would do. I can imagine Tom Ferrier just shaking his head, just going, 755, possibly 55 to 8 would have been all right. A 53. And it was like, well, it could have been a quicker lap.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Nicky Thiem would be like,
guaranteed.
I could have done a 51.
Yeah.
It's like, that's not what we need to do. Play the game. But,
I did well, boss. I backed off.
yeah. Yes, the vagaries of drivers and team owners, and of course Tom Ferrier being a very, very capable driver in his day. Now runs a superbly SLT, and they've just won the was it Turkish champion? No, it was out in Turkey, wasn't it? The last race last weekend.
No. Racing Team Turkey running at Portimao in Portugal, which was the final round of the European Le Mans Series. And
I knew if Ferriers ran, there bound to be a turkey involved somewhere.
and you thought they were just for Christmas.
Exactly. Yes.
Now, one of the cars that, ifs and buts and maybes, Jake Dennis is driving it in 8th place overall. In a normal weekend, that would have sort of been there or thereabouts, Walker Motorsport, but this car pitted at the end of the opening lap, and then even worse, so it was sort of out of sequence, and then came in missing a front wheel. But certainly another quick lap from Jake Dennis, and should be picking up a place or two. In fact, should have finally moved ahead of the top of the front-running Porsche Cup 2 class cars they're running. That was 7th place. Daniel Blickels brought that in, and we'll probably hand back to David Young, or did David do the first half of the race? Anyhow, the leading car in the Porsche class, the Cup 2 class, coming in from 7th. That means Jake Dennis should have moved up into that position in the number 34 BMW. It's been lapping very fast, but no one has lapped as fast as Marek Bachmann has just managed in the number 11. Salam Racing Mercedes, he's sharing with Marcel Marshevitz, so anything under 8 minutes is very, very good indeed. But it's not just a case of being down towards the dregs in the tank, it's also down to the fact the track was given a little dampening spirit 2.5, 3 laps ago. In fact, let's see, getting on for 20 odd minutes ago, but now it's dried out completely. It's become brighter again. But we're waiting for the green, white and red Shearer Sport, Team Phoenix, Audi, and as if on cue, down the Dottinger it comes. Yeah, certainly much brighter, not the car, the scenery than it has been for quite some while. So a little rain flurry just coming through. I thought it was going to be the final 2, maybe 3 laps for these drivers if they could tiptoe around before their final pit stops. Otherwise, they'd have necessitated a further pit stop, having changed their tyres. But they've stayed out. Flurry went through, and now, as it completes an 8-lap stint, surely the number 16 Audi in the lead of the race. Kuba Gimasiak will come into the pits this time around, waiting for the body language out of the corner, turning slightly to the right, into the pits it comes. But Kuba Gimasiak only did the second half of this race. The first half was handed by his teammate for this weekend. What a teammate to have, Kelvin van der Linde. He did the first 2 hours effectively. Now Kuba should make this pit stop and then go through to the end of the race. So look, 44 minutes remain on the clock. Maybe that counts as 45 when he entered the pit lane, and that will have a bearing. That means this pit stop, I could ask Peter, but he won't let us know. 44 minutes to go. Let's say that be a 291 second pit stop. I'm going to write that down on a piece of paper, because if a further lap, well, you laughed last time when your screens crashed, and a little bit of backup, it helps. So final pit stop, 291 seconds for this.
I didn't laugh. I approved. I thought it was a reliable system. We've just got some footage now of the 283 Renault that went off. We took all that tyre wall out. We said it had gone into the tyre barrier and obviously moved them along quite a bit. It's taken the tyre front left corner of that car off. hardly surprising. There is a suspension strut in there, but not much else.
It's the dissipation of momentum, I feel. Hard objects. Right, let's take it.
I'd agree if I knew what you meant.
No, me neither. So, into position, diagonally parked across the pit lane, not all of it, just in front of the pit garage, is the Shearer Sport green, red and white Audi R8 LMS Evo. Fresh set of slicks going on. All cool, all calm, all collected, because of course the minimum pit stop time still affords you plenty of time to do what you need to do without rushing, which is always the thing. In not long ago, it didn't seem to be minimum pit stop times in all sorts of GT and sports car championships. And it just did. It led to the possibility of someone not doing something quite right, not doing it up correctly, and it means this way we get away with fewer mechanics involved, keeps the cost down. And, you know, what's fair for one is fair for another. Now, down the Dottingerhohe, looking to see the battles coming on. Fantastic battle between Martin Ragginger in 4th overall and the driver who set the fastest lap last time around. This is the battle for 4th place. Martin Ragginger, the number 11 Schnitzelarm Mercedes, right on its tail. Do they owe us a pit stop? I would suggest Ragginger, well, they both have served 3 pit stops, but I think they'll be going on around. Let's see, is anyone diving for pits? No, sirree, they are not. So 4th is still Ragginger. Marek Bachmann just having a fabulous time for Schnitzelarm Racing, right under his rear wing as they go over the start-finish line. 0.23 of a second in arrears, but certainly it looks as though the speed is in that car.
Well, Ragginger this just completed 7 laps crossing the line now. The Schnitzelarm car with Bachmann at the wheels just completed 5 laps. So two in credit as well. That car did, Bachmann did 7 laps previously. Markowitz 8 laps before. We're getting into that. I did say that I thought this might just get a little bit more entertaining in the last half hour.
Well,
I wasn't expecting Mercedes to suddenly appear in the game there, but why ever not?
No, but bear in mind, this Mercedes pitted after 2 laps at the start of the race, and you think they're so far out of it, but it all goes back to the end stagger. And just to point out, the minimum pit stop time for the number 16 Audi that Kuba Gimnaziek brought into the pits, he's now just left the pits, was a minimum of 291 seconds. And let's just go beyond there. That was 44 minutes remaining. Let's take another 8 minutes off. It'll be a bit more than that. That takes us down to 36. That's another 21 seconds less time, minimum time at a pit that can be achieved in the pit stop for the 2 cars that are now head of it on the track, the Frank Stippler, the teammate, Audi in number 5, and the 74 EMA Motorsport Porsche. But I think the job done by the 16 crew is looking rock solid at the front of the race.
It would look incredibly so. Just going to change the screen into that. Sorry. Yeah, I mean a 7:59 still, and that's got to bear in mind that was the lap after it rained a little bit on the start of the circuit, so it may not have been wet, but I wouldn't say it was dry. That's quite impressive to put that in. You know what I mean by dry, don't you?
No, I do.
Yeah,
dry on the inside and the outside.
I can say, somebody explain it to me, because I just said it, I don't know what it means. Dry. It's supposed to wet.
Yes.
Add one more and I've got a band. So this is the car number 500 that's in the pits. This is the car that this is the one that can win the championship outright today, isn't it? And they need to be 5th in class.
5th in a 7-car class, and last time I looked, they were leading the class just for good measure. So running in just outside the top 30, but that's sort of where you'd expect to find them. But again, it's about getting through a season without mishaps. Car number 500, I've lost its position there. Down to 35th, Oscar Sandberg at the wheel, but importantly, leading its class. A maximum points haul in any of these classes, unless it's a 1-person class, is hard to come by, but the number of drivers in your class. This is a 7-car class. I mean, we've got classes that have a dozen drivers on board, so harder to be the winner, but the more cars that start, the more points you get for your results, so it sort of can balance up. So
no driver change, no tyre change, just torque the wheel nuts up.
Yeah, Oscar Sandberg staying on board. Sindri Setzer started that car in the race. It looks immaculate, but you know what? If you've got a season where you've been collecting lots of points, that's possibly the way you do your racing. You stay out of trouble. Adrenaline Motorsport team Altsner Automotive. All looking cool, calm and collected, it must be said. For the crews there, they've done it before, they're planning to do it again. And you know what? We've had over the history of the championship, the VLN that went before, and now the NLS the last couple of years. number of teams win it not 1 year, 2 years, sometimes even 3 years in a row, because they've found the winning formula.
Adrenaline win it 3 years in a row. Yeah.
And so for the boss, Matthias Unger, you know, been there, seen it, done it, but they know the routine. They're not getting confused by looking at the overall pace of the fastest car on the track. They're not racing against the SB9 class cars, and I think a lot of the runners in this series, when they start, they're sort of trying to race everyone, and then it boils down to racing against your class competitors.
Points mean prizes. That's the bit you need. Again, even just in the way it was just measured, out of the pits, count down, away you go, not dumping the clutch and flooring it away, or metaphorically, it probably doesn't have a clutch these days, it's a bit auto, but not spinning the wheels and tearing out of the pits like some of the GT3 cars do. We've seen it, because let's face it, drivers come a little bit showy. The set of number 11s, it's called heating the rear tyres. Yeah, right. You know, I've had that before. I've done that. It's happened a little bit more than you expect, so you kind of go with it, and you go down the pit lane, and you suddenly have the principal come on the radio and go, "Was that really necessary?" No, all right, sorry. Back on the naughties there. Haven't even crossed the pit lane line yet. You've been told off. Soz.
Yeah. You're so put off by the message from the team boss, you crash at the first corner.
Vittorio Brambilla, win the race, then crash. Marvellous.
For those of you with the shorter memories, that was the 1975 Austrian Grand Prix.
Correct.
At the Österreichring.
Österreichring, yes.
In its full beauty.
In its full glory.
And a handful of years ago, I went there for a European Le Mans Series race, and we got flagged in a different entrance, normal to go to a car park. We went up this rise towards a bank of trees, and they flagged us left, and I thought, you're parking cars on the original circuit.
Yeah.
So we just kept driving left and round through those wonderful sweepers and up the mountainside, and then rejoined the circuit on Access Road at the top. I thought, well, that was a gift.
I was very, very lucky to drive it. It's quite extraordinary. But yeah, if you're going to win your one and only Grand Prix, and then celebrate by aquaplaning off and into the barriers 200 metres later, that is hugely impressive.
Sometimes there are reasons for things happening, but one of the weird things was the fact that the way that circuit produced 3 debut winners in 3 years. John Watson in 1976 for Penske, and then Alan Jones for Shadow the following year. But what often gets thrown into that mix, not in 76, but certainly in 75, was rain and weather that just comes in. The number of times you're at what is now the Red Bull Ring, and you can see something approaching, but it's on the other side of that mountain. Will it come this side? Will it go the other? And some of the weather, particularly in the height of summer, some of those summer sort of electrical storms are really eye-opening.
Deep in the Styrian Mountains, of course, over in Austria. Here we are in the Eifel area at Mount Area. Oh, now we've got something off, and we've got
another slow zone coming up.
Something off on we've got a slow zone coming up here for intervention car there. Just see where number 3 is. We're just following. This is the
yellow, white and blue BMW by looks things, facing backwards. Admittedly, a lot of smear on the windscreen of Martin Raginger's Falcon Motorsport Porsche. That's car number 3. That's been enjoying that.
That's a Brunchen.
Okay. Right. The big question is the Schnitzel Arm racing Mercedes in front or behind Martin Raginger? At the start of the lap, there's only a quarter of a second between Marek Bachmann in the number 11 Mercedes in 5th place and Martin Raginger in the number 3 Porsche. I think Martin is still ahead, but again, this interruption to your flow around the circuit. You're in the zone, you've got an 8-lap stint, you're pushing hard, you've got the feel of the circuit, and then you have to back right off for a slow zone, and then you've got to read the restart well, which is where Frank Stippler, we've seen time and time again, just seems to find time every single time they have to go into slow zone and come out the end. But he's going to need all those sessions. Right, Frank Stippler into the pits, so 23 laps on the board, bang on cue, and I would expect also coming into the pit surely is the EMA Porsche, number 74. No, going on for a further lap.
No, not even that. It's parked at the side of the track at Hoak. That's what's causing us the code 60 there, so whether it's gone off or just stopped, I don't know, but the 74 Dennis Olsen car is at the side of the track at Hoak, not continuing.
Well, that would have been the in-lap, and just remember, I said he was 0.23 of a second down. No, sorry, that was another car. That was Bachmann on Raginger, but he wasn't that far behind Frank Stippler. It had been a good little battle, ebbing and flowing a bit, but we knew the advantage was going to be with the EMA Motorsport crew because they had Matteo Caroli to pick up. Right, no disrespect meant at all to the changeover, the number 5 crew. We've got Vincent Kolb on board now. Frank Slipper is out. His race is run. He did the first stint. Kolb did the second. Frank did the third. Now Kolb is back to take it through to the end of the race. So that pretty much guarantees it's going to be a 1-2, surely.
Yeah, Ragan going up the pits now.
For the Phoenix team. So that's 23 laps on the board for the top 4 runners at least so far. But missing from that brew, unfortunately, is the EMA Motorsport crew. So they sort of wanted a good debut here. They had their run in the Spa 24 Hours in the summer, and certainly in the hands of both of those drivers. Dennis Olsen, who started, Matteo Caroli. Well, at least Dennis got 2 stints in the car, nearly completed the second of them. Matteo only had the 1, but very, very competitive. Let's hope we can welcome them back to do it and complete the job next time around in what will be the final race of 2022.
Yeah, well, they certainly had a good debut, just not with the result they wanted. Can't argue with its pace, and it was kind of the 11 at Bochum in the Schnitzelau Mercedes there, just diving up the inside of one of the Cup 4, is it classes? One of the M240, M2s or 240Is. BMW saw him coming, left him all the room in the world, but it was still the closing distance, the pace went through. You've got to know that driver has seen you, and he clearly had, and this is all part of this ring permit, how it works, junior classes, building up. You know it's safe, you know it's fine, but still that different, because you hit a car at that pace with something as big as a AMG Mercedes, it's plane wreck stuff. It's a long way before you put that BMW down.
It's understanding and appreciating from just how much further back they can come, and also when they go past you, how much harder they can brake than you can, because they've got a different bit of equipment. So, yeah, the number of times you might feel a fool, you leave a gap for a car that can't even get there to dive up it, and then you do the reverse where you don't leave enough of a gap, and it jolly well did. So, yes, it's all about experience.
It's exactly how they organise this, control it, isn't it, with this ring permit of going through the different classes. You've got to, doesn't matter who you are in the world, you can't just come in and do a race here, you can't just jump into a GT3 car, and do it. You've got to go through this to understand, as you say, it's not just speed differences. I think you made an extremely valid point there, Bruce. It's the understanding of braking distance differences, of how far back. You might see the car in your mirror, but if you don't understand or comprehend that it can still outbrake you from where it is, that's where, because you'll turn in and say, I saw him, but I just didn't expect him to be able to do that.
Yeah.
It's because of the difference in the car. Now we've got a Porsche on the, looks like a Cayman on the Dottinger Hoa. Is it me just fall short?
It looks like slow. It looks like it's crabbing, but actually when it gets up close, it's definitely coming in slowly. It looks like a little front right bodywork's had a little bit of a rub.
Oh, it's got a puncture, front left puncture, I think.
Okay. There's a little...
I think.
Oh, goes behind some trees. Give it another week, won't really leaves on those trees, that'll be fine.
It can't have a puncture because it's not coming into the pits, so it's carrying on, so it can't have a puncture. This is the 959 entry, not a 959 Porsche, it's just a Porsche Cayman with the number 959, not to confuse with its model.
It's wishful thinking, isn't it, really?
Cool. The 959, no, that should be in a museum or in an auction.
If you have just stumbled across this broadcast and you've never seen the...
I apologise now, unreservedly. Oh, sorry.
I was talking about my co-commentator who stumbled into the booth. You don't know what the NLS is, and you're wondering, what is it? You can see it's the Nürburgring.
Where have you been living?
Oh, no, look, people have different time zones. You know, they may not have stumbled across it and whatever, but it's an incredible mixture of cars, sometimes as many as 160 to come out and play. We've got just under 100 this weekend, and it's when you look down the classes, you sometimes need to go through the entry list many, many times. But up at the front is SP9 all the way.
Leistung. Können wir progressiv beschleunigen? Schön gefühlvoll und eingelenkt.
Falkenreifen.
World's First Asphalt Watch. Die ersten Zifferblätter aus echtem Rennstreckenasphalt. Auf dem Asphalt wurden Legenden geboren und magische Momente erlebt. Cobbler.
Liebe Fans,
besucht unsere
Social Media Kanäle
Auf Facebook,
Instagram, YouTube, Twitter und TikTok. Willkommen zu NLS.
.23.5 minutes remain. Kuba Gimasiak, 3 pit stops in the book. Marek Bachmann, 3 pit stops in the book. But that number 11 Schnitzelam Mercedes surely in an artificial position because it made its first pit stop after only 2 laps. And one presumes it's going to put another one in, but maybe that was inspired. And let's see Do you want to check in your box of tricks, if you could, please, Snowy? Car number 11. I made its pit stops as lap 2, I think 9 and 17, which would all sort of fit. Why did it come in on lap 2 on questions? I didn't see when it's hasn't had its final pit stop.
7 laps and 7 laps.
Okay, so at the end of this lap, that will be, it ought to be, no, next lap.
It's completed 7 laps already.
Okay, so it should be in the end of lap 25. It's got 24 on the board.
Yeah.
Just under 2 seconds down on Kuba Gimasiak, but Kuba should go the whole way to the finish. And unfortunately for Schnitzelarm Racing, it won't be a podium. It'll still be a top 6 result, but that will drop down. But the key, therefore, is the fact that we have 28 seconds between the leading Phoenix Audi and the second place one, Kuba Gimasiak and Frank Stippler. Frank Stippler, who stayed on to complete the race rather than Vincent Cole, but that is actually the key element, unless the timing screen is suddenly going to flick and say, no, we've identified that Vincent came back on. I always thought Vincent would be completing the race, but maybe not. Keep an eye out for that, because that suddenly changes the equation. But of course, from Frank's point of view, what was hunting him down? The EMA Porsche, did that get to its final pit stop? No, it stopped, we think, on the in-lap. Dennis Olsen pulling off at her act, wasn't it? The 74 EMA Porsche, we think.
I think, no, it's definitely gone off there. I think he's had an accident as well.
Well, he was chasing very, very hard. And don't forget, there was about a second between the pair of them. That was Stippler. Sometimes it went out to 2 seconds. Certainly the traffic worked in Stippler's favour, not so much in Olsen's favour whenever I was looking. But suddenly that means I think we could be looking at a finishing order of Phoenix Racing Audi number 16 from Phoenix Racing Audi number 5, and then the Falcon Motorsport number 3 Porsche. That's next in line. So let's see where that one hangs out at the end.
Yeah, officially on Manthey Racing's Twitter feed, they have published that in the chase for second place, Dennis Olsen had an accident on the ascent to the Hoa Act.
Oh, okay.
Via the radio, the most important bit, the driver reported, "I'm okay." So somewhat a second-hand Porsche, but the driver's okay. So that was his DTM round at Hockenheim a couple of weekends ago.
Oh boy.
Yeah.
We were here, weren't we? We saw a picture of the engine and then the rest of the car. Yeah. Right, on track.
I was more pleased to see a picture of Dennis Olsen.
No, absolutely. Yeah. But here we are on track. So are we going to slow zone? Backing off a little bit.
In the pits, by the way. Stippler and Raginger are in the pits, by the way. Unless my screen.
No, I think your screen has frozen. They're back on track, I would reckon. But what we have on track,
you're right.
First and second are covered by a second in this race. But Marek Bachmann in the number 11 Schnitzelarm Racing, that's second in this line behind Kuba Gimasiak, surely will have to pit at the end of this lap. It will be complete an 8-lap stint, so he's out of kilter with the others. And Kuba Gimasiak just doesn't want to be toppled away from the lead of the race. He knows it's only effectively. It doesn't matter if Marek Bachmann goes through, but lights are flashing. Marek Bachmann does not want to be delayed. He doesn't want to lose any time whatsoever. But he'd also like to take the lead from Kuba Gimasiak. But Kuba's got to think, hold on. I could potentially win this championship. Not today, but I could get a whole step closer to it. I'm leading the SB9, the top class, and I came here for the 7th of the 8 races for 2022. Don't harry me. But the team will be on the radio to him saying, getting towards the end of lap number 25, the car behind, they're just a carousel actually, sorry, mistaken corner there. 2 car lengths between them, but Marek Bachmann will have to pit. One more pit stop before the end of this race. And another slow zone. It's been a race of a handful of slow zones. I mean, we had the unusual incident with coming to an almost standstill there around a left-hand corner not long after the carousel. Of course, that's not long after her act, isn't it? And suddenly Marek Bachmann very nearly thumped into the back of our race leader. Would that be an ignominious way for the race to be sorted out? And the EMA Porsche is sitting at the side of the circuit. Looks like the right-hand wheels.
Right-hand rear. He's bounced off quite a bit of barrier there.
And he's just, so it's a couple of corners after, sort of at her act, and thereafter, and then it suddenly opens out. And but for Kuba Gimasiak, very nearly being tail-ended by Marek Bachmann, who was focusing on seeing if he could sort of not unlap himself, but get himself into the lead of the race before making that final pit stop. Oh, what a way to leave a race. And that would suddenly leave Frank Stippler and Vincent Kolb free to coast to the end. But luckily, the contact was avoided. Marek Bachmann will be thinking, oh, dear me, that was almost a little unnecessary.
I'm intrigued to see what happened to Dennis Olsen. I'm not sure whether they're going to get a replay or not, but as the team have officially stated had an accident on the ascent to Hoe Act, and it's on the other side of it, and it's facing down the track with the wings pointing the right way, but there's clearly damage front and rear. I've just got a feeling he's probably just lost it almost on the brow or getting towards it, and it's just rattled off the barriers. I think one of those things where it's just, I think it's that age-old thing, and not the driver's reasonable booking excuses, but that genuine hands up, it just got away from me, and that does happen, unfortunately. You're driving these sorts of cars at the edge of the envelope all the time, and we all say it's their job and whatever. I'm not making excuses for drivers, but the more of this you do, the odds are sometimes something's going to happen. Something's going to catch you out, and sometimes they can just get away from you, and you can just. You've seen the likes of Babette and Senna even just say, I don't know what happened. I think one of his famous phrases, wasn't it, that big shunt at Monaco when he went out, the steering wheel came out of my hand. He just didn't know what had happened. It can happen.
He didn't quite get round to communicating that to the team for some while. They had to go and find him, did they? No, they're not. Yes. He's moved on. Right, more slow zones towards the end of the lap, but the car's through Galgenkopf, down Dottinger Höhe, and for Kuba Gimasiak, he'll be looking forward to the end of this lap. Not because it'll be the end of the race. We still have over a quarter of an hour, over 17 minutes to go, but because it'll mean that Marek Bachmann will be not harrying him, because Marek surely has to come in to make a final pit stop, where Kuba Gimasiak has already done that. But for Schnitzel Am Racing, they've put so much into running cars not only in the top class, but they've got two in the top class, and they've run in other classes as well. They really enjoy the NLS, and so they'll enjoy their moment up in the sunshine. It is almost sunny now. It's much brighter than it has been for a while, but Marek Bachmann in second place, surely, unless he has some magic in his veins and in his car, more to the point, will have to pit at the end of this lap. Yeah, in he goes from second place. But of course, this final pit stop with just 16, 17 minutes remaining will be a much shorter one than those served by the others, and it'd be a question of how good a pit stop they can make with this shortened final time. So they had the roll of the dice by doing a pit stop after only 2 laps, and that buys them a final pit stop closer to the end of the race, but it is an extra pit stop. So, you gain with the one hand and you lose with the other.
It always makes me wince when you see these cars, particularly the GT3 cars, the SB9 category, coming into the pits here, because that pit wall there, the barrier there is so close, and it's not even highlighted with orange or something on the end. So how you see it at night time, I'm not really sure, but it's part of the job, I guess. But he shot past it there, and Marek Bachmann tore into the pits, into that pit lane speed limit line. He was literally ripping tarmac up in front of him to stop that car. You could almost feel it. I bet the ABS was working on full load there, juddering to a halt just to get it out. I hope he got it on time, but boy, did he leave that last minute.
He really, really did. Of course, we had the incident last year where that car went in with the bonnet against the windscreen and still negotiated. Right, seems like a crazily short pit stop, but that's your advantage. If you come in with only 16 minutes to go, your pit stop is just under 3.5 minutes. If you came in a while before, you'd have many minutes more. So where does Marek Bachmann, Marcel Marshevitz, one presumes, we had the driver change, slot into the queue? Got to see who else managed to go past. I would expect Frank Stippler went past. I'm sure that's the case. Martin Ragginger, perhaps, maybe not. Let's wait and see. That is not credited. No, I think he would have gone ahead as well. So we just need to see which cars are going through the Grand Prix loop. But anything in the top 6 is a good result. More than possible for the number 11 crew. But
yeah, my screen not indicating a driver change, but I'm sure there was, because we saw the seat out, didn't we? Yeah.
Yep. Often just takes its time. Still listed on another screen of mine as.
I'll just refresh just in case, but it's still not done it. But I'm sure you're 100% right there that it's got Marshall Markowitz at the wheel, because he did the first into that car, didn't he, as well?
Yes. One of the absolute glories when you are listening to cars through the microphones on the cameras. That Mercedes drawl is just fantastic. And for years, when they had the safety car and the medical car at Grand Prix, that Mercedes engine note was almost the highlight of a Grand Prix weekend, when they go around and do those sessions to check all the systems out around the track. And even in the paddock, with people who've been around tracks a long time, they sort of stop and listen, and it still works for me.
But not in full GT3 spec, but I was very lucky to be driving one only yesterday.
Shopping?
It was something like that. I won't tell you what I was shopping for, but it is, as you say, it's one of those things. It doesn't matter how much you've done, how much you've driven, how many years you've done this. it still fires you up. Literally, you start that car up and you're just like, oh, yes, please. You go and play with this, and it's long may that continue and never may it stop.
Yeah, no, exactly. If you get in, get out, get blasé, you don't get any thrill. Nah,
go home.
Something's wrong.
You become an MP.
Should occupy a month and a bit.
Exactly. Money's a good mind.
So political, I try and steer clear of all of that. So Kenneth Heyer has just taken over that. So it looks like a 3-driver rotation. We had certainly the number 11 car shared by Marcel Marchewitz, who started. Yeah, Marek Bachmann now. Hans Heyer. We saw him in the background. We got Kenneth Heyer out there in the number 11 car, so he'll certainly make that go well indeed. But Marek Bachmann, well, has the fastest lap of the race, the only driver under 8 minutes, and every reason to smile, and he looked very pleased with life indeed, even though, as I said about 3 minutes ago, he might have been thinking up excuses for why he'd clipped the tail of the race leader. He didn't quite catch it, but Kuba Gimasiak slowed for a slow zone, and I think Marek Bachmann was trying to, how should we say, maximise his opportunities, and he very nearly clattered into the back of the number 16 Audi. Now, one driver who I reckon could start to have a tilt for the fastest lap of the race is just turning into turn 1 right now. We've got only a dozen minutes left, so it's this lap and the next one for all these drivers, and it's Alessio Picariello picking up the pace all over again. But the stint with Adrian Delina had a pit stop penalty, which cost them an awful lot of time, and that's why it's down in 6th place overall. But the number 30 Dynamic Motorsport Porsche, well, pressing on very nicely indeed. Fastest driver on the track last time, but actually quite some margin. 7 seconds a lap faster than the race leader, but that's Kuba Gimasiak. But as we know, at various points around the circuit, there are still slow zones interrupting their flow. Always is the question if other drivers interpret the speed limit going into a slow zone. It's quite simple, it's code 60, but some drivers, it's the approach to it and the exiting of it. You cannot pass them within the zone, and it can catch you out a little bit. So the run to the finish, it looks though we will get 27 laps on the board. They're on lap number 26 at the moment. We've got 11 minutes remaining, unless we have a very, very slow zone arriving very, very soon indeed. It will be this lap and the next one. Kuba Gimasiak leading from the sister car by 25 seconds. Frank Stippler did stint number 1. Stint number 2 was Vincent Colby. Lost a fair bit of time, but not as... Actually, no, it's a bit unfair. The time of course, the sequence was changed because he did a different sequence of pit stops to the sister car, number 16. So number 5 seemed to have fallen back, but it's going to be coming home in 2nd place. So it'll be Stippler, Vincent Kolb, Stippler will be the order of the 4 stints spread across the 4 hours. And we've got just...
That sounds like a boy band.
It does. We tried wet earlier, and then we moved on to Stippler, or are they a bunch of accountants? Who knows? The sun has had a bit part to play in this race. It's largely been grey. The track, though, has largely been dry. That's been a blessing. There have been some incidents, and a few even on the opening lap of the race, which is always a disappointment when you've got 4 hours, track looking splendid, the backdrop magnificent, and you're having your coffee at 12:15. Race starts at 12, it ends at 4 in the afternoon. The number 500 BMW could be heading towards the overall title for NLS. It's consistently picked up victories in its class, and it'll be taken to the end of the race for a championship victory. You can pretty much be sure of that. It arrived in a 7-car class, needed to finish just the 5th in class. Doesn't have a habit of finishing 5th, has a habit of finishing 1st. And today it's gone out, it's going to finish in 40th position, which in a lot of races would be good, but today the important thing, it'll be another class victory. Oscar Sandberg taking it to the end of the race. Doesn't even matter if they shed a position. 511 BMW is giving chase. In fact, it could be literally giving chase because it's right on its tail right now. 511 FK Performance Motorsport. Doesn't matter if it moves ahead. Matter of pride, of course, for the 500 crew, but actually as they accelerate down the start finish straight, you almost can sense they've just decided that we can feather this a little bit. Yeah.
Interesting mix at the top there. Bruce say Audi, Mercedes, Audi, Porsche, Mercedes in the top 5.
Yep, absolutely so. So now what we want to see is when the cars come around to complete lap 26, which ought to be the final lap of the race. The gap between Gimasiak and Stippler higher, listed at the moment in second place overall. Of course, he had a shorter final pit stop than the others, but it was an extra pit stop. It was a 4th pit stop. And the stagger is going to have unwound against it in the pit stop. Still, Porsche Cayman's diving in. Get this, it's a 4-hour race. You're coming in with 3 hours and 52 minutes on the clock. Splash and dash for final lap. Kuba Gimasiak, it is going to be a 27-lap race. He's dived onto... Sorry, I didn't count that right the first time around. Dived down into turn 1. Lap 26 is completed. The gap, the next to cross after 26 laps, surely will be Frank Stippler, but followed by Martin Ragginger, but Ragginger is a minute and a bit down on Stippler. So it looks so it could be a Phoenix Racing Audi 1 and 2. Falco Motorsport Porsche should be in 3rd, but the big question is where the number 11 Schnitzelarm Racing Mercedes slots back in. Kuba Gimasiak, he's got the easy job now. 30 seconds is the answer. 30.3 seconds, the margin of advantage over the sister Audi of Frank Stippler, and a good previous lap from Kuba Gimasiak. In fact, the fastest lap of that car's race. And Peter, we've mentioned this many a time. The best way not to make mistakes is to keep your focus by driving at 100%. And that's precisely what Kuba Gimasiak is doing now. No one immediately in front. Half a minute advantage over his teammate. But backing off a little bit, particularly going across around lapping other cars, can be where you suddenly find yourself on a bit of track you didn't really want to be on, and the track's turning and you're not.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of the favourite observations of our great and much loved colleague Joe Bradley. You can't teach racing drivers to drive slowly. You just need to back it off, stroke it home, all those sorts of phrases. That's probably the last thing you want to do, because you're outside of your rhythm. Don't risk it, by all means. But that all comes back to what we said earlier. That what you said earlier, Bruce, of how much of the talent is a driver using as their capacity to drive at their speed anyway. So if you're running that hard that you can't read, you're almost on the limit anyway. You're on a tight road already, and that's what you want. That's what you don't want in a driver. Yeah, you might be able to go that fast for a lap or 2 or whatever, but not around here. But you need to be able to have that bit in reserve, so that if you can push, you can. And if you need to slow down a bit, it's only a small percentage.
Right, and while you were explaining that so supremely, well, Snowy, confirmation. Schnitzelarm Racing are heading for a podium position. They came across the line in 3rd place after their pit stop. Kenneth Heyer now 10 seconds clear of Martin Ragginger. Now, I'm interested to see what Martin can do. Can he haul 10 seconds in on this lap? It could be possible. Will there be a slow zone? Perfectly possible as well. Don't forget, just a couple of laps ago, we lost the EMA Motorsport Porsche from challenging Stippler. Suddenly, Dennis Olsen was challenging the Armco around the circuit into her. The car was off the circuit, has been removed from that patch. So, plenty of other cars in the field who could also provide a hurdle to be cleared. But for Kuba Gimasiak, pacing it, racing it, pulling clear. Half a minute's advantage over his teammate Frank Stippler, and that could be a very good run into his season. If he can get 3 wins in 7 starts in the Nürburgring Langstrecken series, a series that has sometimes 160 plus cars taking the start, providing many obstacles you didn't expect, and hazards and incidents. Anyone who can consistently finish in the top 3 deserves to take a tilt at the championship. But if you can have a retirement among your first 6 races, also pick up 2 wins and a 2nd place, and potentially make it a 3rd win today, you really do deserve something.
It's a cracking hit rate, isn't it? And also in there as well, added to the mix, as you said earlier, Bruce. Am I right in thinking it's 3 different teammates for all 3 of those?
Yeah, well, he's won a couple of times with Kim Lewis-Schramm. Okay. He had Luca Engst the last time out, who drove really well, the young German racer, stepping up into the SP9 class, top class, having traditionally been racing in TCRs. Now, there's a class that we used to have many cars in the TCR class, and it's sort of rather dwindled, which is a shame, because the cars look fantastic around here. Not made for purpose, well, made for purpose, but that isn't doing longer races. But they have rather dwindled as other classes have grown. So, here we go, half a lap to go in the 7th race of 8 for 2022. Kuba Gimasiak leading from the sister car by half a minute. That's the 16 Phoenix Audi from the 5 Phoenix Audi. And then a minute and 4 seconds back to Kenneth Heyer, Schnitzelarm Racing. They will be smiling in that camp because this will be by far the best result that team has achieved in the NLS. They've had a couple of 5th places. Sorry, they've had 3 5th places split between their 2 cars, but a place on the overall podium will certainly be a cause of great tribulation unless they have a problem and Martin Ragginger can make good and close up. And the unusual thing about both of the cars I'm talking about there, the number 11 Schnitzelarm Mercedes and the number 3 Falken Motorsport Porsche, is they came into pit after only 2 laps, and therefore they had to do 4 pit stops in this race. And it's sometimes the way you choose to do things. And one of the Porsche Caymans, or is it a Cup class car, is limping down the Her Acht. Here we are in the final lap. How many more interruptions can there be? It's number 65. That had been in trouble earlier, hadn't it?
That's the car that I mentioned had front left damage before that. It's struggling down the Dottinger Hohe there, coming up towards Tiergarten. It's got a left rear puncture by the look of it. That tyre looks like it's trying to exceed the limits of the bodywork, and it's trying to keep it out of the way there. The Rover Helicam there was quite gratefully following the number 500 Adrenaline Motorsport Team Alta automotive entry, which of course is the BMW 330i that's on its way to, as it proceeds now, winning the championship outright today.
Well, phenomenal.
And it slows down. It is right now back in a little sandwich there, sitting behind the Dacia Logan.
So it is, and actually being challenged for track position. And the EMA Motorsport Porsche only now onto the flatbed, but the car immediately behind it may win the class, the V2 TR class. Doesn't really matter, but 511 wants to take the class victory, 500 wants to take the class victory and the championship. Greedy, you might say, but
as we were just following that car coming, the 500 coming past the camera, just following that, going past the intervention vehicle, picking up the Dennis Olsen number 74 Manthey Porsche. So now we could see behind the barriers the entire front end of that Porsche. I mean, the whole front bumper, split it and all that behind the barrier. So, as we said, it's clattered comprehensively, hasn't it?
Over the curves and far away. So Frank Stippler just weaving between the VT 2R class leader, which is the car that must surely be taking the overall title.
Make your mind up, man.
No, I give people plenty of option, but it might be passed in class by Ranko Michitovic, who's tucked in behind car number 511, got within a car length, but then had to separate.
They told me you were a box ticker, I defended you.
Something to do with pheasants, I think.
Thank you, he's not an undertaker, then.
No, indeed. So Kuba Gimasiak surely should be able to pace this to the finish, but down at the number 500 garage, Adrenaline Motorsport, Team Altsner Automotive, they should have the outright title in the bag within the next couple of minutes. And the green, white and red Shearer Sport Team Phoenix Audi should be first to finish, followed by another of the same. And it should be Kuba Gimasiak. He's halfway down the Dottinger Hohe. The job is almost done. Through the left-hand kink into Tiergarten. Brake a little bit more, brake as much as you like because you're sitting on a half-minute advantage. But for Kuba Gimasiak, what a season he's having. This is win number 3 going into the bag. Consistency, not just consistency, speed and great teamwork. So lights flashing, he will be very, very happy indeed. I've seen disappointed Kuba Gimasiak and happy Kuba Gimasiak, 2 totally different people. And then somewhere under half a minute back, again according to rescue vehicles on the circuit, it should be blue, white and red. It's coming through the final sequence of corners now. Frank Stippler, he'll be under 30 seconds down at the end of the race. It matters not. It's victory for the sister car number 16. Second place and more points for Frank Stippler and his teammate. It was under 30 seconds, 28.7. Who knew? So Frank Stippler, and then we're waiting for third place. Will it be Schnitzelarm Racing with that number 11 Mercedes? Raced so hard by Kenneth Heyer at the end of the race, Marek Bachmann and Marcel Marshevitz waiting for that to come through. Or will it be the number 3 Porsche? Because Martin Ragginger started the lap 10 seconds down. He's now under a second in arrears. It's hanging on to the end of the race with every metre past. The Falker Motorsport Porsche is closer. He's along the Dottinghoer, half a car length, a quarter of a car length. Mind the back. He's pulled alongside. He's gone to the left, so to the right. But he's already got past before the King. Kenneth Heyer had no answer. Sometimes you get on the outside line there, Snowy, and then you suddenly find the track tightens in front. You have to back off.
Yeah, he's got the draft back now. Again, gone through the King. I think it's getting too close to the end of Tiergarten now, is it not? Is that the King? No, it's Tiergarten. Already it's done. So job done. I thought he might get a run back there. What a shame for Heyer there. Fantastic run from Martin Ragginger in the Porsche, right in there just to pip it from forward to get onto that final step of the podium, Bruce.
Well, when you start the final lap 10 seconds down, you think, I might be able to get close, but can I get close? I can. I get close enough, and he got the toe. Okay, still the best result for Schnitzelarm Racing, that fourth place overall. Previously 3/5 split between the two Schnitzelarm Mercedes. One step higher, not quite the podium, but hey, come back in a fortnight, have another go. But victory today, Kuba Gimasiak. In the end, just under half a minute, 4 hours of racing completed. 4 hours split with 3 pit stops, race tactics, separated from the sister car by doing that first pit stop a lap early, but again, orchestrated beautifully. And for Kuba Gimasiak, he came here for the 7th round out of 8 with the championship lead in the SP9, the top class. He's extended that, has to go to the final round to land the title, but he's certainly put himself in the driving seat for that one. So expect a very happy Polish driver to be getting out beneath the podium in Parc Fermé.
Well, we said the last hour would be fun, and it was, perhaps in different ways. I thought the weather might throw in a little bit more in that last hour than it did, because it appeared to do so at just before the top of that hour, didn't it? About 5 minutes too, and I thought that was going to get worse, but it didn't. It was a little passing shower across the GP circuit, and amounted to no more than that, and it was in. No sooner had we seen it, and it was gone. And just after that, we got our fastest lap of the race, didn't we? From that, what was the 4th place car? The Schnitzelarm Racing was at 7:59, the only sub 8 minutes.
There is a however, I just want to throw into this. Our timing screens are showing Kenneth Heyer still in 3rd place. Did Martin Ragginger have a time penalty? A big time penalty. He hasn't finished a fraction of a second ahead of the number 11 car. He's got a 10-minute penalty by the looks of things, because he's listed as being 10 minutes and about 10 seconds behind him. I reckon he was half a second clear. He's 10 minutes and 9.4 seconds behind, according to the timing screen. So I'm afraid his position is going to tumble down. So Schnitzelarm, oh, well, that's incredible. You relax. You think you've got the final order, and then something like that comes up. I'll keep an eye on that. But one thing that is absolutely confirmed is that we've got a smiling Kuba Gimasiak being welcomed by Kelvin van der Linde, who dropped in for the weekend, gave a very, very good helping hand. And they are the outright winners. But I'm afraid, yes, certainly Martin Ragginger's car is now dropping down the order. And anybody else who is going to finish on the lead lap, that's therefore with 27 laps completed, is going to move ahead of Martin Ragginger. What a shame to have that chase. 10 seconds he had to close down. He did it just in time to get out of Galgenkopf onto the Dottinghoer behind that Schnitzelarm number 11 Mercedes, got the draw, got the drag, pulled past, made the move, and then unfortunately, I don't know when the team found out about the time penalty, but I think it's a 10-minute, 10-second penalty, and that has hit them big time.
Well, lucky not to drop them further down the order, to be honest.
Well, we haven't got all the cars over the line yet, have we? So was Jake Dennis still on the lead lap in the 34 Walk-on-Horse Motorsport BMW?
We've got Shearer Sport, Team Phoenix 1-2, Schnitzelarm Racing 2 and 3. Kerry Schreiner bringing that car home in 4th place now. Sorry, 3rd and 4th, my apologies. Then Team Dynamic, they had that extraordinary run at the very beginning. Martin Ragginger in the Falcon car finishes 6th, according to... No, that's dropped down the order again now, so no, I've dropped further down the order. So 6th place now, it's just been promoted on my screen to number 34, Jake Dennis, driving the Valkenhorst M4 at the very end.
Yeah, the interesting thing will be whether the leading car in the Porsche Cup class car, Cup 2, David Jahn, in the number 120, can also, I don't know where he's on the lap, or has he completed his 4 hours of racing. But a shame there, but, you know, again, good experience for Tim Heinemann. in that number 3 Porsche. Martin Ragginger has been there, seen it, done it. But for whatever the complaint, I just couldn't understand the timing screen for a second. Then I noticed it wasn't a second between the cars. It was 10 minutes and 9 seconds, and therefore clearly 10 minutes and something seconds had been added to the final time for the number 3 Falcon Motorsport Porsche. Bad day for the team there with that tumble, and also bad day because the sister car, the brand new 992 based 911 GT3R, did a lap and parked up with overheating, and that was their first time running that car. But all smiles from Kelvin van der Linde and Kuba Gimasiak. First today, going across to Vincent Kolb and Frank Stippler saying well done to you as well, but I appear to have extended my championship lead.
Yeah, very. I've got to say, Kuba Gimasiak there, he's been one to watch this year, as have others, but he's just been, that word you used earlier, Bruce, consistent. Same car, was it, how many, he's done four, 5 rounds of this now, you said? He's won 2 of them, now 3 of them.
He's won 3 from 7 now.
3 from 7, yeah. There you go. 1 and a second as well. So 3 wins and a second and a retirement. That's 5 of the 7. That's not too bad at all, is it?
Yeah, I think what we see is that drivers shouldn't be getting too greedy in the opening couple of rounds of the year when the field is absolutely packed. Those are the ones in which it's very easy to end up having an incident. And Kuba picked off a 7th and a 6th. And since then, apart from retirement in round number 4, which was the 6-hour race in July, first, second, first has been his sequence with that interruption of the retirement. But for Frank Stippler and Vincent Kolb, 8th, 13th, same story in those opening couple of rounds, but then third, second, and second again today. So again, super consistent, and certainly for Shearer Sport Team Phoenix, their Audis run very, very well. They understand the tactics required in these races and the assorted vagaries. Now the third car under the podium is the number 3 Porsche from Falcon Motorsport, but the drivers coming up are wearing Team Schnitzelarm Racing overall, so clearly the message didn't come through quite in time about the time penalty for the number 3 Porsche, but it's big smiles all round. Marcel Marshevitz in for a chat there, looking very happy indeed. They finished 5th before. They thought they got 4th, betting that we can give you 3rd place today. So whatever the reason, that car, the number 3 Porsche from Falcon Motorsport, picked up the time penalty. It was a big one, but also bragging rights for Marek Bachmann in that car. Fastest lap of the race, the only driver under 8 minutes for a lap. 7 minutes 59.962. That's done to precise order as well. So job very well done. SP9 Pro-Am was won by car number 36, Walker Horse Motorsport. And now the 2 other drivers, Marek Bachmann with the pale hair.
Yes, you're on the podium. Run, up you go.
Coming up, sorry, it was Kenneth Heyer they got. Yes. Of course, he was the last one out of the car. Sorry, Marek Bachmann and Marcel Marshevitz didn't know what they were up to, but suddenly they found out what they were up to was not 4th, but 3rd. So they'll get their breaths. Yes, of course, it was Kenneth Heyer. I was just looking at the beard, but he's very happy, and his father Hans will be supremely happy down in the pits, and well, off to the restaurant tonight by the looks of things. But it's great when you get a local story, a local.
What they're going to eat?
Yes, all vegetarians.
Can't believe you just said that.
So very happy. Again, look, we've got, you look at the cars contending at the top end, it continues to be a series in which the German car does dominate, of course. So much success over the years for the German marques here, and it's Audi from Audi. We thought it was from Porsche, but it wasn't. It was from Mercedes. Local team, local livery, very popular here indeed. And I like championships where you have a bit of local folklore in a way, local teams pitching against the full international crews and using their knowledge and speed and experience. And they've got 1 more round to go this year. So all very good indeed. But victory today to Kuba Gimasiak, and that brings us to the end of round number 7. 2 weeks' time, we'll be back. What the weather will bring, we do not know. What the racing will bring, we do not know. But hats off to the overall champions for 2022. They came here with an easy class advantage, but they did it in style. They won their class. Daniel Zils, Oscar Sandberg, Sendri Setras. They won VT2R, and they're the overall champions for 2022. That's goodbye from me, Bruce Jones, and from Peter Snowden.